The Hollow Veil. When the Dead Learn to Whisper Back. By Adeline Pierce. Copyright 2025 Adeline Pierce. All rights reserved. Prologue. Prague, 1573. The first light of morning came sifting through the fog as if the river itself had exhaled a pale, wet breath over the city. The bells of St. Nicholas had not yet spoken. Roofs were threaded with hoarfrost. Shutters were still latched against the cold that crept from the Vltava. In the hill-shadowed quarter below the castle, a lamp burned in a narrow house of timber and stone where a window had been curtained for weeks. Wax dripped and cooled on the inside sill like frozen tears. The neighbors had learned to avoid the house and to cross themselves as they passed it, though they could not have said precisely why. Some claimed they heard a woman weeping there at night. Others said it was only the wind got up between the houses, learning the tune of a lament. Inside, the room smelled of ground pigments and stale wine. Rabbit glue simmered until the whole air had the thin, sharp sting of it. A roped canvas, raw as a wound, waited on the easel. Bowls of egg yolks sat ready beside small mound of azurite, cinnabar, and bone black. A square of beaten silver leaned against a jar, whose mouth was stuffed with goose feathers. On the table, a mortar showed the blue grit and polish of patience. The floor had been swept carefully. A circle had been sketched there in chalk, and within the circle, an older script, neither Latin nor Czech, not holy, wove its hesitant ring of syllables. The chalk lines had been rubbed by the heel of the hand in several places, muddled and drawn again. The lamp guttered, recovered, guttered. The painter stood in his shirt sleeves, though the morning was raw. He had a thin face and the kind of hair that won't obey a comb, a mildness of expression that in youth might have been taken for kindness. At 39 it had learned to pass for indifference. He ran his thumb over the wood of his maul stick, then set it down and washed his hands in a basin, fingers pale as roots in the water. He repeated the washing twice, not for cleanliness, but for something like audacity, a ritual of nerve. The first time he had done this, 2 winters ago, his hands had shaken so badly he had spilled the wine on the floorboards. The third time, with the books closed upon themselves like mouths and the circle scuffed into dust by his own feet, he swore he would never try again. 6 months later, a lord whose crest showed a boar with a rose in its mouth had come to him with a purse fat enough to bend decision. The painter dried his hands. In the corner, beneath a cloth, a frame lay face down. He went to it, lifted the cloth, and did not turn the frame. It had once held a small portrait of a noble woman with a brooch in the shape of a pomegranate. The face was now a scoured patch of raw linen under the varnish, as if the image had been carved out of its own world with a spoon. He set the cloth back and returned to the center. The latch knuckled at the door. 3 raps, 2 quick, 1 slow, the agreed rhythm. He unbarred it. Fog pressed at the threshold as if it, too, wished to enter. 2 men stood on the steps, their hoods drawn, their cloaks wet along the hem. Between them, a woman, young, perhaps 20, with hair braided close as if for a journey that required compactness. She was not bound. Her wrists were raw where rope had been, and her mouth was set with the stubbornness of one who has discovered, too late, how little her defiance was required by the world. "You are late," the painter said. "One of us had to pray," the older man replied, and did not smile. The younger man, he could not have been more than 25, could not look at the painter directly. His gaze snagged on everything else. The table, the bowls, the cloths nailed up over the windows, the chalk circle on the floor. This last he saw and then deliberately did not see again. The woman's eyes went to the circle and stayed there, as if something in her recognized the shape, not as sorcery, but as order, a grammar of necessity laid out on the boards. "You told me she understood," the painter said. The older man inclined his head toward the woman. "We told her the truth, that this would save her." The younger man flinched. He said low, "Save?" "Hush," the older said, without turning. The painter stepped back from the door. "Come in." They crossed the threshold. The woman passed first. Her shoes left a print of the river stair slime on the boards. She lifted her eyes to the canvas as one might lift eyes to a crest on a letter or to an icon in a church, guardedly, because it could mean the next thing in her life or the last. The painter barred the door behind them. The older man pushed back his hood. His hair was gray at the locks above his ears. A catechism was written in his posture. To his friends, though he had few, he might have been notary or clerk. To those who knew a different ledger, he was the kind of man who ushered the irresolvable toward resolution and then left the room before anyone asked for a receipt. "We must not name her aloud," he said. The woman spoke for the first time. "My name is mine." No one replied. The room carried the words and then lost them, the way a well takes a stone and keeps only the circle. The painter gestured to a chair, simple and straight-backed, set facing the canvas within the chalk circle. "Sit." She hesitated. The younger man's hand rose as if to guide her, fell before it could make that mistake. She sat. "What must I do?" she asked. "Look," the painter said. He tied back his sleeves with strips of linen. He cracked 2 eggs, separated yolk from white with his fingers, and let the gold disc slip from palm to bowl. He pricked each yolk with a pin, watched it collapse into itself, and added a spoon of wine to make it less quick to dry. He ground azurite until a mortar gave back a sound like sand whispered between teeth. He added bone black with a touch of lamp soot. He breathed through his mouth, so his breath would not alter the glue. In the corner, the water on the stove made a small sound, the low thrum a pot gives when it is almost against its will to boil. "You should pray," the younger man murmured to the woman. "I have," she said. Her voice was ordinary, and its ordinariness disturbed the man. The painter had seen this disturbance before, the moment when the doomed refused to become theater. He brought the first thin wash to the canvas. The raw cloth drank it faster than he liked, but it was right to begin with this hunger. The silver leaf he set aside for later. He sketched with a brush, the most delicate map of shadow and light, the blunt architecture of the face to be called onto the surface. Brow, cheek, the straight, small nose that was hers, the unsentimental line of her mouth. He did not look at her as he worked. If he did, the hand would grow guilty, and guilty hands are clumsy. He preferred a hand that believed it was making a portrait and nothing more. "Tell me something," he said to the woman, as if they were in any other session. "Something you love." She thought. "A willow at the river bend," she said. "In spring the new green is so light it looks like smoke." "Good," the painter said, because one must always reward the exactness of seeing. He made the faintest mark where the iris would be. "Something you fear." She did not answer at once. The older man shifted his weight. The younger found a nail head in the wall and worried it with his thumb, as if he could push it in by will. The painter kept his hand steady. The woman said, "A room with no door to it, the kind that exists behind walls by mistake, where no one goes and nothing is meant to be kept, and yet something is." He looked at her then, only briefly. "You are precise, woman," he said, very quietly. "This will help." They worked through the morning that felt like an evening. The fog did not lift. It simply resigned itself to being noon. The painter layered color that did not look like color yet, a rumor of warmth where skin would be, the tempera building its low-keyed shine. He stopped twice to wash his hands and once to recite, under his breath, a phrase he had labored to learn, copying the letters by candle, tracing the names until they thinned and would go no further. He did not pronounce them well. Perhaps no living mouth could, but the shape had power even when it was wrong, the way a seal can grant passage even if the wax is cracked. "What is that tongue?" the younger man asked. "An old one," the older replied, "older than your hunger to break into meanings." The painter measured the space between the woman's eyes with a string that had knots at the golden ratio, as he had been taught by a Florentine who hated him. He smiled faintly, not for the memory, but for the fact that proportion comforted him. It was a handrail on a staircase whose bottom steps had vanished. At midday, the older man went to a window and pressed 2 fingers into cloth to let a sliver of daylight through. "Hurry," he said. "The magistrate will not forget us." "He already has," said the woman, not unkindly. "He has other little destructions to attend to." "Silence," the older said. "It is not you who—" "She is allowed to speak," the painter said, more sharply than he had intended. "If she will be asked to leave everything else, let her keep her words." The older man said nothing. The younger breathed easier into that small stay of mercy. The painter mixed gold into the egg and almost added it to bowl with bone black through habit. Caught himself, swore softly in a language with a different god. His hand trembled. He forced it still. He reached for the square of silver leaf. It crinkled minutely at the edges, mysterious with its own moonlight. He laid a modest portion in a circle the size of a halo, but displaced it slightly. No Saint Center, but a nimbus that had slipped, that did not know where to stand. He pressed it onto the bowl, breathed on it to persuade it to cling, then brushed away the excess. A gray gleam inhabited the cloth. He went back to the eyes. "I will not close them," the woman said. "You will not ask me to sleep. There will be no drug." The painter shook his head. No drug. He kept painting. He did not let his voice change when he added, after a moment, "There is a cost. There is always a cost. But not that one." "What cost?" the younger man asked, compelled by the cruelty of simple questions. The older man answered for the painter. "A keeping," he said. "A long keeping." The woman's mouth tightened. The painter did not paint that tightening. He painted instead the mouth as it had been before that answer, because the work must remember something better than the last fear. He lifted his brush, stepped back, stepped forward, breathed again, becoming himself the most exacting of instruments. He could feel now the other thing in the room, the way a fish feels the heavier water where a net is. It was not the presence of the man. It was not the woman. It was a chalk circle or the script inside it, insisting that surface is a verb. Say the names. The older man said almost tenderly, the tenderness of men who have made a bargain and see it kept in all particulars. The painter said the names. He said the first as if it were a thread taken up, the second as if it were a thread worked back through a warp, the third as if what he held had begun to resist. The air grew dense, a thickness at the edge of the tongue. The lamp burned steadier. The fog at the windows thinned, as if turned aside by a breath that was not theirs. The painter's right hand painted. His left found the woman's left and pressed her palm into the circle, into the script, until the chalk marked her skin in cold white. She did not pull away. She held his hand in return, and for an instant their fingers were not the hand to keep her and the hand to kept, but a single grip against a descending pressure no human wrist had been built to meet. "Now," the older man said, "look." The painter told himself he would not. He had trained himself not to look, because looking meant understanding, and understanding would one day make him refuse what he had already made possible. But he looked. He looked because the work would not be complete unless this, too, entered it. The woman was not yet in the canvas. She was entirely in the chair and entirely in her body, and entirely in the refusal to say her fear was her own. But the canvas had begun to hold a kind of weather, a low glitter like the underside of ice, not where the silver was, but in the whites of the eyes he had laid with such care. The painter felt his own pupils adjust, as if the light had changed, though the window cloth had not moved. Something in the room had discovered a brighter darkness. "Speak," the older man said to the woman, not harsh. "Say the thing you will keep." The woman's throat worked. She gazed at the canvas, and the canvas. The first semblance of her gaze looked back, flat paint, egg shine, shadow. "I will keep my name," she said. The painter's brush touched the corner of the mouth. "And the thing you will give?" She closed her eyes, opened them. "I will give." She hesitated, failed to stitch a lie, and said, "The part of me that still believes they will change their minds." The younger man bit the inside of his cheek until he tasted salt and iron. The older man put his hand on the younger's shoulder, not as comfort, but as reminder. The painter moved to the last stage, the part he had once believed would kill him. He brought the smallest amount of vermilion to the lip, the smallest pale warmth to the cheek, the faintest blue shadow under the lower lip, to set it forward. He thought, as he always did, of the Florentine, of proportion and the arrogance of light, then thought of the willow by the river bend whose green was light as smoke. He held that willow in his mind as a blessing, not for his sake, but for hers. He placed, with a breath held hard, a dot of white where the pupil would catch light. The room made a sound, not a wind, not a voice, not the crack of board when a frost releases them, but a drawing in like a room that had grown lungs and remembered, suddenly, how to use them. The lamp flame lifted, stretched long, snapped to a point, then steadied. The chalk circle brightened. The script in it seemed for an instant to lie above the floor instead of upon it. The painter felt his hand, seized from within by a tremor that did not come from him. He let go of the woman's hand and put both his palms on the stretcher bar, not because the canvas would fall, but because he might. "Look," the older man whispered. "It might have been prayer. It might have been hunger." The woman stared. The canvas, her face in the canvas, stared back. The resemblance was now exact enough to comfort and wrong enough to terrify. For a long heartbeat, no one breathed. The younger man thought he saw the painted throat lift and fall. A swallow interrupted. He told himself later that he had imagined it, and then told himself later still that imagination is the only way the soul makes itself possible. "Say it," the older man said to the painter. "Finish." The painter leaned in until his breath fogged the small mirror he kept hanging from the easel for self-portrait work. He had never seen so clearly the porosity of the world. He spoke the last name aloud, and this time he pronounced it well, not because his tongue had learned it, but because the name had passed through him enough times to remember its own shape. The woman's body went still, not dead still, not the stillness of stopwatch, but the stillness a deer adopts when its heart decides that motion is worse than blood. Her eyes, those in her face, lost their focus. Her eyes, those in the paint, came awake. A sound, a little like the clink a wine glass makes when it is touched lightly with the nail of the finger, went around the edges of the frame. The silver leaf displaced took on a depth that did not belong to metal. It seemed now to be the color of a path under a new moon, of a way that is both there and not yet chosen. The painter did not move. He had once tried to help at this moment, to catch the falling, and the canvas had struck him hard enough that he had woken on the floor with his teeth full of blood. He had learned. The woman's breath returned with a small, almost irritated sound, as if she had been interrupted reading. She blinked. She looked down at her left palm where the chalk had marked her, lifted it, and laid it across her heart. She smiled then, a bare thing. She turned her head and looked at the younger man, as if to say something ordinary, like thank you, like forgive, like it's cold. Whatever she would have said found no use, and so she looked back at the canvas. Her likeness lifted one eyebrow by a fraction that the painter had not painted. The painter's knees weakened. The older man let out a breath he had been keeping since the Vltava had frozen solid 2 winters ago. The younger man stepped forward and then stepped back, because he was suddenly afraid the circle would notice him. "Stand," the older man said to the woman. She stood. The chair creaked, relieved, as if it had been sat on by a weight that had only partly been hers. She took a step toward the canvas of her own accord. Her hand lifted. The older man said sharply, "No," but she was not reaching to touch. She was testing the air for heat, perhaps, or listening to something only she could hear. "What is it?" the painter asked, before he could decide not to ask. She tilted her head very slightly, the way a woman will when the church organist has played a chord wrong. "It knows me," she said. "Do not answer it." The older man breathed. The woman's smile changed. She put her hand down. She looked at the painter. "You did not paint the scar," she said, and half laughed. And then she did touch her own unpainted throat, where a small mark lived, the kind a child might receive from the edge of a bucket. "I am grateful." The painter nodded once. It was an artistic decision, he told himself, as if anything remained in him of that priesthood. He wiped his brush on a rag. He set the brush down. He did not notice that his fingers, without his leave, were shaking. The older man drew his cloak around him, as if he had become colder at the very center. "We are done," he said, with the particular finality of those who refuse to imagine aftermaths. He drew a purse from his breast and laid it on the table with a sound that contained lives. The younger man did not move toward the purse. He did not move toward the door. He looked at the woman, and at the canvas, and at the chalk circle that had begun to look to him like a thing one might fall into and never strike bottom. "What happens to her now?" he asked. He did not know which her he meant. The older man fastened his cloak. "She lives," he said, "for however long she is allowed. If they search for her, they will not find the same woman. If they do, they will not see what they think they see. The portrait is safe. The portrait is ours." "Ours," the painter said softly, neither agreeing nor not. They unbarred the door. Daylight, thin as broth, entered. The woman did not step outside. She stood, as if listening again. The older man touched her elbow. "Come." She went. The younger man, last, turned at the threshold. "Master," he said to the painter, and there was a question in it, the kind of question that cannot be asked without changing the world. The painter did not answer. He lifted the cloth and covered the canvas. For a fraction of a beat, the cloth rose from within as if the frame had exhaled. Then it lay still. He barred the door after them. He did not move for a long time. The fog pressed his cheek to the window and left a damp print there that dried without trace. When he was certain the street had let them go, the painter went to the table, emptied the bowl of yolk into the waste, poured wine into a cup, didn't drink it. He shook the chalk from his hands into the basin. He knelt with a wet rag. He wiped the circle away. He had once tried to leave it, thinking the chalk might hold, like salt in the threshold. He had woken to the sound of footsteps walking around the room where there were none. He stood. He crossed to the easel. He lifted the cloth from the frame halfway, then let it fall back, as if he thought better of opening a door. After a while he lifted it again, fully, and looked. The face was hers. The light on the brow was not his. The silver leaf had learned how to be a window and had decided against it. He reached, not to touch, only to measure the distance from his knuckle to the painted lip, a habit that had outlasted his teacher. Without warning, a whisper moved along the linen, a friction like the sound of a page turned too slowly. He could not say from where it came. He knew only that the hair at the nape of his neck felt the small hand of cold. He leaned closer, in the glassy skin of the varnish, still tacky, still catching light, like a held breath. He saw his own face in the room behind him and the old scars on the wood, and between them all, something like a second reflection of the woman's eye, set deeper, as if there were a room behind a painted room, as if the paint's world had its own unplanned chamber, and in that chamber someone had just thought of him. He stepped back. His heel skidded on the damp boards where a drop of egg had fallen. He did not fall. He put his hands, gently this time, almost with apology, on the sides of the frame and bowed his head, as if before a reliquary that contained not a saint, but the tender, exact, ungovernable remainder of what could not be kept. When he finally spoke, the room heard him very well. "I am sorry," he said, and could not have told whether he meant the woman, the future, or the thing in the paint. On the street, the bells of St. Nicholas began at last to count the hour. The sound came through the fog as if the city had found a way to strike time without waking the dead. That night, when the neighbors hurried by the narrow house and pretended not to see it, some said they heard weeping and some said they heard only the wind. The painter sat without a lamp, hands flat on his knees, listening to the small constrictions and releases of the wood that made the house a house and not a coffin. At some hour, when the bells were done and the frost had grown a thin fur on the window, he rose and went to the easel again, and he knew, without needing to look, that the canvas was already awake. He lifted the cloth. The face in the paint watched him. The room felt, for an instant, like a mouth holding a seed. He whispered her name once, as carefully as if saying it might break it. The canvas whispered it back. And from that night on, the canvas never stopped whispering her name. Chapter 1. The canvas arrives. The morning the canvas found her, Prague wore the kind of winter light that makes every surface look recently remembered. The sky was a soft, uncommitted gray. The trams hissed along the rails as if they didn't trust the metal to hold. Nadia Vale walked the last block to the Institute, because she always did, even in weather that coaxed people into taxis. She liked that minute between street and door, the minute when her breath became visible and then wasn't, when the city's noise thinned, when she could take stock of herself as if she were a fragile object about to be uncrated. The Institute for Conservation and Heritage Sciences inhabited a former monastery a few streets from the river. The order had left 2 centuries ago. The building stayed, stubborn and adaptable, acquiring corridors the way a tree acquires rings. It smelled of beeswax, old stone, and whatever solvent had most recently been argued with and then forgiven. Nadia pushed through the heavy door and felt the temperate quiet close around her like a book. In the lobby, the janitor had arranged a small forest of mops and yellow signs that said wet floor in a language that was only partly Czech. They spoke warning like a child memorizing a poem by sound. She lifted her satchel to avoid brushing a mop handle and nodded to the receptionist, who was also the receptionist's radio, because she was always mid-broadcast about her grandson or the price of apples. The woman lifted a hand and kept talking into her phone without breaking the thread. Nadia's studio was on the second floor, past a glass-walled room where someone was forever consoling a broken violin, past a library door with a hand-lettered sign that begged for quiet and never got it. The hallway lights hummed like insects try to remember what being alive had felt like in summer. Nadia fitted her key into the lock and tugged. It stuck, as it always did, then agreed to be a door. She switched on the bench lamp first. It made a small, local day inside the larger gray one. The work table lay as she had left it, knowing she would forgive nothing. Brushes aligned by width like a herd lined up for counting. Scalpels in their roll, a row of pigments in screw-top jars, swabs in a white ceramic beaker, the microscope eyepieces shrouded in lint-free cloth like a modesty. In the corner stood the cabinet where charts, samples, and her gilt went to hide, humidity graphs, cross-sections, photographs of paint strata that even up close looked like landscapes glimpsed from a fast train. The walls were white because white had the decency not to confide. She set down her satchel, shrugged off her coat, and hung it on the hook that could no longer bear its own weight without complaining. Her reflection, faint in the window, was the usual. Dark hair pulled into a loose knot she never did tightly enough. The inexplicable olive undertone in her skin that made people ask if she had traveled. A gaze that took longer to return from objects than from people, as the objects had asked harder questions. She checked the small scar near her chin, the one no one noticed unless they loved her or planned to. It had faded last year, a kindness of time she hadn't expected. She put on the lab coat. It lent her an authority she didn't feel but had learned to accept, the way one accepts that keys will always sink in pockets and that gravity is not a personal criticism. She snapped on nitrile gloves. The gloves, like all restraints, made her hands more precise. Routine first. She logged yesterday's varnish cure. Still tacky on the Daborska altarpiece panel. Good gloss, no blanching. She checked the samples in the small drying chamber, bent toward them with the throat-guarded care of one who has lived long with silence, and smiled. The Orlick portrait's filling compound had behaved. It was rare enough to be noted. She watered the jade plant that never died. She restarted the humidifier, which pretended that Prague was not made of old stone and stubborn dryness. On the radio, someone else's, in a studio near enough that walls went only so far, an early program played a Baroque suite. It sounded like a staircase you climb, because someone else has already done the climbing for you. Nadia let it fill the edges of the room while she opened the window a fraction, to give the solvents somewhere to be forgiven. Only then did she allow the day to approach her, like a shy animal you don't want to spook by turning your head too quickly. She checked her email, which was mostly blandishments and demands disguised as questions, a donor asking whether the cross in the corner could be made less Jesus-y in the restoration photograph, a student proposing a project about the social life of glue, a curator in Berlin forwarding a shipment notice. Leaving storeroom today. Arrival estimate Friday. Provenance notes attached. There was also a brief line from Sylvie, who ran the paper lab, and whose texts always arrived like folded notes in class. Coffee before the day steals us? Nadia typed, 10 minutes. Bring gossip. She added a small ghost emoji because Sylvie loved them, and because the morning had already felt like an unfinished sentence that deserved a playful punctuation. She pulled her hair tighter, as if that could hold the day better. Then she opened the small notebook she kept to the left of her work surface, the one full list that sometimes became thinking, sometimes prayers. She wrote, Friday, Berlin shipment arrives. Verified documentation. Condition check. Then, underneath, without meaning to, she wrote, Remember, the silence inside certain frames is not silent. She had written that sentence, one version or another, before. It had begun as a joke between Sylvie and her, about paintings that felt a degree colder than the air, about the way some portrait eyes seemed to understand that they were the last witness to a thing beyond their art. But the sentence had hardened into something else last winter, after a day in the store with 3 paintings removed from backing boards, when a hair along Nadia's arms had reacted as if to weather. The sensation had been so distinct that she looked up, expecting to see someone standing in the aisle, and had found no one. Later she had laughed, because it was what one does with the inexplicable in rooms full of evidence. But the laugh had been a small one, not loud enough to convince the corners. She closed the notebook. She checked the time and went down the corridor to the break room for coffee. Sylvie was already there, drumming a plastic stirrer against the side of a mug as if soft percussion could count as gossip. Her hair was cropped at her jaw, the color indecisive between brown and red, and she wore the kind of sweater that made people admit to her, without planning to. She lifted her eyebrows at Nadia with the theatrical innocence that made even dull mornings less so. "You're late to our scandal," Sylvie said. "I was logging varnish," Nadia replied, pouring coffee, which is scandal's cousin if you squint. Sylvie leaned on the counter. "There's a rumor in paintings." "There's always a rumor in paintings. If there weren't, they'd become sculpture." "Ha! No, listen. Berlin is sending us something strange. The documentation is inconsistent and yet overeager. You know the type. 18th century. Unknown. Please make it 1530. That type. Worse. The dates argue with themselves. And the courier called before 8. Does a normal shipment call before 8 unless it's on fire?" He asked about the humidity, the elevator, whether our walls were load-bearing. "They are," Nadia said. "It's why we never move them." Sylvie lowered her voice. He also asked whether our security cameras record sound. Nadia sipped and considered. "They don't." "I told him what they told me to tell him," Sylvie said, eyes bright. He said, "Good." Then he hung up as if someone had realigned his mouth. "Which gallery is this?" "Not a gallery. A private foundation with a name made of other names. You know, the foundation for custodianship of something that is always almost a word custody but isn't. We will love their money," Nadia said dryly. "We will love their paperwork less." Sylvie returned. She cocked her head. "You're on the intake schedule." "I saw. Friday." Nadia set the mug down. "After hours, probably. They always arrive after hours when they don't want other eyes." Sylvie glanced around, though no one was close. "There's also a note from Dr. Merrick. A hushed voice note. About provenance. He wants you to keep an open mind and a closed mouth. That is my posture by default." Nadia smiled. "What's the object?" Sylvie set the stirrer down, as if she were about to lay a wand on a threshold. "A portrait. Late 16th century, possibly. School of something German if you ask one list, Bohemian if you ask another. Small format. Tempera with metal leaf. Varnish described as altered. Something moved, like the spine of a fish underwater in Nadia's mind. Metal leaf? Silver. Possibly displaced. Or misapplied. Or Sylvie made a shape with her hands of something slightly off-center. There was a strange phrase. Halo irregular. Nadia's coffee had already been cooling. It cooled further. She threw the stirrer into the rubbish, as if she had meant to do it all along. "Fine. I will be open and close." Sylvie bumped her shoulder against Nadia's as they left the break room. "Something else," she said, as if saving the best sweet for last. "The title in the inventory. You know I don't get sentimental about titles. I know you get sentimental about nothing except your bike. It's called..." Sylvie glanced down at her phone. "The Maiden Veiled." "Too on the nose," Nadia said. "Try on score and it fit, but not snugly." Sylvie grinned. "I knew you'd say that. Let's hope the paint agrees." They returned to their floors, to their instruments, to their benevolent crimes of repair. Down the hall. Someone laughed, and the laugh went down the stairwell to try out being an echo. Nadia put her gloves back on. She began the small, faithful work of lifting surface grime from the Orlick portrait's margin. The swab came away gray-brown, and the white ground beneath admitted the idea of light. Hour by hour, she let her mind quiet the way it only did when her hands were occupied. The way a pond clears when the wind loses interest. At noon, a message pinged. Shipment revised. Arrival today by late afternoon. Apologies for inconvenience. Another line. Condition report to follow. Please maintain discretion regarding content and process. A third line, which people who don't work with objects never think to add, requires elevated handling due to non-standard backing. Nadia frowned at the screen. The shift from Friday to today felt like the familiar trick logistics play when someone has changed a story and wishes to pretend they haven't. She forwarded the note to collections, then put down her phone and went to the window. The street below looked like an etching that had decided to be kind. A man with a scarf the color of a bruised plum crossed with a dachshund, who trotted as if he belonged to another century's idea of elegance. Her phone pinged again. From Dr. Merrick. Nadia, take point on intake, please. No students. After hours fine. Call me before opening crate. She typed. Understood. Merrick was the sort of curator who had learned how to use understatement as a leash. He kept the Institute's board happy by never making them think. He kept the conservators happy by letting them think as loudly as they liked behind closed doors. He had hired Nadia 2 years ago after reading an article she wrote about a Verona Madonna whose gold leaf had been reactivated by a house fire. The article had been more about grief than gold, which was why he liked it. The afternoon shortened itself without asking permission. Snow thought about becoming an event and chose, instead, to be a rumor of itself. Sylvie came by once to deliver a slice of strudel wrapped in paper. She pretended to be official. Nadia ate half and saved the rest for an hour that would need it more. The radio changed his mind 3 times about whether it liked Bach. At 4, security called, "Ms. Vale, your thing has arrived." "Which thing?" "The one that argued with me about whether we record sound." "Ah," she said. "We're bringing it to the loading bay," the guard said. "The courier has opinions about the elevator." "They always do." In the service corridor, the lighting made skin look like conscientious paper. The loading bay door rattled as it went up. Cold air strolled in, pleased with itself. The van outside was anonymous unless you counted the anonymity as a signature. A man stood by it, reading the world with the guardedness of those who are paid to be suspicious and have discovered, to their sorrow, that most people deserve it only on Tuesdays. He was tall, in the uninteresting way that often makes people invisible. His head was shaved as if the act had been recently necessary. His hands were in gloves that were not for decoration. When he saw Nadia, he kept his hands in his pockets for a beat too long, then took them out, considering and revising how to be acceptable. He wore no insignia. His gaze moved to the security camera, then to Nadia's face, and decided to land on the latter. "Ms. Vale?" "Yes." "Sign here." He handed her a tablet with the grim cheer of a man used to being told to wait outside of thresholds. She scanned the manifest. The line items were the expected lies. Portrait female, 1580 to 1600 approximate. Tempera with metal leaf, backing. Non-standard. Condition, stable. The insurance value had too many zeros to be comfortable. The insurance company name was a matryoshka, a blandness. "Where's the condition report?" she asked. He didn't blink. "To follow. You said earlier." "It will follow," he repeated, with that accent of Europe that has learned to be almost not an accent. The board was not ready to release certain. He did not finish, but his glance flicked upward, toward the non-existent ceiling above the sky, where boards sit. "We'll conduct intake regardless," she said and signed. He nodded as if conferring a favor and went to the van. 2 more men materialized, one from around the back of the vehicle, one from the idea of a shadow. Together, like people carrying an insult they'd rather put down than think about, they unfastened the crate. It was not large, perhaps 1 meter by 70 centimeters, another 30 deep, but it had a density that said it was both more and less than the sum of its wood. The crate had metal clamps at the corners that pretended to be decoration. Someone had sprayed a discrete number on one panel, and then changed his mind and tried to wash it away. The ghost of the number remained. "Elevator," the guard offered. "No elevator," the courier said. "There are stairs," Nadia said. "But the stairs are old and feel strongly about themselves." "We will be respectful," he said, and 4 men became 2 in a crate. They moved up the service stairwell with the solemnity of pallbearers who had been instructed not to look grieving. Nadia walked ahead to open the doors. The stairwell smelled like every stairwell the building had ever had. She felt, as she sometimes did with unwieldy objects, a small fear, not for the object, but for the human fallibility that would not forgive itself if the object suffered. At the second landing, the courier's gloved hand slid minutely. He corrected. He did not speak. At the studio, Nadia had cleared the central table and laid down the foam supports. She had checked the humidity and temperature again. The numbers agreed with her. A small partnership. She had set out the intake kit. Magnifier, swabs, pH strips, flashlight. The camera she didn't trust but had learned to flatter. They set the crate down as if it were listening. The courier stepped back. "You will call before opening," he said, but it wasn't a question. "I will call Dr. Merrick." Nadia said, "He will tell me to open." The courier's gaze at the smallest thing, a too-fast sweep across the corners, the window, the door, the camera, and returned. "This room is fine," he said. "No other personnel." "My colleague will assist," Nadia said. "We log together." "No other personnel," he repeated, without ugliness. He lifted a hand, palm out, as if to slow a horse. "It is a condition of delivery." Nadia breathed in then out and let a second pass. "Fine. We can manage." He glanced at the crate, then at her. For a moment, he looked like someone who had once wanted to do a different kind of work, and had discovered that wanting was a thing the world enjoyed feeding to itself. "Thank you," he said, and left with the two shadows. The guard followed, bemused by the theater of exports. The door swung shut. The studio's silence returned with a small astonishment, as if it had not expected to be invited back. Nadia stood with her hands on her hips and regarded the crate. The wood was unremarkable, which is a kind of remark. On one slat, someone had written in pencil a word, and then erased it with the aggressive hope of children erasing confessions. The erasure had not worked. The ghost of letters remained. She leaned closer. The word might have been veil, or very, or vela, which is not a word in her language, but is, in another, a sail. She straightened and shook herself, as if a thought were a shawl she could throw off. She called Merrick. He answered on the second ring. "Yes. It's here. Alone. For intake, yes." "Open," he said, carefully. "I was going to do it carelessly," she said, and he made a small sound that was almost a laugh. Then the line clicked, and she was alone again with the crate, which is to say, alone with her own attention. She went to the door and locked it. She put her phone on silent and set it face down on the side table. She washed her hands, even though she was gloved. She set the crate's screws beside one another in the order she removed them, because that was the kind of superstition that kept her proud. The top lifted. The smell that rose was dry wood and felt, and the distant breath of varnish. Beneath the interior braces, a soft case waited custom-shaped, secure with straps that made the promise of safety visible. She undid the straps, folded back the felt, and saw the backboard. Non-standard, the note had said it was oak, old, cooperative oak, but oak that had been tampered with by someone who liked edges to have stories. The braces were arranged in a pattern she had not seen, a shallow X across the reverse. In the center, a small square panel had been let into the back, as if a lock had been installed where no key had ever belonged. "Well," she murmured. "Hello." She lifted the painting. Its weight surprised her, and set it onto the foam supports face down. "Photos first," she said, not to the painting, but to the part of her brain that demanded protocol before curiosity. She took the images. Overall, corners, the lock thing, the grain, the oddity of the X-braces. The camera blinked its blunt blink, content with how little it had to understand. She turned the painting. Sometimes a face greets you the way a stranger does when they already know your name. This one greeted her, as if it were trying to remember what a face was for. It was small, smaller than the crate had made it feel. A young woman looked forward with composure that had not yet been tested, had angled by a degree that in other paintings meant courtliness, but here meant nothing so simple. The paint was tempera, or wished to be regarded as such. The surface had the matte breath of egg. Over the background, a dark, ambiguous, not quite green, a circle of silver leaf had been laid and displaced. It hovered not above the crown of the head, but slightly askew, as if it had gotten lost mid-benediction, and been too embarrassed to ask directions. Nadia leaned closer. The silver had tarnished into a quiet cloud. Around its outer edge, a thin ring shone faintly, like a coin remembering its own value. The face was modeled with a restraint that made the mouth more interesting than perfect mouths usually are. The eyes, she had not yet decided whether they were the correct distance apart, were gray-brown, with a white highlight that seemed too alive for a surface so old. She set the magnifier between eye and eye, crackle along the cheeks, appropriate for age and recipe. Minute losses at the lip, a scuff near the nose that could be a scratch or a ghost of one. Varnish, a thin polish where the face would have wanted breath. She moved the light. The varnish caught it like water under ice, slightly uneven, as if applied with a hand that had practiced patience as a rope. She considered swabbing a test area, but the part of her that kept her children alive, the children being paintings she had not met yet, said no, not yet, look longer first. She took more photos. She drew a quick outline sketch with measurements, because draw is a way of thinking that disrespects a lie, that thought is only in the head. At the throat, a detail, a small, almost invisible mark, a crescent, hinted that the sitter had been a person who knocked into buckets or carried them. On the paint, there was no scar. The painter had omitted it. Nadia felt inexplicably something like gratitude. She leaned closer to the halo, to the leaf that was not a leaf. In the light, the tiniest ridges showed where the bowl had received the metal. On the right hand rim, where the silver met the ground, there was a nick that she had already photographed and would again. She could not decide whether the circle had always been misplaced or had slipped. She breathed and felt foolish for noticing that she was breathing. Open mind, closed mouth, Merrick had said. Her mind had pushed its window up. Her mouth obeyed. She turned to the reverse again, unable to resist the central square. It had the measurements of an idea someone thought they could get away with. A panel, screwed and waxed around the edges, flush with the oak. No label, no seal, no maintenance note in someone's crabbed hand. She traced the edges of the square with the back of a scalpel, gently, listening for the tone one makes when it has been asked to keep a secret. Something ridiculous, she told herself, made the fine hairs along her wrist adjust their posture. The sensation was exactly like the one she'd had in the storeroom months ago, only pointed, like a pencil instead of charcoal. She paused. The room had the sound of rooms when they are very good at doing nothing. Enough, she said aloud, not sternly, but as a teacher might to a child no one else could see. She returned the painting to face up. She sat. She wrote notes in neat letters that would be legible to future versions of herself. She logged the object into the database with the bureaucratic affection she reserved for institutions that did their best. Her phone vibrated. Merrick again, all well? For a certain value of well, she typed. Back panel odd. Halo displaced. Face remarkable. Varnish uneven but not catastrophic. I will begin surface readings and fiber samples tomorrow. Do not sample yet, he sent back, like a man stepping in front of a horse. Please wait for the additional documentation. The foundation insists. She looked at the painting. The painting did not look back, because paintings never do. That is the rule. Understood, she wrote. She set the phone down. She looked again. The highlight in the right eye, the dot of white, was placed with a precision that tells you about the painter, not the sitter. It was a small miracle of restraint. It suggested a window on the painter's left, above his brow. If she closed her eyes, she could almost see the room where he had stood. Not this room, a room with a different ceiling, a different understanding of light, a circle on the floor that chalk had learned to stay in. She opened her eyes again, and the idea went where ideas go when the president insists. I'll leave you for tonight, she said to the painting, because she had been alone long enough to have a relationship with her own absurdities. She rose, and in rising, her knee touched the table with a softness that should not have moved anything. The highlight in the eye gleamed the way a dewdrop will when a cloud chooses. She stopped. It did not gleam again. She breathed. She smiled at herself, the smile we give when we have almost made a story out of static. She checked the window. The sky had grown an afternoon later and a shade darker. She clicked on the bench lamp's second bulb, which brightened the corner without apology. Behind her, the corridor sent along the faint sound of a distant door. The Institute went on being a building. Sylvie texted a ghost emoji and a knife. Nadia sent back a teacup and a ladder and felt normal again. She recorded one last set of images. She covered the painting with the soft dust cover that kept the dust off and also comforted the part of her that believed in blankets. She wheeled the table a half-meter from the window and adjusted the blinds so the morning would not try anything dramatic. She set the alarm, the sort of alarm that tells you a box has been crossed and that the box was important. She turned off the bench lamp. The room shrank a little, and then decided to be generous. It let the painting occupy its share of darkness. Nadia stood in the doorway with her coat over her arm and thought, as one does when leaving one's work for the night, be here when I return. She locked the door and went down the corridor, her footsteps making the small proofs that humans make when they need to know they are not yet ghosts. On the street, the air was colder. Snow had still not committed. She pulled her scarf close and walked without hurrying, because hurrying makes time harsher. She crossed at the light. The river breathed the way large bodies do when they believe no one is watching. Nadia lifted her face to the city and let it happen to her, the way good music does when you are sensible. Behind the glass of Studio 2B, on a table that had inherited the faith of carpenters, the painting lay beneath its cover. For a very long time nothing happened, because surfaces are patient. Then, when the building's radiators sighed their ancestral sigh and the wind found the tiniest seam along the window frame, and the guard 3 floors down nodded in his chair, there was a sound in the room like the dry whisper a linen makes when a hand lifts from it. It might have been the cloth settling. It might have been the air doing what air does. It might have been the smallest remainder of a name trying, for the first time in centuries, the acoustics of a new room. Chapter 2. The breath beneath the paint. The storm had dulled into a low and intermittent drizzle by the time Evelyn returned to the east corridor. The heavy air of Halden Manor clung to her coat like damp velvet, and somewhere deep in the house, the last echo of thunder folded itself into silence. What remained was a sound of dripping, slow, deliberate, from the ceiling beams above. It was as if the manor exhaled after holding its breath for too long. She carried the oil lamp she had found near the collapsed stairwell, its wick trembling each time she turned. The light made the wallpaper seem alive, revealing the faint bloom of mildew beneath the floral pattern, and glimmered across frames that hung at crooked angles. She recognized one of them, a portrait of her great-grandmother, the woman who had commissioned the original series of spirit paintings that had made the Halden name infamous. The woman's eyes followed her, painted with such precision that the illusion of awareness still clung to them after a century. Evelyn paused before the painting and brushed the dust from the small brass plaque beneath it. Margaret Halden, 1883. The woman's hand rested on a book whose title had long since faded, but in the faint reflection of the lamp, Evelyn could see that it was the same volume she had found half buried beneath the tarpaulin in the studio that morning. The Breath of Form, a treatise on liminal art. Her father had mentioned it once, in one of his late-night lectures, half drunk and speaking to the ghosts of his ancestry more than to her. They believed art could hold the soul, he had said, tapping the table with a shaking finger. Not depict it, contain it. She stepped closer to the portrait and noticed something strange. The varnish over the paint seemed uneven, thick in places like a layer added later, recently perhaps. When she tilted the lamp, she could see beneath the sheen a faint movement, like the shimmer of oil on water. She blinked, and it was gone. The air grew colder, not the drafty chill in an old house, but the kind that seemed to rise from within the walls. Evelyn set down the lamp on the nearby console and leaned in. Beneath the brushstrokes of her great-grandmother's painted hand, a small crack had formed, so fine it could have been mistaken for the line of the knuckle. Yet, as she watched, the crack pulsed once, expanding with the faintest sigh. She staggered back, hitting the opposite wall. The lamp's flame quivered violently, stretching tall as if drawn towards something unseen. For a second, Evelyn thought she heard it, a sound between a whisper and a breath, seeping from the paint itself. When she finally managed to steady herself, she turned and ran. Her boots slipped on the damp stone of the hall, and the echo of her footsteps seemed to multiply, chasing her down the corridor. She reached the study, slammed the door shut, and pressed her back against it. The lamplight danced across the cluttered desk. Old blueprints, faded letters, and the crumbling remains of the sketchbook that had belonged to her father. On the topmost page, a rough drawing of the same portrait. But here, Margaret's eyes were open wider, and the book in her lap was gone. Instead, her hands reached forward, palms up, as though offering something to whoever stood before her. Beneath the sketch, in her father's messy scrawl, was written, "The painting breathes when watched. Avoid prolonged gaze." Evelyn swallowed hard, her pulse hammering. She flipped through the next pages, sketches of doorways, faces half-formed, and a series of notations referencing pigments that did not exist in any catalog she knew. Liminal ochre, ether green, breath white, each one annotated with warnings, fragments of thoughts. The pigment responds to light as a lung does to air. Present accumulates over generations, inheritance not of blood, but of gaze. Canvas functions as threshold, not to the divine, but to reflection. She sank into her father's old chair, the leather groaning under her weight. Outside, the rain had returned, thin, slicing streaks that made the glass quiver in its frame. She had come here to catalog the remaining works, to sell the estate and finally free herself from the burden of its debts. But now the task felt absurd. Every painting she had uncovered so far seemed to breathe with intelligence of its own. The sound came again, faint but certain, from the corridor. A slow inhalation, followed by a pause. She turned toward the door and listened. Silence. Then, unmistakably, the sound of something brushing against the wood, as though fingertips dragged across it from the other side. Her voice trembled when she called out, "Who's there?" No reply, only the subtle shift of the doorknob, slow and uncertain, as though whoever stood there was learning how to move it. Evelyn reached for the fireplace poker, still blackened from disuse. She tightened her grip and took a step forward. The doorknob stilled, and after a moment, there came a gentle tap, deliberate, measured, 3 times. Tap, tap, tap. She felt her knees weaken. The pattern was the same one her father used when he came to her room late at night, years ago, when his hands still smelled of turpentine, and he spoke in riddles about the breath beneath the paint. Her throat went dry. "Father," she whispered. Nothing. Then, softly, a voice, or perhaps only the echo of one, from behind the wood. "Do not look too long." The lamp flickered out. For a moment, the dark was absolute, but when her eyes adjusted, she could see that the study was no longer empty. On the far wall, where there had been only faded wallpaper, hung a new canvas, still wet, glistening faintly in the shadows. She knew, without moving closer, that it was her father's work. The signature at the bottom confirmed it, but what made her stomach twist was the figure in the painting. It was her, standing in this very room, looking at the painting. Her reflection, but wrong, slightly delayed, her expression hollowed out by something that wasn't quite hers. And as she watched, the painted version of herself blinked. Evelyn stumbled backward, the poker falling from her hand. Her shoulder brushed the lamp, and the tiny flame reignited as the glass cracked from the sudden heat. In that flash of light, she saw it again, the shimmer, the slow inhalation of pigment drawing in the air. She screamed and tore the painting from the wall, slamming it face down onto the desk. The sound of the canvas hitting what was like a gasp being cut short. For several seconds, the entire manor seemed to hold still, and then silence. The only movement came from the window, where the rain carved thin trails through the condensation. Her breath shook uneven, and she felt the absurd urge to apologize to the house, to the painting, to whatever thing she had just interrupted. On the desk, beneath the overturned canvas, the pages of her father's sketchbook rustled on their own. One had come loose, curling upward as if lifted by unseen fingers. On it, a single sentence written in hurried graphite. "The portrait will not stay buried. It remembers the last to look away." Evelyn closed the book, her hands trembling. The manor, in its long and patient decay, had begun to wake. Chapter 3. Whispers through the canvas. Sleep came to Evelyn in broken fragments that night, if it came at all. Every time she drifted close to the edge of rest, the faint sound of breath would return, soft as a cat's purr, weaving through the dark like the slow exhalation of the house itself. Once, she woke certain that someone stood beside the bed, but when she turned, there was only the oil lamp guttering on the table, its light trembling against the wall. The rain had stopped, leaving Halden Manor wrapped in a stillness too complete to trust. The silence pressed against her ears until even her own heartbeat sounded intrusive. She rose, pulling her shawl tighter, and crossed to the window. The world outside was a blankness of fog, thick, luminous, without a visible horizon. The grounds were gone. Only the reflection of her own face floated faintly in the glass. Behind her, something clicked. Not the house settling. This was lighter, rhythmic, deliberate. She turned. The painting she had thrown face down on the desk now leaned against the far wall. The canvas was dry. Its colors were richer, its details sharper. And though she hadn't lit a lamp near it, it seemed faintly luminescent, as if the pigments themselves gave off a low and steady glow. Evelyn felt the nausea of déjà vu in the painted version of the study. The lamplight had gone out just as before. Her reflection caught mid-breath. But now there was a difference. The painted Evelyn stood not before the desk, but near the window. She looked out toward the fog. Evelyn glanced at the real window. Beyond the thin veil of mist, she thought she saw a movement, slow, human-shaped, but wavering, like a reflection on disturbed water. She stepped back. "No," she whispered to herself. "No, that's impossible." But the painting disagreed. In its surface, the fog was parting, revealing a shape, a woman's figure, tall and pale, her hair swept up in the old Halden fashion. Margaret, the ancestor whose portrait had pulsed the night before. Evelyn reached for the poker again, but found only air. It lay across the room, where she had dropped it hours earlier. Her limbs felt heavy, as if the air had thickened. Then came the sound, the same 3 slow taps as before, but not at the door this time. At the wall, from behind the painting. Tap, tap, tap. She stood frozen. The sound repeated, softer now, as though the wall itself had begun to breathe. Her father's sketchbook still lay open on the desk. She flipped it quickly, her hands shaking. Near the back, she found a passage written in hurried script. When the boundary weakens, they will speak through reflection, glass, varnish, or water. Do not answer. Every reply teaches at your voice. She clamped the book shut. The lamp dimmed again. A faint rustle came from the corridor, like fabric dragging across stone. Evelyn moved to the door and listened. A whisper. No words, only the sound of breath forming syllables that failed to exist. She opened the door a crack. The corridor stretched ahead in pale light, the fog somehow seeping inside through unseen cracks, moving low along the floor. She stepped out. The portraits lining the hall had changed. Every face, once proud, static, now tilted slightly. Their gazes turned toward her as she passed. The sensation of being watched was unbearable, as if each canvas strained to inhale her presence. Halfway down the hall, she reached the corridor of mirrors, a long, narrow gallery that her father had once called the spine of the house. Mirrors of every shape and size lined both walls, some cracked, some so tarnished that they barely reflected at all. But tonight, they shone with a uniform clarity, as if freshly polished. Her reflection multiplied into infinity. Yet, as she walked, one of them failed to move in time. It blinked half a second late. The delay was almost imperceptible, but once seen, it could not be unseen. She stopped. Her reflection stopped. But when she lifted her hand, the other Evelyn hesitated, then mirrored her a moment too late. Her pulse pounded in her throat. "You're not me," she whispered. The reflection tilted its head, curious, almost gentle, and then, smiling faintly, placed its palm flat against the glass. Evelyn's hand trembled, rising on its own accord to meet it. The surface was colder than ice. The whispering grew louder, not one voice, but many, like the sound of pages turning underwater. She glanced down the corridor. Every mirror now contained a figure, her face, multiplied, distorted, but each moving differently. Some turned away, others stared directly at her. One mouthed words she couldn't hear. She took a step back, and the floorboards groaned. The fog curled higher, coiling around her ankles. Then one reflection, the one nearest the far end, reached forward, and a hand pressed through the surface, distorting it like water. Fingertips glistened, slick with a thin sheen of pigment. Evelyn fled. She burst through the corridor doors and stumbled into the great hall, gasping. The room was vast and empty, lit only by the pale wash of moonlight through the high windows. Her footsteps echoed off marble and wood, returning to her a second too late, as though the house itself lagged behind. She pressed herself against a pillar and tried to steady her breathing. But then she heard it again, her own footsteps coming toward her. She turned, expecting to see someone. The hall was empty, yet the footsteps continued, closing the distance. She ran to the staircase, but the sound followed, perfectly matched to her speed, echoing slightly behind. At the top landing, the old clock struck 3. The chime rolled through the manor like a low, sonorous sigh. As the last note faded, she realized that the echoing footsteps had stopped exactly 1 beat after hers, as if her reflection had arrived just a moment later. She dared to glance down into the hall below. The fog had entered through the open doors, and standing in its center was a painted version of herself, no longer bound to canvas, but walking, slow and deliberate, her eyes glazed with reflected moonlight. Evelyn backed away, step by trembling step, until her heels struck something soft. She turned, and found herself face to face with another canvas. This one she had never seen before, a full-length portrait of Margaret Halden, painted in tones of ash and crimson. The woman's eyes were closed. Beneath the frame, a brass plate read, "The First Breath." Her father's handwriting, etched into metal. A noise rose from within the painting, faint and rhythmic, like air drawn through paper. Margaret's eyelids fluttered. The skin around her mouth cracked slightly, and from that fissure, the whisper came again, now articulate, now human. "Find the last brushstroke before it finds you." The hall lights flickered, and every painting in sight inhaled as one, a sound deep and resonant, like a single vast lung filling with air. Evelyn screamed, stumbling backward into darkness, the echo of her voice blending with the whispering multitude. And somewhere in that cacophony, the echo spoke back, perfectly synchronized at last. Chapter 4. The First Breath. Evelyn didn't remember falling, only the sensation of being caught, not by hands, but by air thick enough to hold her, warm and damp like breath against her skin. When she opened her eyes, the hall was gone. She lay on the cold boards of a smaller room, one she did not recognize. Moonlight filtered through a high, arched window, cutting the space into long, pale columns. The walls were lined with canvases, each draped in thin muslin veils that shifted slightly as if moved by an unseen current. The air smelled of turpentine and mildew. Somewhere in the dark, something was whispering in a voice that wasn't quite human. She pushed herself upright. Her palms came away sticky. Paint. Wet paint. The same faintly luminescent pigment she had seen on her reflection's fingertips now gleamed faintly on her skin. She tried to wipe it off, but it clung, seeping into the lines of her hands like a second pulse. In the corner stood an easel, ancient, blackened with age. On it rested a half-finished portrait. Margaret again, but not as before. The brushwork was loose, unfinished, as though someone had been interrupted mid-stroke. One side of her face was still only sketched lines and raw underpainting, the other side fully rendered and terribly alive. Her painted eye was open, staring directly at Evelyn with a look that suggested both pity and warning. Beneath the canvas sat a small wooden box. She recognized it instantly. Her father's pigment chest, the same he had kept locked since she was a child. Its brass latch was undone. Inside, the little glass vials lay in perfect rows, each labeled in his handwriting. Liminal ochre, ether green, breath white. The last vial was missing. Evelyn's heartbeat quickened. She touched the empty slot. The wood was still warm. Behind her, the whispering deepened, the layered murmurs of the veiled paintings. She turned slowly. Every sheet of muslin now pressed forward from a frame beneath it, swelling outward as if something behind each canvas exhaled at once. The air grew heavy electric. "Father," she whispered. A voice answered, though it came from nowhere she could see. "You shouldn't have looked away." She spun toward the sound. The voice was his, unmistakably his, but thinner, distant, strained as if traveling through water. "Where are you?" "In the air," it said. "In what you breathe. I bound her here," but she learned to paint back. The words fractured into silence. Evelyn's throat tightened. She stepped closer to the half-finished portrait. The wet edge of Margaret's painted hair glistened in the moonlight, as if freshly applied. On the small table beside it sat a brush, its bristles heavy with white paint, breath white. She hesitated only a moment before lifting it. The handle was cold, but the bristles moved faintly on their own, twitching as if inhaling. The portrait's unfinished. I blinked. Evelyn screamed and dropped the brush. It rolled across the floor, leaving a pale smear that pulsed like something living. From all around came the soft hiss of the veiled canvases breathing faster. The muslin lifted and fell in rhythm. Inhale, exhale, dozens of them, until the room itself seemed to respire. Her father's voice returned, now urgent. "The breath must complete itself. Do not let her finish you." The words you echoed, twisting the air into a gust that snuffed the moonlight from the window. In the darkness, Evelyn felt the floor tilt slightly, as though the room were descending. A low hum began beneath her feet. Not sound exactly, but vibration, like the beating of a buried heart. She reached for the nearest veil and tore it away. Behind it was not a painting, but a door, a hidden panel disguised beneath centuries of dust and cloth. The whispering ceased for a moment, as if the house itself were startled. She pulled the latch and forced it open. A narrow staircase spiraled downward, carved directly into the stone foundation. Faint light rose from below, pale and unsteady like the reflection of water. She descended, one hand on the wall. The stone was warm to the touch, breathing under her palm. At the bottom, she entered a chamber that should not have existed. The walls curved inward, smooth and seamless, as if molded rather than built. The light came from a shallow basin at the center, liquid silver that glowed softly, rippling with each of her breaths. Above it hung a single painting, a circular canvas suspended by chains, its surface alive with shifting color. She approached. The pigment moved like mist within glass, forming faces that melted into one another. Her ancestors, Margaret, her father, herself. Each emerged, gasped, and dissolved again. Evelyn reached out, but stopped an inch away. The heat from the surface pulsed against her fingertips. In it, she saw a reflection. Faint at first, then clear. The reflection smiled before she did. The whisper came again, this time from within her own throat, though she hadn't spoken. "Breathe," it said. "It's waiting for you." Her body rebelled, but her lungs disobeyed. She inhaled sharply, and the air burned cold. The basin's liquid flared white. For a heartbeat, she saw her father kneeling beside the same basin, painting the circle with frantic strokes, his face streaked with pigment, muttering prayers she didn't recognize. Then he looked up directly at her, as if across time. "Don't," he began, but the vision shattered. The liquid rose, stretching toward her in a single column of glowing mist. It touched her chest and spread, threading into her skin, her veins. She felt her heartbeat slow, her breath synchronized with the rhythm of the chamber. The walls expanded and contracted around her, and then she understood the manor wasn't haunted. It was a body. The paintings were lungs, the pigment is blood, the generations of holding the breath that sustained it. Her father hadn't tried to contain a spirit. He had tried to trap the act of breathing itself, the line between life and its echo. But Margaret had finished the work. A hand, painted delicate, unmistakably hers, reached from the circular canvas and pressed against Evelyn's chest. The touch was weightless but absolute. "Finish what he began," Margaret whispered from within the shifting colors. "Or the house will finish you." The room shook violently, dust raining from the ceiling. Evelyn tore herself free and ran up the stairs, the air screaming around her like a living wind. The veiled canvases above ripped themselves apart, releasing bursts of luminescent powder that hung in the air like breath made visible. She stumbled back into hall and slammed the hidden door shut. Behind it, the whispering voices merged into one long sigh. When she looked down at her hands, they were no longer clean. Lines of pale pigment traced along her veins, pulsing faintly in rhythm with the house. She could still hear the whisper of the paint inside her. And somewhere deep below, in the chamber she fled, the circular painting inhaled once, deep and slow, and then exhaled her name. Chapter 5. The Painted Dawn. Evelyn awoke to light, soft, golden, impossibly still. It streamed through the tall windows, painting the floorboards in long rectangles that looked too perfect to be real. For a moment, she thought she had slept through the night, that the horror of the previous hours had been a fevered dream conjured by exhaustion and rain. The air smelled faintly of linseed oil and roses. Her body ached, her throat dry. She blinked against the brightness and sat up, the bedsheets whispering like silk. The room was warm, peaceful. The silence had changed, no longer suffocating, but serene, deliberate, as if the house itself had chosen to rest. She swung her legs off the bed. The floor was cool beneath her bare feet. The window pane shimmered faintly, refracting the light in subtle waves. Outside, the garden seemed restored. Trimmed hedges, sunlit fountains, not a trace of fog. For the first time in days, she almost smiled. Then she noticed the paint on her hands. Faint streaks of white along the veins, glimmering beneath the skin like trapped light. She rubbed them, but the shimmer only deepened, sinking inward until it seemed to pulse beneath the flesh. Her stomach turned. "No!" she whispered, though she didn't know to whom. The door stood open. Beyond it, the corridor was bright and calm, filled with the gentle hum of morning. She stepped into it, her footsteps muffled on the carpet. The portraits that lined the walls were clean again, the dust gone, the frames polished, the colors fresh. She stopped before her great-grandmother's painting. Margaret's eyes were open now, painted in a soft amber glow. The woman smiled, faintly maternal. "You've done well," said a voice behind her. Evelyn turned. A woman stood at the far end of the corridor, half in shadow, half in light. She wore a gown of pale gray silk, her hair pinned in the old Halden style. Her face was familiar, in the way forgotten dreams are familiar. "Margaret," Evelyn breathed. The woman inclined her head. "At last, you can see me properly." Evelyn's heart pounded. "You're not real. You're part of the painting." Margaret walked closer, her steps soundless on the floor. "And you are not." Evelyn backed away until her shoulder struck the wall. "What do you mean?" "Look around you," Margaret said softly. "Listen." Evelyn tried. The silence was perfect. Too perfect. No wind, no birds, no distant creak of the house settling. Even her own breathing seemed muted, absorbed by the air. "This isn't morning," Margaret continued. "It's memory, a replica. The house painted it for you, as it painted everything that remains. Don't you see? You stepped inside the canvas." The corridor flickered, the light faltering, then returning, slightly altered. A ripple passed along the wall, distorting the portraits for an instant before smoothing again. "I don't belong here," Evelyn said. Margaret smiled sadly. "You never did, but you inherited what I began, the breath between worlds." She reached out, her hand pale and almost translucent. Evelyn hesitated, but curiosity won. Their fingers touched. The contact was not cold, but startlingly warm, as if Margaret's body still carried the heat of life. "I wanted to capture the moment before a soul leaves," Margaret said. "Not death, not life, the inhalation that holds both. Your father tried to finish it, but he feared what he'd made. You must not." "I don't understand," Evelyn whispered. "You will." Margaret lifted her hand, and the air shimmered around them. The light fractured into thousands of tiny motes, drifting like pollen. Within them, images bloomed, scenes from centuries past. Margaret before an easel, her brush trembling as she mixed the first pigment. Evelyn's father bent over the same canvas, coughing blood into a rag. The manor's walls shifting, absorbing each breath like a living lung. Evelyn staggered backward. "Stop." But Margaret's eyes glowed brighter. "Do you feel it? It's inside you now, the pigment, the breath. You are part of the canvas. It remembers through you." The corridor darkened. The perfect sunlight dimmed, revealing cracks in the walls, damp seeping through the carpet. The illusion of morning peeled away like flaking paint. leaving behind the same ruin she knew too well. Margaret remained unchanged, luminous against decay. "There's one stroke left," she said. "Only one. Without it, the house will keep breathing, drawing in all who enter. Finish it, Evelyn. Complete the breath." Evelyn shook her head violently. "I won't finish what killed him." Margaret's expression softened, almost mournful. "Then it will finish you instead." The words echoed, deepening until they no longer sounded human. The corridor twisted, stretching unnaturally long. The portraits began to move, eyes following, mouths opening in silent screams. Evelyn ran. The walls blurred, the light strobing between dawn and night. Her footsteps left prints of white pigment that glowed on the floor. She turned a corner and found herself in the studio again. The veiled canvases hung shredded, the air heavy with dust. The half-finished portrait of Margaret stood waiting on the easel, brush poised in midair, though no hand held it. It moved on its own, slowly, deliberately, completing the last line of Margaret's painted mouth. Evelyn lunged forward and grabbed the brush. The bristles burned her skin, but she forced them down, dragging the stroke across the canvas, breaking the line instead of completing it. The light in the room flared, then collapsed inward with a sound like the drawing of a breath cut short. When the brightness faded, Margaret was gone. The canvas stood blank, empty before a faint outline. Evelyn's outline, barely visible, as if erased mid-form. Her chest ached. She looked down and saw that the shimmer beneath her skin had dimmed, retreating into her veins. The house was still again. She dropped the brush. The echo of it, hitting the floor, came a second too late. And in that silence, from somewhere deep within the walls, came a single, slow inhalation, as though the manor, wounded but alive, had begun to breathe her in. Chapter 6. Inheritance of Breath. The first color of morning was not blue. It was a thin, breathless white that touched the edges of things without quite belonging to them, a chalk that dusted the banister and the frames and Evelyn's knuckles as she descended the staircase with one hand trailing the wood. The house made a long, measured sound, the sound of a lung taught to be patient. She matched it in spite of herself. Inhale, hold, release, until the rhythm frightened her and she broke it on purpose, coughing into the crook of her arm as if to dislodge the house from her throat. She had slept, she thought, or if not, she had lain with eyes closed while the dark rearranged itself behind her lids. The clock had stared. The oil in the lamp had congealed to a pale meniscus. When she stood now, her knees trembled as though she had run for hours. Yet the soles of her feet were clean where she expected dust. On the narrow table at the base of stairs, the keys to the east door waited in their bowl, heavy as fruit and faintly tacky with varnish. "Get out," she said aloud. The voice startled her. It sounded as if it had come from behind her, and she turned reflexively to see the landing, empty and pale, the corridor mirrors closed and dull as stone. "Get out," she repeated, and this time recognized her mouth forming the words, a small, stubborn line in her own cheek. She took the keys. The east door opened like a slow eye. Cold came through the gap and curled around her ankles. The fog had thinned. Beyond the threshold, the garden stretched away in plains of winter color, blanched hedges, lawns brushed with frost. The grass blades thickened as if painted individually and left to dry. She tasted linseed. She looked up through the bare branches and found a sky that was uncomfortably precise, as if it had been repainted overnight with a lighter hand. Even the wind was orderly. It moved the highest twigs first, then descended, rustling to you in a roll that advanced along the hedge like a wave of horsehair bristles. The gravel underfoot was the only thing that refused the illusion. It crunched with a reassuring ugliness. She moved more quickly, down the wide steps, past the cracked sundial that insisted it was 11 when her watch, mutinous and slow, said 5:15. The air smelled of whetstone, and the whetstone smelled faintly of a studio. Blank canvases, chalk dust, the metal smell of a palette knife. The sound of the house diminished behind her until it was only a suggestion in the marrow of her bones. She did not look back. She couldn't risk giving the windows her face, not even see if something watched. The path to the gate curved between two clipped hornbeams. Their leaves, leathery and stale, had not fallen in years. Pain had fixed them in place, preserved them like insects in amber. When she brushed one with her shoulder, the entire tree shivered as a single object. The movement was wrong, too coherent, and she wanted to laugh for fear. The old iron gate slept at the end of the lane beneath an arch of ivy. Its padlock was fat and orange with rust. She held the keys to it and tasted, not hope precisely, but brass. The first key slid in and caught. A second turned and resisted, then relented with a sigh so human it made her jaw clench. The chain dropped to the gravel in a loop, and the sound of it trailed away, late by half a second. She put both hands to the bars and pushed. The gate breathed out. It opened into the lane like a rib cage. Fog held the hollows of the road. Thinner than the night before, stringy, a replica half-washed from the canvas. The oaks that lined the lane seemed taller than she remembered from childhood visits. Or rather, their height had been exaggerated by a painter's zeal for the Gothic. Evelyn stepped across the threshold of the gate and braced herself for the feeling she had feared most. The tug at the back of the heart, the elastic pull of the house calling her back. It came, but faintly, a cord stretched by distance. She exhaled and set her jaw and began to walk. Her car waited where she had left it days ago. The old hatchback beaded with moisture, its windshield a milk of breath. The driver's side door had done that thing it always did. Not quite closed, snagged on a weather strip, so that only a firm hip would fix it. That familiar flaw hit her like a friend. So ordinary it felt like mercy. She jogged the last few paces, pulled the handle, and slid in under the fog glass into air that smelled of fabric and last month's coffee, and she lifted her wrists. Turpentine that belonged to no car. Not yours, she told the smell. Then, because she was not insane, she told herself to hush, jammed the key in the ignition, and turned. The engine coughed as if it had swallowed dust. It caught, faltered, caught again. The dashboard glowed. The radio woke to a smear of static, and then to a wash of strings that would have been almost comical if there had been anyone to hear the joke. She turned the volume down. The volume thought about it and obeyed. She wiped a circle in the fog windshield with the edge of her sleeve and saw herself briefly in the wet. Her eyes too large, the whites a little luminous, the veins along her hands a pale map that pulsed faintly in time with the idling motor. "Drive," she said. "Just drive." The tires ground gravel. The hedges glided past. The gate drifted closed behind her with a thoughtful little click, as if admitting it had done all it could. She took the first bend in the lane carefully, the second less so. With each turn, relief loosened a stitch. The world smelled more like winter and less like wet canvas. Even the fog tasted ordinary, a little loamy, a little metallic. She reached the low bridge by the stream and braked. The stream had never been much, a ribbon of water that ran hard in spring and soaked the rest of the year. This morning it had been painted in haste. The surface lay flat as a study. When she leaned forward, she could see brushstrokes and highlights, the suggestion of current rendered by pale scumbles that didn't move unless she did. And then they moved with her, obligingly. She blinked, and the water shivered into actuality with an almost guilty sound. A single leaf came downhill and caught on a stone. A small brown bird dipped a drink and flew up, leaving a note of music behind it like a smear of white on a nearly dry brush. Evelyn took her foot off the brake. The car rolled forward. At the crossroads by the ruined chapel, the lane split in three. Left of the village, right to the old quarry, straight on to the high road. She didn't think. She took the straight cut that would spit her toward the city, and a phone signal, and some version of help she couldn't yet name. The hedges opened and closed, like shutters on a face. She passed the skeletal remains of a scarecrow dressed in an army coat and laughed under her breath, because he had always been there, hadn't he? She had seen him as a child riding with her father in a van full of canvases, had watched his posture change with the seasons. It comforted her to consider that his presence adorned the ordinary. Nothing had to be sorcery to be strange. Then she reached the turn with the double ash and felt the car slow without her foot. The engine hum thickened as if the air had grown stodgy. She pressed the accelerator. The pedal answered. The speed did not. The hedges had developed a sheen, she thought, minute but undeniable, as if a glaze had been applied while she looked away. The ash trees leaned a fraction farther across the road. She glanced in the rearview mirror and saw not the stretch she had just driven, but the iron gate, closed, its bars wet and patient. "No," she said, evenly, as if to a child misbehaving. "No, we are not doing that." She turned the wheel left. The wheel considered and then agreed. She took the road toward the village, the one with the flint wall that dropped away on the right, and the meadow on the left all tufted with hay bales. The bales were there, massive and dumb, but their shadows were wrong. They circled them like halos regardless of where she placed the sun. She drove on, and the wall ran beside her, gray and glittering. And when she glanced down to adjust the heat, she saw that the dial had filled itself with thin, pale paint that went opaque when she turned it. "Stop it," she said to no one. "Stop it. Let me go." The road tightened, drawstring taut. The houses of the village rose ahead. Chalk cottages with slate hats and narrow smiles of windows. Chimneys should have smoked. Doors should have opened. The green should have been muddy with dogs. Instead, the green lay immaculate as a print, and the pond in its center was a disk of pewter, unyielding as a mirror. She pulled up by the phone box, out of habit more than hope. The red paint peeled in precise curls, all of them the same width, as if measured. The glass panes looked cloudy until she wiped one with the cuff of her sleeve, and revealed not glass at all, but varnish that hard. She cupped both hands to see inside and caught her face, multiplied by 6. In the upper right, the reflection moved a fraction early, opening its mouth just before she did make a small O of surprise. Behind her, a door opened somewhere in the square, a sound so domestic it almost undid her. She turned. The butcher's shop stood with its striped awning like a memory of markets. A figure occupied the doorway, apron white, forearms rosy with cold. He lifted a hand. For a moment she let herself believe he was a man. Then she saw that his fingers were not independent but joined, sculpted from the same stroke, that his smile did not bend his cheeks, that the shadow of him had been declared in a single band and did not answer the light. "Good morning," he said, in a voice that had no saliva in it. Evelyn took a step back. "How long have you stood there?" "As long as it takes," he said, and she recognized the phrase. Not its wording, but the way it used time, uncommitted, as though time were something poured and set aside rather than lived. "Can I cut you something?" he added, polite, cheerful. "Empty." "No," she said. "I'm leaving." He nodded, as a clock might nod if asked to keep time. "Of course," he said. "Of course." His head tilted in a tiny sequence of positions that imitated movement more than achieved it. "We all leave," he said pleasantly. "Eventually." She could not bear his mouth. She turned away and almost ran to the car, her breath patting at her lips, small white clouds. When she reached for the handle, her hand hesitated an inch short, as though the air had thickened there to deny her. She pushed through it, sat, shut the door with a hip the way she'd learned, and closed her eyes against the village in the windshield. "High road," she said, as if to the driver. "High road, then city, then something." The radio, which she had forgotten she'd turned down, offered her a scale in slow motion, then fell silent as if embarrassed. She pulled out, took the lane that promised a faster road, felt the car shiver as the hedges leaned too, as if the foliage wanted to draft behind her like a peloton. It lasted 5 seconds, perhaps 10. Then the hedges relearned their business of being hedges. A rook lifted from a post, startlingly vivid and ordinary, like a good piece of realism after too much mood. Her phone lay on the passenger seat, dark. She thumbed it awake and watched the signal bar blink and fail and blink again. A single message goes to the lock screen from days ago, a question mark from the solicitor speaking for the estate. Arriving when? She tapped out an answer, something shapeless. "Coming. Soon." And watched the typing boxes rearrange themselves into brush marks, the letters widening at the ascenders, fattening at the bowls, then behaving again as if nothing had happened. She hit send. The phone considered. It worked at the problem like a painter at a stubborn passage. Failed to send. It said in relief. The high road revealed itself at last, a ribbon laid true across the winter fields. She could see where the county council had filled a pothole with a square of darker asphalt, a solid little paragraph set into a longer chapter. The hedges thinned. The sky ran on without corners. Her shoulders hurt with having the house not around them. She increased her speed until the engine sang, and with the singing something loosened in her chest, a knot she had not known she kept. She began to plan stupid things like coffee at a petrol station, and calling a human voice, any human voice, and inventing, if need be, a reason that would not sound mad, car trouble, a funeral, a migraine. She could choose a sane lie later. For now, distance. That was when the smell found her, roses and linseed, intimate as breath in her ear. She glanced in the rearview mirror. The road behind her was a pale stripe. The horizon wore a small, gray alteration that could have been distant weather or a smudge on the glass. In the back seat, where she had tossed a blanket, pigment brightened. No, not brightened, breathed. It rose and fell. Almost not there, and with each exhale she felt her own lungs want to answer. Out! She said aloud to the air, to Margaret, to her father's mistake, to the house that had learned its own grammar. Get out of my car. The pigment quieted, the way a cat quiets when watched. She drove faster. The high road past a copse of birch and a farm marked by a red mailbox. The red had been too thoroughly done. It would not oxidize. A little farther on, the verge dipped, giving a glimpse of water in a quarry where rain collected, and the surface refused depth like a palette that had been scraped and smoothed so often it could not remember the idea of reflection. A sign appeared, white letters on green, City 18 miles. It looked hand-lettered if she stared, and mechanical if she did not. She fixed her eyes on the numerals. 18. 18 unarguable. 18 as a promise. With each mile she recited them down. 17, 16, 15, and the car obeyed the count with a clumsy loyalty. At 14, a woman stood by the verge with her thumb out. Her hair hid her face. Her dress moved in the trench wind. Evelyn registered the posture, the old road language of strandedness, and her hand went automatically to the hazard lights before the longer thought arrived. A lone, empty road, mourning with edges too sharp for mercy. She signaled nothing and drove on. In the mirror, the woman never moved. Her dress did not crumple. The hair lay in strokes. The thumb never tired. At 12, the radio found a human voice by accident. "Venning edition," said the voice, muddy and far. Then a violin slid into the gap, sweet and a little cheap with emotion, and Evelyn's hands tightened, because that was the melody her father turned to when the bottle went gentle in his hand, and he explained impossible things as if they were household tips. How to take a breath, how to paint the place where a hand stopped being a hand and started being light. The radio bent the note, and it became a whistle of air through a narrow place. She shut it off. The car was silent, except for the labor of its own passage. At 9, she saw the city. At least, she saw what a painting would do for a city when the painter had been raised on postcards. It rose clean as a row of standing brushes, one for each tower, a skyline that had forgotten soot. She smiled despite herself at the bauble of it, the improbable neatness. She told the car, "We're fine. You see? We're fine." At 8, the skyline jerked. It slid half an inch to the left, corrected, pretended. The breath in the back seat resumed, a slow tide up and down that left no mark. The smell of roses deepened, and under the chalk of old canvas, the damp of a studio where windows do not open. Her eyes burned. "Margaret," she said, because it was easier to speak to the name than the void. "If you can hear me, listen, I'm not finishing it. I will not be your hand." The breath in the car stopped. For a moment the hatchback felt like a room with a closed door and no key. Then, delicately, as if she had amused it, the breath began again. "You can go to hell," Evelyn said, and laughed, hoarse and ridiculous. At 6, the road ahead darkened the way a varnish darkens when brushed on, wetness beginning at a straight edge and sweeping across. She tapped the brake, and the car obeyed a fraction late, as if the idea of slowing had to be translated. Shapes gathered in the new darkness. Archways, facades, a station with a clock perfectly centered. She thought, not real, not real, not real, until the not realness broke under its own order and became the only real available. If this was a painting, it was at least not hers. Traffic appeared, or the concept of traffic. A few cars that maintained their proportions too well, and a cyclist whose wheels turned with the clockmaker's hunger. She followed them into the first roundabout and edged left toward the sign that promised center, and then, beneath it, hospital. People, she said, because she needed the plural. People. Hospital meant white light, and floors that would not pretend to be wood. Hospital meant a doctor's hands on her wrists and a pulse recorded in an indifferent pen, and someone who would say the word anxiety, as if that explained the physics of a moving picture. She pictured the boil of pigment under her skin while a nurse made notes, the little flare when a fluorescent bulb hummed. She pictured telling the truth and tasting turpentine in her mouth. Another roundabout. Another arrow. The houses grew close, the brick old and patched, graffiti like signatures in margin. She passed a park where frost lay on the grass like ground glass, and child, too sturdy to be paint, ran after a dog that overshot the ball every time from joy. She wanted to stop and show the child her hands and ask him if color frightened him, but she did not. The hospital rose with newness, glass hugging itself, a sign with digits that told you the time to urgent care, as if urgency could be counted. She turned into the car park. The barrier lifted. A ticket printed with a sound that was satisfyingly mechanical. No breath at all. She chose a slot and slid in, and for a moment the car seemed to exhale with her. A truce. She sat with her forehead on the wheel and counted the beat of her heart until it belonged to her again. When she looked up, the glass doors of the hospital parted for a man with a cane. He was as flawed as she needed him to be. Slightly stooped, trousers too long, a cough he did not have the dignity to hide. She let her shoulders loosen by degrees. She reached for the door handle. A shadow leaned across her lap. It was her father's, if a shadow could inherit a gait. It passed from back seat to dashboard and layered itself on her thighs like a memory of weight. She did not turn. She had learned not to give the reflections what they asked. In the glass of the windscreen, the foyer of the hospital repeated itself. The revolving door, the Christmas cactus in a white pot turned at a hopeful angle, the woman at the information desk whose necklace had gotten itself wrong. It all reflected. She looked beyond it to the people inside and chose a face. A nurse, perhaps. A man with brown hair and the kind of eyes that bear the trace of sleep deprivation without embarrassment. He lifted his head as if he felt himself selected and looked straight at her through the glass. Help, Evelyn mouthed, and a word fogged the windshield, a small oval of breath. The nurse, if that's what he was, tilted his head. His mouth moved. She could not hear what he said. He lifted a hand, a little wave you would give a child at a window. He turned to speak to someone out of view, gestured, nodded to himself, and then began to walk toward the doors with the self-certain gait of a person whose day is full. Evelyn put her hand to the door latch. In the glass, the hospital foyer slid half an inch to the right and then corrected shyly. The cactus jumped back to its pot, as if caught out of place. The nurse paused, frowned at a problem someplace beyond her, and said something again, now more urgent. His voice, when it came, arrived not through her ears but through the thin layer of varnish she realized lay over the inside of the windscreen. Through gloss, through breath, through that new organ a house had taught her to grow. Evelyn, he said, and his mouth fit the syllables properly. Evelyn Halden, don't look too long. Her fingers went cold on the latch. The name spoken correctly had the power of a tool. She turned toward him without meaning to, exactly as a painting instructs an eye to move. The varnish warped his face for an instant, widening his pupils, then smoothed. He was 10 feet away now, or an idea of 10. He lifted his badge with 2 fingers and pressed it to the glass of the door so she could see his name. The letters glimmered just slightly with that same breathable white. Victor Havel. It was a name out of papers and probate letters and half-remembered conversations. The man who had written twice about signatures, once about electricity arrears, and once to ask if she wanted him to arrange for the destruction of items of no sentimental value. The notary who had spoken for the estate when her father could not. The man who had sent a map with X's and then apologized for sending it. Victor Havel, real or painted, here or just near enough to hear pretend. He raised his voice, not loud, but such that it reached the seat of her skull. Don't look too long, he said again, and tapped the badge with a knuckle as if to show its solidity. Get out of the car. She hesitated, because the words were exactly her father's, and she could not tell if that was a trick. Now, Victor said, and the door sighed open for him, and the hospital made the clip sounds of the living. Shoes on tile, a printer crying for paper, the discreet cough of a receptionist disguising boredom. They sounded so unpainted that she reached for the handle and pulled. Cold air took her face. She stepped out into it and locked the car, because the muscle remembered habits that had nothing to do with hauntings. The badge swung on its lanyard as Victor trotted the last step to meet her. Up close, he had the texture she needed from the world if she was to trust it. Beard growth not yet ashamed of itself, a smear of ink on the web of his hand, the lines at the corners of his eyes scribbled rather than drawn. Breath fogged between them and dissipated without lag. "Ms. Halden?" he asked, kinder than a morning deserved. "Yes," she said, and the word obeyed her mouth, not the air. He glanced over her shoulder into the car. "Don't look," he said low, "and don't turn back to it if you can help it." He took a step that was very slightly between her and the hatchback, the way you would stand between a parent and an open well when speaking news they should not hear. "We need to move quickly. If it's out with you, the longer we stand in glass, the more it learns your outline." She stared at him, and something in her unwound because he spoke the fact it without flinching, without the discredit of euphemism. "You believe me," she said, and it wasn't a question. "I've seen the estate," he said simply, "and what it keeps. Your father." His face shifted, grief running strangely clean through it. "Come inside, please." She followed him through the doors that parted like sentences. The foyer smelled of floor cleaner and the too-sweet coffee of waiting rooms. Light fell without narrative. The cactus was only a cactus. A child hissed to a sibling to stop touching the automatic hand sanitizer, and the sibling touched it again, and laughter made a sound that did not belong to varnish. The relief made her dizzy. On the far side of the reception, glass framed a small conference room where no one sat. Victor nodded toward it. "There," he said, and then, because he had not stopped being a notary even now, "We'll talk. Quietly. Then you will decide whether to complete what your father refused or to burn it. But you should decide among people, not in walls that breathe." Evelyn looked at the glass of the conference room and bit the inside of her cheek until salt came. "No," she said. "No more glass." Victor glanced at the ceiling, at the fluorescent fixtures that hummed without malice. "Stairwell," he said. "Concrete. Echoes. Nothing to paint." He led her to a gray door stenciled with a number, and the hinges moaned in a voice that had forgotten elegance. The stairwell was a brutalist throat, cold and honest. He sat on the bottom step, because it was a step and not a stage, and looked at her with a quiet that had nothing to do with paint. She sat opposite, hands in her lap, and watched the pulse in her wrist insist on being human. "Tell me exactly," he said. "Everything, from the first breath." Evelyn opened her mouth. The house was far, the pigment in her veins deferred. She began, above them. Something knocked softly, 3 times, somewhere in the ductwork, which was only air and metal and nothing else. The sound came a half-second late, or she only imagined it did. She did not look up. She kept her eyes on Victor's ink-smudged hand and told him what the pain had made of her. Chapter 7. The Mirror That Forgets. Victor led her through the concrete throat of the stairwell until the hum of the hospital loosened and the world returned to the sort of silence that had weight. He kept a measured distance, as if proximity could provoke the thing that trailed them. Twice he glanced at the metal landings, the bare light bulbs, the rivulets of condensation, and twice his mouth shaped a private inventory, the way a man might count receipts under his breath. He did not ask if she was all right. He asked only, left knee or right, when the flight steepened, and when she said right, he adjusted his pace so that the turns took pressure from that side. The kindness caught at her throat more than the climb. They emerged into a service corridor lined with beige doors and a scent of antiseptic that did not aspire to be pleasant. Victor produced a key from the same pocket as his badge, an old-fashioned thing with a rounded bow, and opened a door that did not have a number. The room beyond could have belonged to anyone and therefore to no one. A kettle, 2 mugs with mismatched handles, a table scarred by a previous life, and a pair of chairs that had given up the idea of matching. In one corner stood a coat stand with nothing on it, as if it were practicing absence. The window was a square of frosted glass. She felt her shoulders come up at the sight of it, and Victor, watching, crossed the room and slid the blind down, so that the frosted square became a plain gray rectangle. "Better," he said. He set his badge on the table like a small shield. "You should eat, or at least hold something warm." She did not think she could swallow, but she accepted the mug when it came. Cheap tea, aggressively tannic, steam peeling from it in honest curls. The heat made her aware of her fingers, and then of the pale filaments pulsing beneath the skin, those threads of breathable white. They had quieted in the hospital, contained by the concrete and by Victor's matter-of-factness. Still, they answered occasionally, a soft throb that found to be her heart, like a tuning fork finds a note. He sat opposite, elbows on his knees, hands linked in front of him. He had an inked on his thumb and a crease in his collar, where a hurried iron had yielded. He was, blessedly, human-shaped without quotation marks. "You've read the probate files," she said, when the tea had softened the lining of her mouth enough for speech. "You know about the house." "I've read what paper can hold," he said, "and I've been Halden twice. The first time to meet your father, though he didn't meet me. The second to look for electricity meters the council swore were still there. Paper does badly with the parts that breathe." He let the line sit. Then quietly, "Tell me what the paper doesn't know." So she did. She spoke of the studio with its tarpaulins peeled back like old scabs, of the painting she had flipped face down in the room that had answered like a body deprived of air. She admitted the 3 taps at the door, and the voice behind it that could have been her father's if grief hadn't rearranged sound. She described the corridor of mirrors where her reflection had acquired a delay, and the way one hand had pushed through as if glass were a pond. She told him about the hidden stare that inhaled as she passed, the circular painting that hung like a moon over the basin of liquid silver, Margaret's warm, impossible touch. When she reached the part where the pigment had threaded into her veins, she expected him to stop her with a smile for polite delusions. He did not. He watched her hands. When she lifted them, he leaned forward as if to catch a fall. He spoke only once, to ask, "Where in the foundation?" She drew what she could on the table with the pad of her finger, using tea as ink. The main hall in the east corridor, the short run of steps to the little veiled room, the door hidden by muslin, and the spiral down to the basin. He nodded, the nod of a man who had already mapped the ribs of the house in his head. When she finished, both mugs had cooled and developed a thin skin that made the tea look older than it was. "You knew my father," she said, almost angry with the idea of it. "You said you met him." "I met his absence," Victor said. He had left letters and a list of keys. He had left the instruction to burn anything that did not answer to the names in the inventory. But the inventory had names like study of breath in dusklight and inheritance partial. Most things were not inclined to answer. "I burned nothing." He glanced at the blind, then back at her face. "I thought I had time to return, and asked him how to distinguish the parts he could live without. Then you called me for the funeral." "He told me not to look too long," she said, and lifted the mug for warmth. "He taught me to look. He taught me to stand far enough back to see what a painting asked. And then he warned me away from the one thing that looked back." Victor made the smallest motion, a sigh reinvented as a nod. "Grief makes laws," he said. "Artists make exceptions. Together they build strange houses." She might have smiled at another hour. She didn't now. "What do we do?" He had a talent for not flinching at the plural. "First we make you difficult to copy. Rest, salt, water, and a room where reflections have nothing to work with. We find you clothing without sheen. We keep you away from glass. We avoid fatigue, because tired eyes simplify what they see, and the thing you're carrying prefers simplicity." He lifted his hands, palms bare, "and we wait until dusk. Mirrors are weakest at dusk." "Why?" "Because the day forgets its edges and the night hasn't drawn them yet. It's the only hour that doesn't trust its own outline." He spoke as if these were skills he had used before, and perhaps, she thought, in another life they were, only in law. He was a man who had shepherded people through the administrative mirrors that give back, with a lag, a stupider version of a life. She let herself obey him, because obedience felt like a form of rest. He left once, to fetch a blanket from a locker and a packet of unsalted crackers from a machine. When he returned, he found her staring at the gray rectangle of the lowered blind, as if it might think. He moved between her and it without comment, unfolded the blanket, and draped it over her shoulders with the neatness of a nurse. The wool had the sour dignity of communal things. It made a small tent where she could hide. "Why do you know about mirrors?" she asked from within her tent, not trusting the room, but trusting him. "Because I was a young man once and proud, and did a thing I shouldn't in a house that belonged to people like yours," he said, with no relish in the confession. "I broke a piece that could not bear being broken. I watched the room forget how to hold the person it reflected. I realized then that forgetting is not gentleness. It has corners." She wanted the story and could not carry it. He did not make her. They chose the corner of the room farthest from the blind. He put his back to the wall like a soldier without pretense, and she took the chair that let her watch the door, between them on the table. His badge lay face up like a punctuation mark that could stop a sentence if asked. The hours that followed were weightless and heavy. She dozed in the way a hunted animal dozes. Every sound a hook. When she woke, Victor had changed nothing. Same chair, same inclination of head, same careful distance, as if the simplest form of care was to be there when she returned to herself. Once he rose and opened the door a fraction to listen to the corridor. Once he stood and looked into the kettle, as if it might hold omens, and, finding none, filled it again. He was not the kind of man who fidgeted with his phone when other people wept. She was grateful and resentful in the same breath. Grateful for his steadiness, resentful that someone else had to carry her reality for her until her hands could bear it again. When dusk came, it came without ceremony, a graying of the rectangle behind the blind, a thickening of the air the lungs notice before the eyes do. Victor set the mugs aside, cleared the table with the gentleness of a librarian, and pulled a small object from his pocket wrapped in tissue. He unrolled it and set it between them. It was an oval thing, no larger than a biscuit tin lid, dark with age. For a moment she thought it was a mirror, until it only reflected darkness. "Obsidian," he said. "It remembers less than glass. The old women use them for scrying, and the young use them to fix their hair. I don't ask the questions, but I use it to catch things that want to surface. If we must test a room, we use this, not that." He indicated the blind. "Test for what?" "For whether it has followed you here as more than a breath." He lifted the obsidian to eye level and tilted it so that it faced the corner where the walls met. He did not look at it. He watched the corner. "Stay with me," he said, the way you would say it to a swimmer. "If anything moves in the black, I don't want you to notice before I do." "Victor." "Hush," he said, and the word was not rude. It was a hand on a hot pan, quick and saving. She fixed her eyes on his ink that the rectangle behind the blind dulled a shade. Then another. Somewhere in the hospital, a trolley rattled like cutlery. Her pulse kept its small argument with the pigment beneath her skin. For the space of 3 breaths, nothing happened. And then the obsidian went soft. Not in his hand. Its weight did not change, but in itself. Its blackness became a depth, the way a night sky becomes a depth when a first star carves it. Victor did not move. She watched the hollow of his throat tighten, then ease. "In the corner," he said, without lowering the disc, "I see only 2 planes. I want to see 3. Rooms forget their corners first." She looked, slow as he had taught her, not pouncing, as if the corner could be startled. 2 planes met, and the line where they should have joined had lost its authority. It frayed softly outward, like paint thinned too much with linseed, bled into by light. The 3rd plane, the illusion of distance that corners always lie about, was absent. Her eyes wanted to insist on it. The corner declined. "It's here," she whispered. "It is not the house," he said at once. "It is the habit of the house. That's different. Habits can be broken." He set the obsidian down. It did not offer back 2 pale faces. As glass would have, it took their shapes and kept them. He stood, not abrupt, but with the decision of a man who had put off rising as long as he could, and crossed to the blind. He lifted it an inch and let the last of the evening leak into the room. The light had no color left to brag about. It was a sort of light in which small, quietly terrible things happen. A moth surrendering to a spider, The first gray hair trusted be white. "All right," he said, more to the room than to her. "We'll make it harder." "What does that mean?" "We misalign the reflections. We deny it easy copies." He looked around, inventorying. "We do not face mirrors toward mirrors. We break up the sight lines. We take away corners." He drew a stick of chalk from his pocket. Hospital chalk, the dry. Ready kind used to remind cleaners where not to mop, and crouched to draw a narrow curve along the base of the wall, where it met the floor. When he stood, the seam had been turned into a soft arc. He moved to the next corner and did the same, and the next, until the room's angles held an indecision that did not belong to architecture. Evelyn wanted to laugh at the primness of the cure. Chalk lines against something that had learned to paint. Yet as he worked, the breath beneath her skin slowed, confused by the softened geometry. She stood and pressed her palm flat to the wall. It did not inhale. The relief was small, and so sharp it pricked tears from her eyes. She wiped them away with the heel of her hand, and tasted salt and dust and the hospital's old soap. "You're trembling," Victor said, not a question. "I've been trembling for days," she said, not an apology. He nodded, an agreement with something larger than them both. "We'll move you to my place," he said. "No glass in the bedroom. I have books enough to break any straight line. And an old wardrobe with a mirror I covered in brown paper years ago and never took it down again. The stairs creak. The boiler lies. It is an honest house in all the necessary ways." The notion of leaving this small, chalk-ringed principality frightened and cheered her. "It won't come." "It will," he said, "but we will make it work for the privilege. And we'll make you a poor subject. People forget that art chooses, too." It was dark enough now that the blind made little difference. He turned the overhead light on, and the room was lit not with the slyness of halogen, but the brutality of a round, exposed bulb. Every flaw in the paint stood forward. Every old tape mark declared itself. Light like this was a mercy. It recorded and did not interpret. Evelyn's shoulders sank another fraction of an inch. 5 minutes, Victor said, glancing at his watch. "Then we go. I'll fetch the car round to the staff entrance. 2 sets of doors. Less glass." He left her with the obsidian and the chalk and the kettle. She held the disc at arm's length and turned it so that it faced a blind. It offered nothing, neither the suggestion of light nor of her own shape. She spoke to it regardless, the way a person will sometimes speak to a dark pond to make it not feel alone. "I will not finish her," she said. "I will not finish me." Something answered in the air. Only the hospital's ventilation, she told herself. The breath of a building that had never learned to make a soul of its lungs. She held the obsidian until her hand tired, set it down, then bent and gathered the small white curls of chalk Victor had left on the floor and rolled them into a ball as if chalk could be kneaded into permanence. The door opened, and it was not Victor. A woman stood there in blue scrubs, a lanyard bright against her chest. She wore a surgical mask pulled down under her chin and a ponytail, whose elastic had been replaced with a rubber band. Her eyes, tired and intelligent, took in the room, the chalk corners, the wool blanket, the kettle. They returned to Evelyn's face with a look that was not unkind. "You're with Mr. Havel," she said as a fact. "He's parked in the bay. Told me to come fetch you. He said to tell you." She squinted, searching for the words. "That you mustn't look too long at the floor between the doors." The phrasing brushed her skin like cold breath. "He said that." The nurse nodded. "And he said to tell you my name, so you'd know I'm mine." She touched her badge. "Amrita." The name held, human in the mouth. Evelyn searched the nurse's face with a telltale oversimplification. The way paint makes the slant of a nose too confident or a pupil too perfectly round, but found instead a small scar on the jaw and mascara smudged where the lash met the lid. The scar was not proud enough to be invented. She gathered the blanket around her shoulders, took the obsidian disc because leaving it felt like a lie, and followed Amrita into the corridor. They took a route of deliberate ugliness. Service halls, a lift with walls brushed to the nap by too many beds, a war in the back of house that hospitals keep for guts, where glass insisted. Amrita found angles that made it an inconvenience rather than a surface. The fluorescent light hummed. The blistered paint along one doorframe peeled, like an old sunburn. Twice they stood aside for a porter with a trolley and a woman wheeling a baby whose cry kept breaking as if the air were too cold for sound. At the staff entrance, two glass doors faced each other with vestibule between. The floor had been polished to speak well of the hospital. It reflected with a moderate vanity. Enough to copy a shoe, not enough to steal a face. Amrita put her shoulder to the first door and held it. "Between the doors," she said, keeping her voice like a hand on Evelyn's elbow. "Look at my eyes. Not the floor, not the glass, not yours. I know how to look," Evelyn said, and heard her father in the arrogance of it. "Good," Amrita said, smiling with her eyes. "Then look at mine." They crossed. It was like stepping between tongue and teeth. The floor offered back something under the shine, a suggestion of depth where there should have been only wax. She kept Amrita's eyes, which were brown with a thread of gold, and tried not to hear the small sound the vestibule made, like someone savoring soup. The second door resisted at first, calmly, like a polite refusal, and then, when asked again with greater weight, allowed them into the cold. Victor's car waited in the bay, a hatchback that had chosen anonymity as a virtue. He stood with one hand on the roof and the other in his pocket. The pose wanted to be careless and failed. Relief passed clean over his face when he saw them. "Good," he said, and the word had breadth. "Your warning," Evelyn said, shaking out the blanket to hand it to Amrita, to look at her eyes. "I owe Amrita biscuits," he said dry. 2 packs. The nurse saluted with her badge. She had the briskness of a person who keeps living people moving. She leaned to Evelyn, lowered her voice. "If you feel it start to climb up the glass, open the window a crack. Let it argue with weather. Weather forgets evenly." Evelyn wanted to hug her for that sentence alone, and could think of no way to do it that did not feel like a promise she couldn't keep. "Thank you," she said, and the thanks had the shape of a vow. They drove. The city at night was not a saint, but it had the decency to admit its artifices. It flashed neon and made steam from grates, and let foxes own its alleys. Victor took turns of shade too wide to avoid shop fronts and chose routes that favored brick and weeds and corrugated shutters. He drove as if the shortest line had something to recommend it when you were being watched. "Tell me about your father's last week," he said eventually, "the way doctors tell you to count backward from 100 to keep you from fainting. Anything small, what he asked for, what he avoided." "He avoided sleep," she said. "He asked for light. He turned the paintings to face the walls, and then turned them back again, as if not seeing them made them bolder. He laughed that the house had learned his bad habits, and then cried that he had taught it any." She watched shop windows like teeth slide past. He said, she stopped. The sentence had weight and teeth. He said, "He could hear my breath when I was not in the room." Victor's hands tightened on the wheel. The streetlights pulled neat ellipses along the hood. "And could you hear his?" "In the walls," she said, "in the floorboards, in a way that made me a liar if I denied it." The car ticked as it cooled when they reached the street, a terrace that had not improved itself since the 70s. The houses leaned into one another for warmth. Paint had flaked and been left to flake. The pavement was a quilt of fixes. He parked under a sycamore and led her up 3 steps to a door that had a brass letter slot polished by the kind of hand that polishes because it knows how, not because it believes the world will see. He opened it and stood aside, but then did not let her cross the threshold immediately. He turned the hall light on and off in a little staccato rhythm. 3 clicks, and listened to something only habit hears. Satisfied, he nodded her in. His house smelled of paper that had been read and read again, of soap, of coffee that had grown into the wood. The hall had too many books for its width. They ate the mirrors. A chair held a coat in a posture that resembled thought. A print on the wall, woodcut, black on cream, showed a hand holding a leaf. The hand was imperfectly carved. She blessed the roughness. "Up," he said, and they climbed the staircase with a runner that had faded to a kindness. On the landing a mirror hung in an old frame, but brown paper covered the glass and had been taped there so long the edges had gone hairy. "I left it," he said, "because I'm superstitious, and because being right once is a poor reason to change a habit." He opened the first door. "Bathroom." The second. "My study." "We won't use it. Too many glassy things pretending to be wood." The third. You. The room was small and therefore fair. A bed whose headboard had been owned by other beds rested under a window with blind of fabric that would not shine. 2 shelves of books made a texture of all the words he had trusted enough to keep. A lamp with shade the color of tea sat on a table scratched into an alphabet of accidents. No mirror, no glass. Even the picture on the wall, an engraving of a harbor, had been framed without glaze. The air was the temperature of a house that is working at being warm. He stood awkwardly in the doorway like a father on a first day. "It isn't," he began. "It is," she said. "It's exactly." He set her bag when had he picked it up. By the chair, he pointed to a bell push wired to nothing, an antique flourish that would never ring. "If you need me, shout. If the room begins to change shape, call my name. Not its. Rooms like names. Give them yours." She did not want him to go. He did not go far. She heard him in the kitchen below making an inventory of drawers, as if a wooden spoon could fend off a painting. She sat on the bed and let her eyes find the corners, for them, obedient, unremarkable. She laid the obsidian disc on the bedside table and covered it with a folded handkerchief as if tucking in a child. She drank water. She unbuttoned her sleeves and discovered, with a silent thanks to Amrita's superstition, that the thin breath-white traceries beneath her skin had dulled in the presence of fabrics that absorbed light rather than offered it back. She slept. She fell not through darkness but through grain, the close-up of wood that all old houses teach you if you listen to their stairs. A plane scraped the dream like a knife. Someone breathed behind it. She woke to the small sounds houses make when you join them. The sigh that means another person has turned. The clock on the mantel downstairs found the discipline to be a clock. She counted the strikes, 2, 3, 4, and stopped counting not because the hours ended, but because the counting made space for another sound. A whisper beyond the door, softer than a person would choose, not because it meant to hide, but because it was working out how to speak. Her father's warning acted on her body. She did not move. She did not look. She did not give the door her face. She listened. "Evelyn," said the whisper, careful, as if reading a word traced on glass. "Evelyn Halden." The air in her throat turned to varnish. She thought of Victor asleep, of books like sandbags, of tape on brown paper, of chalk curves drawn to soften corners. She thought of Amrita's scar and her gold thread of iris. She thought of the hand on the painting reaching, without weight, to press her chest. She rose and stood beside the bed, feet finding a rug that had been woven to remember feet. The whisper came again, from a different place, behind the wardrobe, and then from the ceiling, and then, as if the house were learning to triangulate, from the window blind. Each time, the syllables improved. She did not answer. She pulled the chair to the middle of the room, because middle was safer than edge. She sat, spine straight, and looked at nothing. She waited. Minutes developed like photographs. The whisper changed tactics. It became her father. "Do not look too long," it said. Perfect, generous, beloved. She closed her eyes and knew the paint had stolen the curve of his mouth. When she opened them again, a darker dark pooled under the blind where the window met the sill. It was the shape a body might be if a body were made of night. It deepened until it could pretend to be vertical. She could have sworn she saw her own outline stand and look at her, not late this time, but a fraction early, demonstrating how she would rise in a moment to meet it. She kept her hands on her knees, and her knees obedient to gravity. "Victor," she said, with a voice that belonged to a person who could be heard through floorboards. "Victor Havel." He answered, as if he had been sitting awake with his shoes on. She heard him take the stairs in 4 long steps, one of them hurrying and one of them careful for the runner. The door opened, the light came on, and the dark and the blind fled like water when you breathe on frost. He crossed the room not to her, but to the window. He lifted the blind an inch. Night pressed the glass with an indifferent face. He let it fall and turned to her. "You didn't look," he said. "No. Good." He lifted a hand to the air beside her head, not touching it, and moved it slowly, testing for the coolness that comes when a draft passes through a place with no patience for physics. "It came to learn the room," he said. "It forgot." "What?" "It forgot itself." His mouth made a tired, delighted shape around the realization. Reflections are terrible at not being looked at. They are nothing until your gaze arrives. Forgetting is their only sin and their only mercy. It will make mistakes when you leave it hungry. He went to the wardrobe and pressed his palm against the brown paper covering the mirror. The paper declined to be a mouth. He nodded once at its refusal. We keep it starving, he said. We keep you fed. We teach it that it cannot have the easy copy. We make it admit you will not finish her. Then he stopped, as if to name the end would give a power he did not want it to have. Then we try the house. Back, she said, equal parts dread and desire. Back, he said, steady. She looked at the obsidian under the handkerchief and did not lift the cloth. She looked at the corners, and they were corners. She looked at Victor, and he had ink on his thumb. She breathed. The room did not answer. The mirror behind the paper did not call her name. Somewhere in the street a fox screamed, and night remembered itself. And for the first time since Halden Manor had put its mouth to her skin, Evelyn slept a second sleep that belonged to her alone. Chapter 8. The Chamber of Unfinished Air. Morning came without conviction, its light thin and domestic, too humble for the weight it had to carry. Victor's house breathed quietly, as houses do when they believe they are still safe. In the kitchen, the kettle ticked with the leftover warmth of boiled water. The sound was ordinary and therefore holy. Evelyn sat at the table with her palms wrapped around a mug of tea that had forgotten to be hot. Neither of them had spoken much since dawn. Sleep had been a negotiation rather than a victory. Each time she closed her eyes, she dreamed of the manor's hidden stare, of pigment folding like lungs, of the sound of her father saying her name not as a word but as an exhalation. When she woke, the morning had felt thinner, as if part of her dream had stayed behind to breathe in the dark. Victor looked worse than night. His shirt had not been changed. His eyes were rimmed with the red of deliberate wakefulness. Yet he carried his exhaustion like a professional secret. On the table beside his elbow lay the old obsidian disc, the brown paper-covered mirror from the landing, and a small notebook filled with rapid, compressed writing. He had been sketching diagrams, loops, spirals, arrows drawn to nothing. She recognized the pattern before she knew what it meant. The same spiral that wound down beneath Halden Manor. You drew this from memory? She asked. He nodded. From your description. And something else, a drawing in your father's ledger. He sent me one before he died. Said it was a map of inheritance. I thought it was metaphoric. I was wrong. He closed a notebook, as though to stop the spiral from deepening. We can't stay here, he said simply. It will come. The breath follows its host. Evelyn stared at the tea, watching the faint movement of the liquid when she breathed. It already has. The walls whisper my name before sunrise. I know, Victor said. I heard it. That's why we go back. She looked up sharply. Back! He leaned forward. We can't destroy what we don't understand. It will rebuild itself, as it's already rebuilding through you. But your father left something unfinished. The chamber wasn't complete. He sealed part of it off. If we can finish his work. Finish it? She interrupted. You mean finish her? I mean stop her from needing to finish you, he said, calm and weary. Whatever he built, that circular painting, that basin of breath, it was meant to be closed. He bound her there half alive. That's why the pigment needs you now. You're the last open lung. The words made the room smaller. She could feel her pulse behind her teeth, that faint echo of something not entirely hers. And if we fail, then the house keeps breathing. Through you, through me, through everything that remembers its shape. The idea of returning to Halden Manor felt like walking back into her own lungs, inevitable, suffocating. Yet she found herself nodding. Then we finish it, she said. They left before noon, taking Victor's car and the obsidian disc wrapped in a towel. The city thinned quickly, as if embarrassed by its pretensions of reality. By the time they reached the countryside, the air begun to feel heavy again. Not thick with fog this time, but with expectation. Evelyn watched the hedgerows blur past, noting how the fields seemed less certain of themselves. Fences leaned at impossible angles. The clouds above moved slower than they should have, as though waiting for the ground to remember which way was up. Does it look the same to you? She asked. No, Victor said quietly. But it never does when you're going back to something that remembers you. At first, the manor did not appear at all. The lane curved through bare oaks and thickets of ivy, leading them in circles that the map did not predict. Twice they passed the same stone milepost. Its lettering subtly altered each time. The first read Halden Cross 1 mile. The second, Halden House 1 breath. She said nothing the first time. The second time she gripped the dashboard. It's rewriting itself. "Oh, we are," Victor said. His voice was low. "Steady. Hold to what you know. Name what you see." It slows it down. "Name what I see?" "Yes. Speak it. Make the world agree with you." Evelyn tried. "Trees," she said, forcing the word. "Road. Wind." The wind obliged, rising against the car in a soft gust. The road brightened beneath them. Victor gave a small approving nod. "Good. Keep breathing." By the time the manor gates came into view, the sun had already dulled into amber haze. The wrought iron stood open, the hinges slick with a sheen of fresh paint, though she knew no one had touched them in years. Beyond, the long drive stretched empty and wet, reflecting the sky like an unfinished varnish. The house awaited them at the end, taller than she remembered. Every window shone faintly from within, as if lit by the slow pulse of a sleeping thing. She stopped at the threshold of the gravel. "It's alive." "It always was," Victor said. "We just learned to notice." They parked near the main steps. The air smelled of turpentine and wet earth. When she stepped out, the silence greeted her like an old habit. Heavy, watchful. The front doors were already ajar. She did not remember opening them, nor did Victor, but neither questioned it. Inside, the hall had changed. The portraits were gone. The mirrors along the corridor reflections had melted, their frames now holding faint films of fog that trembled with each breath she took. The staircase had warped slightly to the left, a subtle wrongness that made walking feel like wading through memory. They moved cautiously, carrying the obsidian disc between them like a relic. Victor lit a lantern he brought, its flame steady but colorless. "We head to the studio," he said. "The chamber lies beneath." Evelyn followed him through corridors that shifted underfoot. The wallpaper patterns no longer repeated properly. Flowers bloomed into eyes, faded, and returned as petals again. Every sound came a half-second late, as if time were remembering its own echo. When they reached the old studio door, it was already open. A faint white mist drifted out, cool and rhythmic, as though the room itself breathed. Evelyn hesitated. "It's waiting." "So are we," Victor said, and stepped inside. The studio had been remade. The veiled canvases were gone. The tarpaulins had been peeled back to reveal walls of raw plaster that pulsed softly, expanding and contracting in time with their breathing. The air shimmered with a fine dust of pigment. In the center of the room stood the easel. The circular painting hung above it now, suspended by chains as before, but brighter, almost transparent, its surface alive with slow motion. Beneath it, the basin of liquid silver glowed faintly, stirring as if something beneath were turning in sleep. Victor placed the obsidian on the table. Its surface drank the light. "It's open again," he said, "but the edges haven't closed. We can still end it." Evelyn felt her pulse synchronize with the slow rhythm of the chamber. "How?" "Your father left notes," Victor said. He produced a notebook and flipped through it quickly, pages marked with graphite. He wrote, "When the air completes its circle, seal the lungs with reflection." I think he meant the obsidian, a surface that remembers nothing, that refuses to copy. She looked at the glowing basin. "You think it'll stop her?" "I think it'll give her nowhere to go." The light from the painting flared. As if an answer, shapes moved within it. Half faces, smudged hands reaching outward. Margaret's voice whispered from the air itself. "You came back." Evelyn's knees weakened. "She's awake." Victor's jaw set. "Keep talking. Don't let her finish the sentence." But the voice grew stronger, layered with warmth and regret. "You breathe because I remember you. All of you are pigment on my tongue." The air thickened, each word a gust that moved the dust. The floorboards beneath their feet rose and fell. Victor stepped closer to the basin. "If we seal it, will it die?" "Nothing dies," Margaret said, her tone almost tender. "It only transfers its breath." Evelyn staggered forward. "You lied to him. You said he could trap you, but he only trapped himself." The surface of the circular painting rippled. For an instant she saw her father kneeling within it, his eyes hollow, his chest rising and falling in rhythm with the manor's pulse. "He built me lungs," Margaret said softly. "You will give me voice." "No," Evelyn said, and reached for the obsidian. The disc vibrated under her touch, humming with a frequency that felt like the air itself turning solid. She lifted it toward the painting. The black surface reflected nothing. Not her, not Victor, not the room. Margaret's voice faltered. "You bring absence." Evelyn's hand trembled. "You taught me to look," she whispered, remembering her father. "But you never taught me to stop." She thrust the obsidian forward. The air screamed not in sound, but in pressure. The light from the painting condensed into a single beam and struck the disc. For a heartbeat, the world inverted. Every shadow became light, every breath a vacuum. Victor shouted something she couldn't hear. The floor cracked beneath them, the spiral stair yawning open. She fell to her knees beside the basin, its liquid surging upward like water desperate for air. Within it, face to surface, Margaret, her father, and her own, all painted in the same impossible white. The obsidian burned cold in her hand. She pressed it against the liquid. There was a sound like the first gasp of a newborn. The chamber convulsed. The air folded in on itself, and for a moment she thought she saw the entire manor inhaling, windows imploding, corridors collapsing, rooms merging like lungs closing around a single exhale. Then silence. When she opened her eyes, she was on the floor, the basin empty, the painting gone. The walls no longer moved. The air was still. Victor knelt beside her, his face pale, his breathing shallow. "Did it work?" she whispered. He looked around. "It's quiet. Quiet." The most fragile word in the language. She turned her hand over. The obsidian was gone. In its place lay a thin layer of fine white dust, clinging to her skin. It pulsed once, faintly, not like life, but like memory. Outside, the wind shifted. The house groaned, then sighed. The chamber had exhaled. Chapter 9. The Breath That Remains. The silence held for nearly an hour. It was not a clean silence, not the kind that follows completion, but the thick, hesitant pause after something vital has changed its shape. The air in the studio was cold now, still quivering from the violence that had passed through it. Dust hung where light used to be, falling slowly as though gravity itself needed time to remember its purpose. Evelyn lay on her side, one hand open against the floorboards. The wood felt different, rigid, solid, dead. For the first time since her return, the manor did not pulse beneath her touch. The walls no longer breathed. The shadows no longer adjusted themselves to her movements. The house had gone still. Victor crouched nearby, his hand on her shoulder, his face drawn in the pale wash of the lantern's glow. "It's done," he whispered. "You closed it." She wanted to believe him. The quiet was seductive, the kind of peace that comes when a wound stops bleeding even though the body is not yet healed. She sat up slowly. The basin that had held the silver liquid was dry, cracked at the rim. The chains that had suspended the circular painting now hung loose, dripping a faint residue of white dust. The dust was everywhere, on the walls, on the easel, across Victor's coat, and especially on her hands. It shimmered faintly when she moved. He followed her gaze. "The pigment," he said. "It's just residue. Ash." She rubbed her palms together, but the dust clung as though it had found its home. Beneath it, her veins glowed faintly, tracing the same pulsing rhythm she had felt before. "No," she said quietly. "It isn't gone." Victor shook his head, too tired to argue. "It can't survive without the basin. It was bound to that room." Evelyn rose to her feet, unsteady. "So was she, and she spoke after you sealed her." He glanced at the empty space where the painting had hung. That was reflex, an echo. She met his eyes. Echoes don't breathe. The dust stirred at her words, lifting from the floor like motes caught in a draft. Victor saw it too, the way it seemed to rise in rhythm with her speech. He swallowed, and for the first time she saw a flicker of fear in his composure. "Evelyn," he said carefully, "let's go upstairs. You need air." She almost laughed. "Air? That's all I am now." Still, she followed him. The stairs complained under their weight, though the house itself remained inert. The fog outside the windows had thickened again, pressing against the glass as if curious about what had changed inside. When they reached the great hall, the portraits were still gone, but faint outlines lingered on the walls. Human shapes rendered in pale pigment, as though the paint had fled its subjects. Victor stopped near the front door. "We'll rest in the car. Get to the village by nightfall. There's no reason to." He froze. Evelyn had stepped forward into the shaft of light, falling through the doorway, and something in the light had shifted. Her shadow didn't match her body. It lagged behind by a heartbeat, then caught up, then slipped again. "Stay still," Victor said. She obeyed, staring down at the floor. The shadow breathed. She could see it expand and contract slightly, as if the outline of her own body inhaled separately from her lungs. Her voice was a whisper. "It's inside me." Victor looked at her, not as a man looks at a monster, but as someone watching the truth rearrange itself too fast and aim. "It's unfinished," he said. "You completed the seal, but it needed an anchor. It chose the closest vessel." "Me?" "You." Evelyn lifted her hand. The veins beneath her skin shone brighter now, the same faint luminescent white as the pigment that had filled the basin. Her pulse synchronized with something deeper, slower, a rhythm she could feel in the air around her, in the bones of the house, in the hesitant wind outside. "I can feel it breathing through me," she said. "The same rhythm as the manor. It didn't die. It just changed lungs." Victor ran a hand through his hair, leaving a smear of dust across his forehead. "Then we need to finish it properly. Burn what's left of the pigment." "There is no pigment," she said. "Not anymore." He hesitated, staring at her hands. "There's still you." The words landed like cold iron. She saw him flinch at his own implication, the horror of it dawning even as he spoke. "I mean, yes, you did." They stood in silence, the space between them heavy with what neither could undo. The house groaned softly, as if amused by their hesitation. Then a whisper, faint but unmistakable, slipped through the air. "Evelyn." It wasn't Margaret's voice. It wasn't her father's. It was her own. She turned sharply. The whisper came from the wall, from the outline where a portrait had once hung. The painted figure within the outline shimmered faintly, and she saw herself there, the same face, the same eyes, but still silent, waiting. Victor swore under his breath, "Don't go near it." But Evelyn stepped closer, drawn not by curiosity but by recognition. "It's me," she said softly. "The me that stayed." The painted version blinked. She staggered back. "It's alive." "No," Victor said, reaching for her arm. "It's copying. The house is rebuilding through you." The portrait's mouth opened, and the faintest trace of her voice, the same pitch, the same cadence, whispered from it. "Breathe." Evelyn's knees weakened. "Victor." He gripped her wrist. "Don't answer it. Don't give it your breath." The painted Evelyn tilted her head. Her lips parted again, but this time the word that came out wasn't breathe. It was stay. The air thickened. The light dimmed. The walls shivered as if the house were stretching after a long sleep. Victor pulled her back, half dragging her toward the door. "We're leaving. Now." But when he tried to open the door, it refused. The wood had softened beneath his grip, pulsing faintly under his hand. He yanked harder. The door exhaled. "Victor." He turned to her, and for an instant his face was wrong, blurred, as though someone had painted it and forgotten to finish the eyes. Then it cleared again, leaving only fear. "It's remembering me now," he said. "It's learning faster." The floor tilted. The walls bent inward, closing like a diaphragm. The faint outlines of portraits along the hall began to reform. Half-faces, unblinking, their pigment taken from the dust in the air. Evelyn's skin burned cold. Her breath came in shallow bursts that echoed through the corridor like someone else's breathing. She fell to her knees. "I can't stop it," she gasped. "It's pulling the air out of me." Victor dropped beside her, pressing his hand over hers. "Listen to me." You can fight it. You said it yourself. It's using your lungs. So change the rhythm. Breathe wrong. Break the pattern. She looked at him, eyes wide. I don't know how. Yes, you do. You've been breaking rules your whole life. She tried. Inhale, hold. Exhale too fast. The air in her chest rebelled, a fire spreading through her ribs. The pulse beneath her skin stuttered, then steadied, then faltered again. The light in the hall flickered, syncopated with her breath. The portrait screamed, not aloud, but in silence, their mouths open in perfect unison. The house shuddered. For a moment she thought it might collapse entirely. Then everything stopped. The light returned. The walls went still. The dust settled. The outlines of the portraits faded once more into emptiness. Victor exhaled shakily. You did it. Evelyn looked down at her hands. The glow had dimmed, but faint traces of white still pulsed beneath the skin. No, she said softly. It's only sleeping. He glanced toward the door. Then we keep moving before it wakes. They stepped outside into the dim evening. The sky was pale, the air dry. For the first time in days, Evelyn could see stars above the fog. She breathed deeply, too deeply, and felt a strange expansion in her chest, the way the air wanted to linger, to stay with her. Where now? She asked. Victor hesitated, staring up at the manor silhouetted against the horizon. You can't go back to the city. Not like this. It'll follow. We find somewhere it can't remember. Is there such a place? He looked at her, and the exhaustion in his eyes answered before his words did. There has to be. She turned back toward the house. For the first time, it looked beautiful, ruined ghostly, its windows dark, its walls still, a corpse of memory. And yet, when the wind shifted, she heard it again, faint, fragile, almost loving, a sigh that rose within her ribs and returned from the house in perfect harmony. Her breath, its echo, the same rhythm, the same life. The house was gone, but the breath remained. Chapter 10. The dust remembers. They left the manor by the service road that pretended to forget it existed. Frost took the ruts where deliveries had once passed. Nils had made their decree along the embankment and were in no mood to retract it. Victor drove with the headlights low, as if a brighter beam might wake something in the hedges. The engine's hum sounded meek under the sky. Evelyn kept her hands beneath her thighs, so she would not watch the pale tracery in her veins answer the dashboard lights. They had spoken little while they gathered what little there was to take. The obsidian gone, the notebook packed. 2 woolen coats brushed free of powder, and then were freckled the instant breath touched them. In the hall, the last outline of a portrait had blurred as if blinking. Outside, the air had smelled clean, ridiculously so, like cold tin and damp grass, as if the world were determined to offer control sample. What can it remember out here? She asked, once the lane widened to the county road. Whatever you lend it, Victor said, eyes forward. Objects prefer simple stories. We must not write any for them. Is that what I am now? A pen. A mouth, he said. A lung. A window. A refusal. It changes depending on the hour. It would have irritated her, once, to be fed metaphor when she wanted instructions. Now, the metaphors sounded like instructions trying to speak through bad weather. She nodded as if he had given her a list. She pressed her tongue hard to the roof of her mouth until the desire to answer the house with a breath subsided. She kept her eyes on the road and named what she saw under her breath. Post, fence, ditch, oak, frost. Like a child staving off a nightmare by reciting the contents of a room. By the time the motorway found them, dawn had finished considering itself and moved into the business of mourning. White backs of lorries shouldering the lane. A slip road coughing up a saloon whose driver shaved with the sun visor mirror. A crow on the barrier deciding whether concrete could be food. The city's first rumor had begun, a smear of sodium and wet. It will be nosier there, Victor said, signal stabbing. Noisier, she agreed, and did not say that the silence of Halden had been the most terrible thing she had known, that a living quiet had taught her how sound could be a mouth. She watched the tips of her fingers. The pigment's glow had dimmed since the chamber, but it surged whenever light made a glass of her skin. Watch face, phone screen, the slick of the passenger window. She held the coat's cuff over her hands. She thought of the nurse with gold in the eye and a scar that had not bothered to be beautiful. She thought, if I must carry this, let it be heavy and honest. Let it leave finger smudges like any other dirt. The motorway signage began to promise that particular lies cities tell, that there is always an exit. Victor chose one called by a name that sounded less like a place than a cautionary fable. The sat-nav on his phone offered its blue thread. He ignored it. He drove as if his bones remembered a safer route. In the back seat, the blanket breathed once and then lay still, chastened by being seen. They entered London as if sliding into the back of a crowd already arguing. The river had its unshakable gray. Buses heaved their red accordion sighs. Corners stored a previous day's steam, and the pavements were salt-scattered and bad-tempered. Evelyn wanted the city to outshout what lived inside her. It tried. People did their ordinary brave thing, coffee balancing, school bag chastisement, the unavoidable pretense that the world was designed on purpose. And yet, as they drove, she saw where the design faltered, a shop window whose mannequin's hands were all sculpted in the same soft gesture. She had once used a test if a painting was dry. A newsagent's rack where one photo's eyes looked left in every paper, a little drunk on her own varnish. The billboard cologne that had acquired. Beneath the model's clavicle, the faintest frosting of bloom, like canvas sweating in a hot room. They did not go home. Victor had not asked her address, and she had not offered it. Both understood that a remembered place is easiest to paint. He chose a district with no story attached to either of them. Streets with cheap stucco and iron balconies pretending they should hold geraniums. A row of charity shops laboring under church bells. He parked where two plane trees had dignified the pavement with their molting. The bark peeled in long tongues. Beneath, the young skin shone. She tried not to think of frames, of what it does when it is told to carry a face for a century. First, he said, we walk until your breath forgets how to rhyme with the house. Then we sit where it is impolite to breathe loudly. Is there a place for that in London? He smiled with the corners of his mouth, as though he liked being asked for the impossible. Libraries make a sport of it. The local library had not surrendered to the century. Its portico had a chip in precisely the right place. Its revolving door had learned tack late, and therefore never forgot it. Its notices were scolded by a pinboard with more holes than cork. Inside, the air stroked the back of the neck with a soft dust. The stacks made their long, friendly alleys of spines. The floor pouted at each footfall. There were children, adults, the undecided, all of them willing to whisper in exchange for a chair and the illusion of an older time. Victor led her up a stair by the windowless side to a room that promised local history and delivered inheritance, disaster, and maps. She could feel the air tighten against her teeth, the social contract of quiet. He took 2 seats at a table that bowed to the idea of oak. He placed his notebook between them and his badge on top of it and folded his hands like a man attempting prayer for those who can't. Speak to me, he said very low, about how you are. There is a bell rope from the house in me, she said, matching his register. When I move too quickly, something tugs. Sometimes the building answers. Sometimes it only remembers how to. He nodded. If you are going to rupture, do it like a human. Cough, sneeze, cry. Do not let it make the sound for you. She wanted to laugh, but the laugh would have sounded like breaking a frame. She looked instead at the table, at the wood's pores and the glue smears in the small impressed circle where a ring, once, had sat too long in tea, and let the ordinary take her weight. She placed both palms on the grain. The dust in the room slightly brightened. Careful, Victor murmured, not rebuking mapping. She lifted her hands and tucked them into her sleeves. The dust dimmed again, disappointed. She felt a small, disloyal tenderness for its sulk. She had spent half her life sweeping her father's studio and the other half breathing his varnish. Dust, to her, had always been a congregation. Now it had learned a second gospel and come to her to be converted. I need to know, she whispered, what Margaret wanted, beyond not dying. What did she intend the world to become? A canvas, he said, a stillness with memory, a place where nothing leaves when it finishes happening. Hell, she said. Paradise, he returned, without heat, depending on how afraid you are of loss. She thought of the portraits, how they had kept their sitters alive badly, like bad hosts with good wine. She thought of her father's listening at the edges of paint. She thought of all the mornings she had been obliged to make leave of, watching a window turn a mirror and then to nothing each night. She mistook remembering for mercy. She mistook control for love, he said, and was not alone in it. They did not try to love each other then. It was tempting, in old rooms, the conspiracy of quiet, the way dust forgives kisses. But they had entered the hour of competence, and competent people postpone everything except the necessary. He rose to fetch a book of insurance maps thick enough to serve as a doorstop. She opened her father's ledger and searched again for the note that had once looked like mysticism and now resembled an apology. He traced the small squares of outbuildings until he found a pencil mark, a circle with a swallow's tail. She sounded the sentence with her lips, hardly there. The breath moves through powder first. Powder, dust, pigment, plaster. The list lengthened, obedient. The skin of books, the dry cough and old heating. Flour on a baker's sleeve, chalk on a child. She shut the ledger and breathed only in the top quarter of her lungs. Her breath fogged no one's glasses. The dust laid its head down. A child coughed in fiction. A trolley clicked twice near reference. A librarian and her cardigan exchanged a look that had decades in it and no desire to move any faster than necessary. It was a working day for the living. Evelyn thought she could bear to be a person in it. Food, Victor said, closing the atlas. The kind that sheds nothing and leaves no shine. Hard bread, she said. And soup, he said. When we breathe over it, it will complain. They walked 3 streets to a cafe that obliged by disliking grease. Its tables were matte. Its plants were annoyed enough to thrive. He ordered 2 soups without asking her which. Her relief at being fed was blunt and loyal. When the steam gave the air shape, the pigment under her skin pricked to attention, then settled, unable to persuade vapor into permanence. She had never been so grateful to watch a thing evaporate. They sat. They ate. They allowed the room to be ignorant of them. The women at the counter swapped stories without nouns. A man, dizzy with deadlines, turned his pencil into an argument, and then paid studiously with coins arranged by color. The city went about its proof of life. Only once did the breath in her work its way out where anyone else could see it. The sugar shaker brewed a brief fog beneath its lid, and a small universe of white granules clung together in a shape like a lung before collapsing when Victor tapped the glass with a fingernail. Sorry, she said, although she had not meant it and could not have helped it. Don't apologize to things, he said into his bowl. They love it. They paid. They left the tip with that automatic embarrassment of the well-mannered. They did not touch the chrome edge of the counter. On the way out, a boy of 5 in a dinosaur jumper fixed her with a look that children keep for animals and men keep for fire. He leaned toward her without knowing he did and inhaled as if the room were different where she was. His mother tugged his sleeve. He went. He looked over his shoulder. He would remember, she thought, that once he had seen a woman who smelled like books without the books, and he would never know what part of him had been taught. In that second, to look for the place where surfaces end. What next? She asked, when they reached the pavement, and the wind read their cheeks with its little penknife. The museum, he said, and the word had a weight only a city knows. It's houses of worship with the heating too high. It's one-way systems that lead to childhood, not to visit, to check. Pigment is religion there. We must see if it has learned to pray. The museum kept its old steps, patient with strollers and menageries of school children who had not yet met the tyranny of whispering. Inside, a glass roof made weather an exhibit. Security carried radios like birds that wanted to be guns. The map offered itself like a board game. Evelyn's feet found the galleries by the smell, the old secret of oil, tempera, high glue, and the higher secret beneath that, the human air that pictures keep, which is a slow condensation of thousands of people privately unarmed in front of faces. Careful, Victor said, voice under breath. If it begins here, we leave. This is too much to teach at once. She nodded, and then forgot to nod again because the first room had opened and she was home in a way that made her want to weep. Varnish brown to honey, reds that remembered a century, blues that knew how to be night without being black. She walked their edges not as a pilgrim, but as a carpenter checking joints. No mirror, only canvas, panel, gesso, rag paper. Oak! The breath in her waited, interested, as if a choir had warmed. The dust in the air found itself moral and refrained. She lowered her eyes to the plaque of a Dutch woman who had made a lemon brighter than winter and read the date aloud. The lemon obeyed time. It did not pulse. A guard stood where guards stand when they choose to be furniture. He glanced at them and did not decide to hate them. Victor kept his hands in his pockets and the set of his shoulders a little wrong, which is the magic by which men in rooms go invisible. They turn corners. They let a corridor decide them. In the third gallery, where Saints prefer had to show bones, the breath lifted in Evelyn's chest like someone else's laugh. She stopped before a small painting no one, statistically, loves. A minor Holy Family with a dog. The mother's fingers too long. The infant's foot a decade older than the rest of him. It was a foot. The varnish above the arch of it had developed. In the very moment she watched, a bloom the size of a breath. "Victor," she said. "I see it," he said. "Do not touch your mouth. Do not sigh." The bloom expanded, then cleared, then returned in the ghost of a circle. The dogs I followed late. The infant's foot twitched, then lay properly painted again, ashamed of itself. No one else noticed. A couple passed debating a frame. A school group paused in the doorway to count halos. A woman lifted her phone to photograph a pilgrim's dirty toe. "It is learning where the lungs are," Victor said, slow, admiring as one is forced to admire a good enemy. "The places paint thins. The places that remember fingers." Evelyn's fingers hurt. She wanted to lay her palm on the board and give the old forgiveness. You are wood and were a tree, and then a carpenter asked you to be straight, and then a painter asked you to be forever. She kept her hands in her sleeves. Her breath turned into a precise machine and timed itself to the radiators. The bloom subsided. The dog forgot as dogs do. The infant's foot returned to its original scandal. They moved on. Twice more. She saw a surface remembered could fog. Once over a cracked glaze in still life. Once in the corner of a portrait where a cuff caught the light. Each time, the breath in her swelled with the room like a lung drawn by a choir. Each time she aligned her inhale with Victor's, then off as on purpose, making a stutter the paintings couldn't copy. The fogs failed. The galleries did not learn a new weather. At the end of the wing, the museum made its contemporary concession. A room of white that had torn itself away from history and misplaced the ceremonials of frames. On the far wall, a canvas so large the human shape thought about leaving alone tried to be a field of indistinct gray and failed. The gray had eaten so much light it had learned hunger. Evelyn felt it watching her, as a cat watches a moth in a jar. "Not this one," Victor said, and his hand found her sleeve, because sleeves were what arms wore when they didn't dare skin. "It wants breath more than the others. It was painted to be a mouth." But she looked anyway because the life in her was older than rules and had a child's talent for disobedience. The gray changed shade in a place the size of a lung. In it, for a second, she saw a circular surface, the chamber's painting, growing up to the color like a moon rising through fog. She stepped backward. The motion echoed. A wall's version followed her a breath late. Victor interposed himself with the blindness of a man taught to block a blow and walked her out, counting lightly, 1, 2, 3, until the corridor made a bright throw for them, and people were in insistence again. They did not stop until stone returned underfoot. Older than a museum, older than what the museum had kept. They were in the portico, between columns that had learned not to listen to what men say about time. Buses argued the street. A gull took from a toddler a cracker, with a ruthlessness that honored hunger. The city frisked them for secrets, and, finding none it wished to keep, let them join its noise. "It knows the museum," she said, when she could take a long air without it being stolen. "Of course it does. Margaret is a wall of small girls taught to hold their breath in front of saints. And restorers," he said, "and guardians, and men with gloves, none of whom will have language for a fog that breathes." He looked out over the steps at the day, which had chosen a chill that clung to the ribs. "We cannot teach the world what to look away from. We can only choose where we stand when it begins to stare." "Where do we stand?" she asked. "Among the forgetful," he said. "Dusty places that have not been dusted. Rooms where no one minds if paint peels. Places the breath finds beneath its dignity. If we make you boring to it, You will survive long enough to decide. To decide what? Whether to finish the breath or to drown it, he said, the way a person says tea or coffee, when both are unsatisfactory, and both are the kind of choice adults must make. They went down the steps, and the bus scraped by with its big sigh and offered them advertisements for perfume, and a bank, and a play in which no one will be foolish enough to admit responsibility. The scent from the perfume poster carried roses and something colder. The paper breathed slightly where the paste had not taken to corners. Evelyn pressed her lips together and did not breathe near it. They walked until the city forgot their names. The pavements changed dialects. The streets went narrow to fit more life. They found a second-hand shop, because such places collect those who can't stop remembering. Inside, the racks carried old coats that had learned others' shoulders and stubborn furniture that refused to be choreographed into a show. Dust filled the air in a way that had nothing to do with lungs and everything to do with pockets. Here, Victor said, the dust already remembers too much. It will not take your story until it has finished gossiping about the last 5. Evelyn smiled without showing teeth. She ran a sleeve, not her hand, along the edge of a dresser. The air wavered a little, interested, and then deciding to be tired. She found a scarf someone had loved until it learned the shape of their stubborn chin and held it to the light. The weave failed where a pin had been. She wanted it. She did not dare it. The cashier, who had once been beautiful and now was more important than that, watched them with professional's borrowed indifference. We need linen, Victor said, and paper that knows how to tear. We'll make covers for glass and false corners for rooms. We'll buy what old houses throw off when they think no one wants it. We will build a forgetfulness. They left with a bag of the sort that breaks only after you have reached your door, full of tablecloths whose stains have been earned, books gone fox of margins, 2 picture frames glazed, lamentably, with acrylic that gave back more than it took. Victor paid cash, because numbers leave a trail even good men don't want. The cashier's thanks had the crackle of tissue paper. In the street again, the light had shifted toward evening by a degree that only those who count their days by breath notice. Traffic had taken on its combative politeness. A woman fought a buggy and lost, and then laughed at how it would not be instructed. A courier bit a glove to get his phone. The city's dust rose and settled like a tide whose moon was mouths. Hotel? Victor said. A bad one, with curtains that thirst and mirrors made honest by scratches? Not yet, she said. Walk me past water. I want to hear something breathe that doesn't care whether I live. They went to the canal because the river had too many opinions. The towpath took their feet and taught them its slickness. Barges made their ungainly negotiations. An old dog drank with a seriousness that made its owner proud. The surface skinned itself again and again, remembering wind in one place and then another. The breath in her tried to pull the water into the trick of fog. The water declined. It had been in pictures, yes, but before that it had been rain, and before that cloud, and before that the sigh out of the kettle, and before that someone in Africa naming thirst. It had no time to be coached into lungs. She loved it. They sat on a bench and let the cold move their legs toward that good ache that proves they are still attached. Victor hunched his shoulders into his coat until he resembled a man even the weather could not be bothered to lecture. She folded her hands inside her sleeves again and listened to the traffic, the water, the footfalls, the tiny acts by which a city keeps itself rehearsed. The dust here tasted industrial, metallic on the back of the tongue. It gave her nothing back. Tonight, Victor said, we find a place with bad paint and old carpets and a corridor that admits it was poorly measured. We tape paper over every mirror and draw chalk into corners until geometry apologizes. Tomorrow we go to the archive. Your Margaret did not do this without witnesses. Someone in her century wrote down a rumor and then forgot to destroy it. And if I can't wait for tomorrow, she asked, if it starts again tonight, then you wake me with a name I carry in my pocket, he said, offering her it with his palm as if it were a coin. Victor Havel. Say it the way you would say a command to a dog you love. I'll come. We will make breathing new rules. She watched the water take a gull and remake its reflection into a longer bird. She watched her own face drop into the canal and return plausible. The dust, she said, almost to herself. It remembered more in the studio than it does here. Because it was told to, he said. Because the chamber made it quiet. Here is only dust. It prefers gossip to him. And in houses? It depends whom they loved, he said, very tired now. Dust is a record of it. They rose with the discomfort of people who know benches should never be trusted to be gentle. The sky had chosen an unattractive pink. The canal decided to think about freezing, and then changed its mind. They walked toward streets with curtains like tongues and doors that guessed at their paint's original name. The bad hotel presented itself, narrow-legged, stairs it had learned to throw, scent of citrus trying and failing to hide the fact that furniture has skin. The clerk's hair apologized for its own product. 2 rooms, Victor said, before the man could be clever. Opposite if possible. No views, no mirrors. The clerk performed the humorless calculus of hospitality. We can't remove mirrors. Paper, Victor said, and lifted a sheaf of brown he had bought for frames. Tape. We'll leave the room better than we found it. It was an argument that hotel desks, as a species, understood. Keys found their hooks. Carpets remembered a vacuum in theory. The lifts refused to like anyone. On the 2nd floor, the corridor proved unsympathetic to geometry. It angled by a degree in the middle, and then, thinking better of itself, angled back. They took this as good luck. In her room, Evelyn set down the bag and the ledger and the scarf she had decided, in the end, to buy. The child's chin had wanted it so much she had thought perhaps desire could be disinfected by money. Victor showed her the discipline of paper. Triangles for upper corners, long rectangles for the margin near the frame, taps to test if the adhesion would be insulted by night, when the mirrors were neutralized and the corners softened by chalk until they forgot their point. He stood back and looked at the room as if it were a problem he had, for once, solved enough to leave until morning. Call me if the clock lags, he said, hand on the jamb, or if your breath gets ahead of itself. She nodded. He hesitated. Their mouths considered promises and then, with a courtesy old confessionals, did not ask any of them to be spoken. He crossed the corridor. His door clicked. The hotel resumed being an organism that wanted credit cards. Evelyn sat on the bed and held the ledger on her knees and listened to bad radiator. Someone on the street found cause to sing. Somewhere in the plumbing a ghost gargled, but only water came out. She turned a page. A flake of pigment lifted, centuries deciding to become air. It drifted down and settled on the back of her hand and dissolved as if kissed. The place it touched glowed like something remembered. She watched the glow soften, the way embers do when the wind withdraws. We are not a church, she told the room. The tape on the mirror considered the doctrine and agreed. The chalk in the corners gave off a pale that did not intend to live forever. She slept with the light on, because there are nights when it is rude to ask the dark to work alone. Sometime after she stopped guessing the hour, she woke to a small, familiar sound, a stir in the air like the clearing of a throat. The dust above the wardrobe, where the hotel's philosophy had given up, had gathered itself into a shape with no intention of staying. It breathed once, subtle, shy, almost polite. Then, finding no answer from the mirrors and no help from the corners and no liturgy from her lungs, it lay back down and pretended to be what it had always been. The city turned in its sheets. A bus sighed, late and contrite. Somewhere, in the museum, perhaps, in Halden, in a room where a child tried on a mother's scarf and learned to be tall, the breath rehearsed itself. But here in the bad hotel with its paper glass and its chalk forgiveness, the dust remembered just enough to be dust, and the woman with paint under her skin remembered just enough to be a woman, and the night, after all its troubling, made the unanimous decision to hold. Chapter 11. The Gallery of Echoes. They woke to a morning that had no edges. The curtains, heavy with last night's chalk dust, turned the light into a colorless hush. Victor had slept in his coat. Evelyn could tell from the crease that cut his shoulder and from the way his hair leaned away from civility. She had slept less or too much in the wrong places of the night, the kind of sleep that leaves the mind damp and the body ungrateful. The room smelled of wool, old paint, and the faint iron of city air that doesn't quite belong indoors. Victor tapped on her door with that deliberate gentleness that men use when they fear they might wake something more than a person. "Breakfast," he said through the wood. the sort that forgives nothing. When she opened, he held a paper bag and 2 cups that steamed as if they had been rescued from war. The hall behind him was lined with other doors that did not believe in privacy so much as they believed in mutual embarrassment. The carpet gave up underfoot like a confession. She stepped aside to let him in. He set the cups on the dresser and the bag on the bed. "Croissants?" she asked, eyeing the shape through the paper. "Close," he said. "Things pretending to be croissants. There's jam. No knives." She smiled because it was easier than breathing correctly. They ate leaning over the bag, careful of crumbs. The food behaved like matter. It was a mercy. When they had finished, he unfolded the brown paper he had used for the mirrors and spread it on the small table between them. On it he had drawn, sometime before dawn, a series of rectangles and arrows that made the room look like a heart with too many chambers. "The archive was closed," he said, "but I found something. An exhibition listing from 1893. The Gallery of Echoes. Margaret's name isn't there, but her patron's is. Alaric Fane. He funded her later work after she left the academy. The exhibition was destroyed by fire, but the records say some pieces survived and were absorbed into the municipal collection, the same museum we visited yesterday." Evelyn felt the air tighten, the fog on the paintings. He nodded. Not coincidence. Some of the works in that wing were cataloged under Fane's ownership. If she made them, they've been breathing quietly for over a century. And now they've remembered. They've remembered that they can, he said. The museum thinks of them as early modern experiments in translucence. If she used the same pigment, breath white, they're alive in there, waiting. She stared at the crude map he'd drawn, a loop of rooms like lungs feeding each other. "We can't destroy them all." "No, but we can interrupt them. The pigment is parasitic. It needs to exchange air. We cut the circulation." She frowned. "By suffocating the paintings? By convincing them there's nothing left to copy." He said it as if it were possible. He always said things as if they were possible until they weren't. They left the hotel with the brown paper rolled tight between them. The street had rinsed itself in drizzle. People carried umbrellas at the wrong angles, defensive rather than practical. Evelyn felt the dampness tug at her skin. She imagined each droplet as a memory forming, tiny, eager, hungry to reflect. She pulled her sleeves down. Victor hailed a taxi, the gesture too ordinary for the strangeness around them. The driver grunted at the destination. "Museum's not open yet." "We'll walk the last bit," Victor said, and passed cash through the partition. The cab smelled of cigarettes and optimism long expired. They rode in silence. Outside, the buildings blurred by, the stone, the glass, the repetition that cities were like armor. Evelyn watched their reflections on the windows, hers delayed by a breath, Victor's flickering as if he were being redrawn each second. When the cab stopped 2 streets away from the museum, they stepped out into the damp light. The square was empty except for pigeons rehearsing ownership. Across the road, the museum rose like a cathedral that had mislaid its god. The banners that flapped from its columns were wet, their letters running into one another, as though even the typeface had begun to melt. "They've locked the gates," Victor said. "Good. We don't want witnesses." They crossed a side entrance, service access, staff only. Victor produced a small ring of keys. She didn't ask how he had them. The door opened with the unwillingness of something woken early. Inside, the air was the same as before, dry, institutional. But beneath it lay another smell, faint and human, turpentine and old smoke. They moved to the corridors, their footsteps swallowed by carpet. The emergency lights hummed overhead. Evelyn's pulse matched the rhythm. Hum, breath, hum, breath. The closer they came to the gallery, the more she felt it, the slow drawing in of unseen lungs. In the first room, everything seemed ordinary. The saints kept their bones. The portraits kept their secrets. But the air had thickness. When she exhaled, the paintings swayed faintly, as if the sound of her breath had weight. She felt them listening. Victor unrolled the brown paper and laid it on the floor, pinning the corners with catalogs. From his coat, he took a small tin, the same chalk he'd used to soften corners at the hospital. "We'll mark the thresholds," he said. "Break the flow. Nothing leaves without permission. He knelt and drew careful lines across the tiles. The chalk left trails like faint veins. Evelyn watched the dust rise from the strokes. It shimmered, then settled, unsatisfied. "They're awake," she whispered. "Yes," he said, "and they're trying to remember which one of us they belong to." In the next room, a woman's portrait leaned slightly forward in its frame. The brass plate beneath it read, study in white, 1892. The pigment was pale enough to breathe. Evelyn felt its pull immediately. The same vibration she felt in her own chest since Halden. The painted woman's gaze seemed fixed not on her, but through her. "She's using the gallery," Victor murmured. "Each painting is a lung. The walls are the ribs." Evelyn took a step closer. The woman in the portrait exhaled, fogging the inside of the glass. The condensation spread, slow and deliberate, forming a single word before fading. "Breathe." Evelyn recoiled. "It knows me." "It always did," Victor said. "That's how contagion remembers." He handed her a roll of linen from the bag. "Cover it." She hesitated. "Won't that trap it?" "That's the idea." She climbed onto the low barrier, stretched the linen across the frame. The fabric clung to the damp glass, turning the portrait into a soft mound of breathing cloth. The sound that came from behind it was not quite human, a sigh mixed with disappointment and hunger. She tied the corners tight. When she stepped down, the air felt lighter. "One done," she said. Victor smiled without humor. 900 to go. They moved through the galleries, working quickly, linen over glass, chalk across thresholds, paper taped over skylights. With each room sealed, the air grew heavier, slower, like an animal falling asleep. Yet Evelyn could feel the strain in her chest intensify, as if the breath within her resented being denied its kin. She coughed, and a puff of pale dust left her lips. It drifted toward the nearest painting and vanished into surface. Victor saw it and froze. "Evelyn." "I can't help it," she said. "It's leaking." He pressed a handkerchief into her hand. "Then give it to this, not them." He unfolded another piece of paper, wrote something on it in quick, cramped script, and placed it under her palm. "If I say your name and you don't answer, read that." "What does it say?" "Something you've forgotten," he said, and didn't elaborate. They reached the central rotunda, the heart of the museum. Above them, the glass dome glowed faintly with reflected light. The room was ringed with paintings from different centuries, arranged with curatorial reverence, each one a doorway to another breath. In the center stood a sculpture, a marble woman holding a bowl, her face tilted upward in eternal supplication. Dust lay across her shoulders like snowfall. "This was part of the exhibition," Victor said. "The records call it vessel. It survived the fire." Evelyn approached it. The marble surface shimmered faintly, not from polish but from movement beneath. Tiny vibrations, like the pulse of stone learning to inhale. "She used this as a core," Evelyn whispered. "Not the painting, the sculpture. The breath needed a body." Victor circled it, cautious. "If we stop this one, the others lose their anchor." "How?" He drew a small bottle from his coat, a vial of turpentine, the simplest solvent. She shook her head. "You can't erase what remembers." "Then tell me what will." She stared at the statue. Its bowl, carved to appear empty, now held a thin layer of liquid that hadn't been there before. It shimmered with that same impossible white. Her own veins pulsed in response. She could feel the air moving between her and it, the invisible exchange of memory. "It's me," she said. "It's using my breath to feed itself." "Then step back," he said, already uncapping the vial. She didn't. She climbed the dais, her hand trembling as she reached toward the bowl. The air around it thickened, vibrating with the rhythm of a heartbeat too slow for life. She looked into the liquid and saw not herself, but hundreds of faces, each painted in the faint haze of pigment, each breathing in time with her. "Evelyn!" Victor shouted. She pressed her hand into the liquid. The surface broke without resistance, cool and electric. The breath inside her rushed out, a soundless exhalation that filled the room. The paintings shuddered on the walls. The marble woman's eyes opened, and for a moment Evelyn saw Margaret's face there, tranquil, almost kind. "Thank you," the statue whispered. The liquid evaporated instantly, leaving her palm covered in white dust. The lights flickered. The air went still. Victor reached her in 2 strides, pulling her down from the dais. "What did you do?" "I finished what she started," Evelyn said, dazed. Or maybe I just let her finish me. The room was quiet now, too quiet. The covered paintings no longer moved. The fog had lifted from the glass dome. It felt like the breath had finally stopped. Then, softly, the marble woman exhaled. A ripple passed through the air, slow, invisible, but vast. Every painting in the rotunda inhaled together, canvas stretching, frames groaning. The cloth coverings lifted as if caught in wind, then fell. The silence that followed was complete. Victor's voice was hoarse. "Evelyn," she turned to him, her eyes wide and luminous. The pigment in her veins had spread to her skin now, faint and translucent. "I can hear them," she said. "All of them. What are they saying?" "They're remembering us." Her reflection trembled in the marble bowl, though there was no liquid left to reflect. The gallery was no longer a room. It was a lung. Outside, the sky dimmed and the museum's great dome fogged within, the breath of every painting joining the air in one vast, slow exhale. Evelyn looked up at the glass ceiling. "It's not enough to seal them," she said. "They've learned the city." Victor's jaw tightened. "Then we teach it how to forget." The marble woman smiled faintly, the dust on her lips rising in one final sigh. The echo spread through the building like a tide of whispering walls. Somewhere in the distance, alarms began to ring. False, futile. Evelyn took Victor's hand. "We have to go," she said. "Before it remembers we're part of it." They ran. The museum's corridors twisted behind them, every painting shifting slightly toward their motion. The chalk lines they had drawn on the floors glowed faintly, trying to hold. The air was dense with memory. Each door they passed breathed once as it closed. When they reached the street, the cold struck like water. The dome above the museum was opaque now, pulsing softly, as if the entire building had lungs. Victor looked at her. Where does forgetting begin? She stared at her hand, still dusted with the white pigment, and smiled with sadness that felt like light. Where breath ends. And in that moment, the wind rose, a gust from the river, sharp and clean, and for a heartbeat the city exhaled with her, scattering the white dust into the air, where it vanished like memory in the open sky. Chapter 12. The breath beyond the frame. The city woke wrong. Not catastrophically, not with sirens or sky, but with revisions so polite that politeness itself screamed. Shopkeepers unlocked shutters whose scratches had migrated an inch to the left. A postman found that his round began at a number that had never existed and could not be found on any map except the one drawn by his feet. A florist's roses held a color she could not name and yet had used all her life. Somewhere a bus stop had shifted 3 paces down the pavement, as if memory had tried to straighten the street, and the street, unwilling to argue, had obliged. Evelyn and Victor stood on the bridge and watched the museum's dome clear like a lung between coughs. The last of the white powder had lifted from her hand in the wind and gone to look for corners. The air smelled of stone and wet copper. A gull wrote something rude on the water, and then consented to be a bird again. "Look," Victor said. Across the river, a billboard that had sold a perfume yesterday now offered a saint. Not a painting of a saint. Something that wore the structure of advertisement like a borrowed coat, but carried a face with the gravity of oil. The caption beneath it remained in the language of money. The eyes above it had learned to judge. "Margaret's grammar," he murmured. "It's learned the modern tongue." A cyclist paused at the lights and stared at the billboard, as one stares a memory that has arrived too early for the day. He shook his head, laughed at himself to register sanity with the air, and rode on. 3 pigeons argued the parapet as if nothing at all had altered, which was a mercy pigeons often provide. "We should go underground," Victor said. "Tiles, steel, fluorescent lights. Hard surfaces, bad forgiveness." "The underground is a mouth," she said, watching the entrances black, throat yawn for commuters. "If it breathes with us, we'll teach a train to remember. Buses then, or our feet." We choose streets that no one paints because no one loves them. They walked. The city, which has opinions about being walked, allowed it the way an old dog allows a child to pull its ears, with affected boredom and great attention. Their route stitched together the unloved service alleys, a muse of doors with no social life, a clinic whose sign had lost its vowels and did not miss them. Still the world practiced remembering. A pane of glass fog when no breath touched it. A puddle in a pothole acquired depth beyond its rights. A barbershop window, dim with hair and talk, caught their reflections and, for a second, gave back versions of them from a better night's sleep. They avoided looking twice. At a junction, a man stood stock-still, eyes closed, face lifted to the colorless sky. He held a paper bag against his chest the way people hold warm bread when the day is cold. Evelyn would have passed him, but he spoke. "It's here," he said, as if reporting weather to a neighbor. "If you listen, it tells you what you've never done." She kept moving. Victor slowed. "What does it tell you?" "That my father forgave me," the man said without opening his eyes, and smiled the smile of a person who has found a coin you did not lose. "That my boy learned to swim before he died. That my wife likes the way the dog smells when it comes in from the rain." His eyes opened. They were wet and sober. He looked at Evelyn, not for confirmation, but gratitude. "I can see it." "You can remember it," she corrected gently. He nodded as if synonyms were a kindness. "Yes," he said, and lifted the bag higher, lighter for being held. They left him with his mercy. The city was full of people who could use a false one with tact. It had always been so. "Contagion by kindness," Victor said, after a block that disagreed with itself. "It will travel faster than fear. People want their lives varnished." "What do we do with that?" she asked. "Offer ugliness," he said. "The kind that keeps you alive." They found ugliness in a car parked behind a cinema. Raw concrete, a lift that considered and then refused, graffiti written by a hand that had not practiced letters in school. Above them, a rectangle of sky held the color of a bruise. The city keeps such places to remind itself that angels do not live under bridges. They stood in the fumes and felt, for 2 minutes, less like a story. Evelyn leaned against a pillar. The dust in the air here was honest. Rubber, exhaust, the atomized patience of pigeons. She could feel the breath in her set its metronome to something that was not art. Relief made her knees argumentative. "How long can we do this?" she said. "Teaching the world not to look?" "Long enough to find the origin," he said. "We take away the church and leave only the hymn. Without a choir, a hymn is just a line." "Origin," she said. "The ledger, the patron, Alaric Fane." He was already nodding. His archive, his house, his money. Men like that leave receipts even for the gifts they think of as sins. "Where?" she asked. "In the places where names are kept so they can be pronounced in gratitude," he said dryly. "A university library, a bank, a club." They placed their feet accordingly. The bank had acquired a smoothness like the inside of a mouth. The club pretended it had never learned any names at all. The university, bless it, still believed in ink. A librarian with profanity in her posture brought the catalog with a tenderness other people reserve for cream cakes. She didn't ask why they wanted Fane. She merely waited to see if they would be boring. Victor, who could be devoutly boring when liturgy demanded it, particularized their search until boredom sanctified them. "Fane, Alaric James," he read from the card. "Papers, 1887 to 1896. Correspondence, receipts, schedules, catalogs. Restricted due to condition." The librarian pursed her mouth in the shape custodians make when they are about to allow a rule to be altered by an exception. "One folder," she said, "at a time. Gloves. No photographs. Pencils only." She worshipped the right gods. In the reading room where the high windows darkened the sky to the color of scholarship, they opened Fane in quiet. He had written like a man who presumed the future would collate his thoughts. Letters breathed his money onto the page. In one, he described the proof of translucence achieved with the new mixture and used the phrase, "a membrane between the visible and its intention," in the hand of a man who enjoyed inventing aphorisms. In another, he referred to M.S. latest lungs and added in the margin with impatience, Her insistence upon breath is not mystical. It is merely correct. Her insistence, Evelyn whispered. Not our word. His. She persuaded him. Victor turned pages with the reverence of a surgeon touching an organ. Here, he said, a receipt, brittle with age, for calcined bone, powdered marble, alum, oil of spike, white lead, turpentine rectified, and unknown white, delivered to the Halden studio by special arrangement. The supplier's mark was a sigil of apothecaries. In a later letter, Fane worried about the experiment with embalmed air, and a postscript, not in Fane's hand, noted, "Do not allow the widower to attend. His breath is too loud." The page shuddered under Evelyn's fingertips. She realized her breath had found the rhythm of the other readers without asking permission. People counting silently, minds laying in order what cannot be ordered. She withdrew her hands. The dust floating in the angled light shook itself like a dog at the river. "What if we can't unteach it?" she said. "What if this is the world now? A room that stares back." "Then you choose the furniture," he said, practical to the point of pity. "We rank surfaces. We outlaw certain kinds of shine. We carry brown paper like the poor carry prayers. We tell people to say the names of things as they pass the glass." "And me?" "You breathe like a liar," he said softly. "Out of time. Off the beat. You complicate the rhythm until it chooses easier lungs." He said it as if he could bear asking it of her. She could bear it because he asked. They left the reading room as the afternoon failed to commit to evening. On the steps, the world had colored in its edges again. People moved in picnics of thought, bright, self-important. Across the road, a shop's mirror made 6 versions of a dress, and none of them hung properly, which was reassuring. The breath in Evelyn had gone quiet as a sulk. They walked toward Bloomsbury because the squares are practiced being gentle since men learn how to be unbearable in rooms. The plane trees dropped bark with their usual theater. A dog flung itself upon a stick and was congratulated for its scholarship. A woman on a bench wrote fast, ripped the page, wrote again, revised her day into the form a person can bear to carry home. "Feel it?" Victor asked. "Yes," she said, the world insisting. They turned into a narrow street, where bookshops had taught each other to survive. One window had paperbacks so sunstruck their spines had lost their names and acquired humility. In the next, a Mexican frowned at a sprig of eucalyptus, like a minister at dance music. Behind the third, a woman adjusted a stack of journals and looked up briefly with that specialized friendliness shopkeepers keep for people who push the door with the gentleness of someone checking if a painting is dry. "Afternoon," she said. Her hair had been put up with a pencil that had once served sums. "Looking for something or letting something find you?" "Fane," Victor said. "Alaric, patron, scandal, an exhibition called." "The Gallery of Echoes," the woman finished. "Please attest old keys. We keep the catalog prospectus in the back, on paper that crumbles when looked at." She glanced at Evelyn with the instinct booksellers share with surgeons. "You all right, love? You look like you remembered too much." "I have a condition," Evelyn said, and tried to make her smile not a crack. "Don't we all?" the woman said, and disappeared into geography of her stock. She returned with a slim folder that smelled like other people's hours. The prospectus was more persuasion than list. Purple praise for luminal art, promises of portraits that answer, an engraving of a room hung with works that look suspiciously like windows. At the bottom, in small type, a line. "Those who attend are kindly asked not to exhale too near the works." Someone had underlined it with a light hand. "People laughed at that," the bookseller said, "until the fire. Then the laughter became religion." "Do you remember the fire?" Evelyn asked, watching her face with a telltale lag. "I remember my grandmother remembering it," she said briskly. "So no, not at all. But I can sell it to you." They paid. Outside, the sky had turned the color of china left too long in tea. The first shop lights made the evening perform itself. On the pavement, a boy ran toward a father with proof of rain on his cuffs. The father opened his arms. The running did its daily miracle of turning 2 people into one shape without damage. The breath in Evelyn lifted to catch it, to pin it, to keep it, and she snapped her attention to a drain pipe until the feeling passed. "Hotel," Victor said. "Different one. More ugly, fewer mirrors. We'll take turns awake. Your job is to be difficult to frame. They found a place that considered cleanliness and aspiration. The desk clerk had perfected the face of someone about to say its policy. Their rooms had wallpaper that had learned to be patient and a sense of proportion that must have been fetched secondhand. Victor covered the glass again with brown paper, his tape elegiac. Evelyn chalked the corners until geometry sulked. "Eat," he ordered, when she would have arranged a chair. Salt and fat, nothing powdered. They made a meal of chips and pickle and bread, as if preparing to climb a mountain. She drank water until her lungs decided to despise piety and demand air. The city thudded to the window. Footsteps, bottle. Laughter that would be a regret tomorrow and a story next week. She lay down fully clothed and let the light above the wardrobe be unkind. Sleep came as conspiracy. Her father's studio light choking on moths. Margaret's face composed and unpitying. The basin of silver, flat now as a lake seen from a hill. She woke twice to the sound of paper, considering tape. She woke a third time to nothing at all, and belonged to that nothing longer than was comfortable. When she floated up at last, there was a voice on the other side of the wall. Victor's, low and well-behaved, speaking into his phone as if phones had ethics. "Yes," he said. "Pause. No, I don't think that would help her." Another pause. Because telling the truth about a breathing picture to a board will only teach the picture their faces. He listened. "I will let you know when the legacy can be law again." He ended the call and was silent long enough for her to wonder if he would breathe at all. Then he said into the room, and therefore to her through the wall, "Don't look too long." "I'm not," she said, and heard him smile, a sound like a pencil choosing the right word. The world for an hour kept its shape. At dawn a fog developed in the lane outside that had the good manners to be weather. Men coughed and meant it. A bottle lorry made glass converse with glass. The first bus scratched a line across the day. In the street mirror opposite, they were two figures made asleep. They took their morning like a pill. Tea with a sheet of milk. Bread singed more than toasted. Jam that would not be persuaded to shine. They were both older by a year that had lasted a night. "What if we go back?" she said. Not to Halden, but to where the pigment learned to breathe. Not Margaret's studio. Not Fane's rooms. The shop. The apothecary. The place where the unknown white was handed across a counter in a paper twist. "Then we go the road that lies under all our roads," Victor said. "The one the city forgot. Mortimer's Yard or Nightingale Court or some name like a cough. If we find the counter, we find the mouth. And if the mouth is mine, then we teach it to spit." She laughed because the alternative was elegy, and elegy would feed the paint. "We'll need records," she said. "Guild lists, a ledger that thinks it is a priest. We'll need luck," he said, "and places without mirrors that want to help." "Bookshops, then," she said, and he bowed as if introduced an old friend. They went out. The city made its morning like bread. A girl with a cello walked past them awkwardly, Case knocking her knees and the knees refusing to dislike her. A painter in overalls smoked the day into his lungs and did not apologize. A window cleaner made a square of sky, so clean it could have cut you. He stepped back to admire it and left a handprint that saved a life. At the corner, a dog stared at Evelyn with the open seriousness dogs, reserved for the mad and the holy. It inhaled as if to know her and sneezed out the knowledge politely onto the pavement. Its owner tugged the lead. The dog did not mind. The world was first and foremost a place for smells. "See," Victor said, nodding at the sneeze. "Forgetting. Immediate. Honest. We need more of that." "Teach me," she said. He did. How to breathe at the wrong moments. How to look almost away. How to put a hand briefly on a surface and leave nothing but warmth. How to speak the names of things with imprecision, so exact it made them blurry enough to escape. By noon, the city had taught them back. The billboard saying had become perfume again, though the eyes had kept a tact they had not owned yesterday. The museum dome, seen from a distance, seemed no more sentient than a cake. A child told his mother a story about a picture that had waved. The mother, who knew the work of the child's wants, offered a biscuit and saved the world. And yet, under everything, the breath persisted. People dreamed in queues with their eyes open. Puddles showed them childhoods they hadn't earned. A woman cried on a bench for reasons the air had imagined for her and then, embarrassed by the gift, stuffed it in her pocket with her tissues. "We can't hold the city," Victor said, not despairing, cataloging. "No," Evelyn said, "but we can choose the hour." They chose dusk, the hour that forgets edges. They chose a street whose name had fallen off. They chose an alley where we kept shop over iron. They found a door that had decided to be a door no more, and a bell that had practiced tact. Inside, the light was tired with old oil. Shelves kept jars like collective moons. Behind the counter, a ledger yawned awake as if it had never slept, and the man who tended it looked up with the surprise of someone who had sold a ghost before and had not expected to repeat the sale. "Apothecary?" Victor asked. "Once," the man said. "Now, heritage." He said the last word as if it tasted of rag and copper. "Tours on Saturdays. Donations welcome. We're looking for a white," Evelyn said. "Not chalk, not lead. Something that took breath as a pigment takes light." The man's mouth did a dry thing. He had the look of an actor who has been allowed to keep one prop from a better play. "We don't sell that," he said. "No," she said, "but you remember who did." He held her eyes for a count proper to law, then turned and reached high onto a shelf where old names keep their disagreements. He brought down a box and opened it as if letting heat go. Inside, a twist of paper gone translucent with age, empty, a scrap of handwriting that had peeled away from allegiance to any hand. A receipt that named no substance, only a sum and a seal. A mercer's not around a vial nobody dare describe. "We'll need the address," Victor said, with the courtesy people use when demanding saints. The man wrote it on a card so soft with use it barely held ink. He pushed it across the counter, as if returning a photograph to a person who had not asked to see it. "Do you remember it?" Evelyn asked. "I remember that people remembered it," he said. "I remember a woman with hair like someone who had thought too much standing where you stand, and saying that painting had finally caught up with God. I remember the day the breath in the room paused, as if something had finished inhaling, and then the fire when it exhaled. I remember nothing at all. Take your receipt and your mistake." They stepped back into the alley with the address of warmth between their fingers. The light had acquired that rose that belongs to graving and goodbyes. The city listened to itself and approved. The breath in Evelyn lifted its head to scent the wind. "We go?" Victor asked. "We go," she said. The street that hadn't existed for a century waited where it always had, under the newer street that liked to be admired. The city, in a mood to confess, parted its stones by half an inch and showed a lip of old brick. They followed it down. The world above them forgot them with a relief they felt in their teeth. The world below remembered just enough to let them pass. And somewhere under everything, in a room that had once been convinced it could refine breath to powder, a counter waited for a hand to touch it and not leave a print. Evelyn lifted her sleeve over her palm and reached. Chapter 13. The Apothecary's Ledger. The address on the card had the quality of a rumor. It was an instruction to find a place by remembering it, and memory, she had learned, was the least trustworthy guide. Still, the city, when asked politely and with the right slant of attention, will sometimes part its bricks by half an inch and show you the seam where centuries meet. They came at dusk because dusk forgets edges. The modern shop fronts drew their lights on with the optimism of stages. The pavement rehearsed footsteps. The air tasted of rain that had not yet found the manners to fall. Between a tobacconist and a locksmith the width of confession, there was a slit of dark that pretended to be a service passage. Victor tilted his head in that way he had when choosing between roads that didn't exist and said, "Here." It was not a passage so much as a pause between walls. The ground dipped in a manner inherited from centuries of uncertain drainage. Evelyn kept one hand on the brick, sleeve between skin and surface, and felt the comfortable ugliness of lime and grit. The breath inside her lifted its head like a hound scenting a familiar field. Beneath the ordinary smells, wet mortar, cats, the pride of dust, came the old studio bouquet. Turpentine, spiked lavender, bone. Bone has a way of speaking even after it is ash. A half door waited at the end, the kind that lets you admit an idea without committing to its consequences. Above it hung a bell too modest to ring of its own accord. Victor pressed the latch. The door thought about it, not long, and opened. The room was shallow and long, as the space itself had been thinned. Shelves ran floor to ceiling, swollen with jars whose labels had traded their allegiance to the letters for the paper that held them. In the counter glass, no reflection offered itself, only a dull, considerate darkness. Somewhere toward the back, where the light remembered the color of beeswax, a man sat with the posture of a habit rather than a body. He looked up not like a person startled, but like a ledger consulted. His eyes had the pale steadiness of someone who has made peace with dust. "We are closed," he said, and his voice filled the room the way vapor fills a bell jar. "We're not buying," Victor said, producing courtesy like an old coin. "We're reading." The man's mouth adjusted around the word, as a carpenter adjusts around an inherited wall. "Reading," he repeated, "what most people do with their eyes and least with their hands." He gestured to the counter. "Then you will want the ledger." He brought it as if it were a sleeping animal. A book too wide for one arm, too heavy for two, with a hide the color tea left to grow cold. When he opened it, the smell came up like a blessing Evelyn could not afford. Glue, starch, blotted iron gall, the faint medicinal sweetness of spike. Names had been written with the precision of people who believed paper to be eternal. Amounts had been tallied by hands that feared only error, not fire. "Your shop supplied Alaric Fane," Victor said gently. "My shop supplied everyone," the man said, with the nonchalance of fact. "But yes, Fane, the man who mistook money for permission." He leafed back to the years that have the color of smoke. Here, the page had been reinforced where fingers always come to rest. Calcined bone, powdered marble, alum, oil of spike, white lead, turpentine rectified. And then, between two entries, as if the hand had paused to inquire of conscience, Pulvis albus ignotus. Unknown white. The price column was left blank. In the margin, a notation in a different hand. Delivered to Halden. Take breath in seal bladder. Evelyn read it as if it were a liturgy learned in childhood and mispronounced all her life. Breath in a bladder? The apothecary nodded once. Goat. Dried. Inflated with the air of places where air is honest about death. Plague wards, fever rooms. The breath caught above the mouth of a dying person. He did not say soul. He said air, and his refusal to be poetic made the room more grave. She bought bone and marble for the body, spike and turpentine for the nerve, and breath. She asked me for the breath. That is all pigment ever is. You see, a way to ask light to stay. She asked it more directly than most. "Margaret," Evelyn said. "If you want to call her by that name," the man said, turning a page. She used another here. Those who ask for unlawful mixtures always do. He tapped a set of initials so curt they looked accidental. Evelyn felt the pressure at the back of her teeth, that old, unhelpful yearning to make language kinder than it is. "How did you make the white?" "How do you make winter?" he returned, not unkind. "By teaching water to stand still." He closed a ledger partway, as if to keep something in. "We took the breath while it was warm and taught it to dry without leaving. Heat that did not burn, cold that did not freeze. The air became powder that remembered being air. Mixed into oil, it went hungry for more of itself." He met her gaze. "You're carrying it." There was no horror in his tone. That made it worse. "Can it be unmade?" she asked. He lifted a jar an inch and set it down. The sound of glass on wood was as human as a hymnal. Unmaking is a kind of making. You must teach it a better habit. Victor leaned forward. "A better habit?" "Pigments prefer routines," the apothecary said. "They are born of repetition, grinding, washing, settling, drying. If you wish to undo a mixture, you do not smash the jar. You alter the steps, interrupt, reverse, replace." He turned the ledger to a page that had been scoured nearly blank. There was a margin note here, once. Your father came to read it. He tried to erase it with his eyes. He smiled, the way a man smiles at a trick learned too late. It said, "To close a lung, paint for getting into the ground." Evelyn's skin tightened. Ground? Gesso, glue and chalk. The thing that remembers before the picture does. He slid a small box across the counter. Open that. Inside lay brittle paper twists, each labeled in a hand that had tried to be both priest and clerk. One red bone ash, one red chalk, whiting, one, with the tremor of a confession, red exhalation, when she touched it through the paper. The breath in her struck like a bird in a room. Don't, Victor said softly, and placed his fingers over hers. They were colder than the jars and more alive. The apothecary watched, not unfeeling, only professional. Your father believed he could bind it by finishing her canvas. That is why it learned him. You will not finish it. You will begin. He set a pot of rabbit-skin glue on a trivet no fire warmed. Still it steamed, obedient to a heat the room did not claim. You will make a ground with more forgetting than remembering. Chalk that refuses detail. Glue that lets go. Into this you will breath. He smiled at his own grammar. Your breath, and then deny at the last. When a picture comes to live upon such a ground, it will slide. It will not find purchase. It will not take, she said. It will not take, he agreed. You will not even need to paint a picture. You will only need to bring the ground near those at hunger. Victor's face had the careful brightness of someone trying not to spook a horse. And where do we find a ground big enough for a city? The apothecary's eyes softened, almost amused. Libraries, he said. Schools. Churches that have forgotten God, but remember children. Community halls with floors that own 1,000 feet. The places where chalk knows more than paint. He pushed the pot toward them. You will need to carry this warm. It will set when decides you have dawdled. He paused. You will also need to pay. Victor reached for his wallet. Not with money, the apothecary said, and the room narrowed around the sentence. With memory. Evelyn went very still. Whose? Yours, if you are brave, he said, practical, not pitiless. His, if you are cruel. He nodded at Victor. Half a day. One winter. A name you do not use. Enough to teach the glue to let go. Victor did not flinch. Take a winter, he said immediately, before heroism had time to consult his pride. Any winter, not hers. The apothecary shook his head. It prefers a memory of the bearer. Evelyn found herself laughing, dry and wrong. Of course it does. Pigment always wants its binder. Choose, the man said. Victor said no at the same time that she said yes. Their voices met like two brushes in the same water. Not yours, Victor said, turning to her, the fatigue in him as articulate as grief. Not when you'll need every inch of yourself to stand against it. She lifted her chin. It already took half my childhood, and licked the plate. Let me spend the rest on purpose. She laid her hand on the pot's lip. Heat rose with the tenderness of an animal's breath. Take something small, she told the apothecary. Something I can live without. People always think they can choose that, he murmured, but not unkindly. He set his fingers lightly on her wrist, not touching skin, only the air above it, as if he were feeling the pulse in the room. Close your eyes. She did. The shop drew itself to a point. Somewhere a bottle ticked as it cooled. Somewhere dust decided to land. He said, Give me the color of the house you thought was home when you were 7. She saw it. The cheap yellow of rented walls, the way sunlight tried to forgive it and failed, the little badge of mold in the corner, like a saint nobody could love. She almost clutched it closer. Take it, she said, and the way the air changed when it left her was like slipping a ring from a finger gone thin with grief. The apothecary exhaled. The glue deepened in scent, adhesive learning its lesson, and the smell of your father's coat and rain. Her throat rebelled. Victor's hand found her sleeve again. He did not squeeze, because people who truly help do not force. She set the thought down, as one sets down a glass by the bed one will only pretend to need later. Take it. The pot thickened, remembering how to let go. One more. The apothecary said softly, The sound the house made when you knew you were not alone. She should have kept that. She should have lied. Instead, she gave it, because the thing inside her longed to be unseated more than she longed to be whole. The room loosened around the edges. Her lungs felt briefly unguided, like dancers without music. The apothecary lifted his hands. It will hold, he said, until it doesn't. Warm keeps it kind. Cold will only make it stubborn. He slid a wrapped bundle across the counter, linen pre-cut, paper for corners, a small bag of chalk that had not learned anyone's story yet. Go to places that forgive being scuffed, he said. Lay the ground. Teach forgetting the floor. Victor swallowed. And you? I will be here, he said simply. I am the place things are fetched from when people are foolish. That is a vocation like any other. He closed the ledger. One last thing. Don't look too long at victory. It behaves like glass. They stepped back into the seam of evening. The door made a sound like a jar being corked. The lane had remembered its new century. The traffic at the mouth of it negotiated with its usual rude charity. Evelyn held the pot in both hands, feeling it try to set and then relent at her warmth. The air around her took the shape of her breath and then forgot it. That felt like a good beginning. What did you lose? Victor asked, not because he wanted to catalog her, but because he wanted to be there when the absence arrived. She listened for those little domestic ghosts, the paint of a wall, the rain in a coat, the house's night note, and found them vague as old gossip. The ache that followed was clean and survivable. A color, she said, a smell, a warning. We'll make you new ones, he said. You can't, she said, and smiled in the old sweetness that survives ruin. But the world can. They walked to the first place that would forgive their experiment. A church that had been demoted to parish hall in a century that had mislaid its Sundays. The floorboards remembered generations of feet and declared themselves tired in a kindly way. She knelt, set the pot down, and spread the linen. The glue steamed its small candle of scent. She mixed chalk into it until it paled away skin pales when a person decides not to faint. Names, Victor prompted, as if stopping her from drowning. She spoke them, letting them blur, table, chair, scuff, splinter, until the words forgot their edges. Then she breathed across the ground as it dried and at the last moment turned her face away, denying it the compliment of her exhale. The air hesitated. Something in the boards let go. They worked until the light learned to be night. In each room where they laid the ground, library, basements, school gyms, a badminton court that offered chalk-like collaboration, the breath inside her stuttered and lost its confidence. Surfaces near the fresh gesso went dull with a relief so profound she could have wept into it and not made a mark. On the way back to the bad hotel with its ethical tape, they passed a shop window that had developed, habitually, a fog at the corner where a pair of dresses hung. Tonight, the fog tried and failed. It slid. It could not take. Victor laughed, short and human, and tired enough to be brave. Good, he said. Let it learn boredom. She held the pot like a candle she meant to keep from the wind. The city pulled the night on like a coat, not because it was cold, but because routines are armor. Beneath her skin, the pale tracery of breath-white pulsed with a new uncertainty. She walked slightly out of time with the traffic lights blink. It did not punish her for it. When they reached the door, Victor touched the pot as if to take its temperature and nodded, satisfied. Tomorrow, he said. Schools. 2 libraries. The museum staff corridor, if they'll let me bribe them with biscuits. And then, she asked, because people in love with plans need the next step like oxygen, then we make a city of floors that forget, he said, and give the walls nothing to lean on. In the room, she set the pot by the radiator and sat with her back to the papered mirror. Sleep would not come kindly, but perhaps it would come clean. She closed her eyes and listened for the house inside her. It was there still, but for the first time it did not know the steps. It breathed in, and she did not. It waited, and she refused. The glue cooled. The ground set. Somewhere far away, in a manner that learned too much about air, a corridor of mirrors tried a fog and found itself sliding off the world like rain on wax. Evelyn slept with one hand on the pot and dreamed of chalk dust rising where one's breath would have. Chapter 14. The Street That Forgot Its Name. Dawn came without ceremony, a sheet of pale hung up to dry. Evelyn woke with one hand still cupping the cooling pot. The surface of the glue dulled to a skin-like breath that has learned discretion. The chalk bag slept at its side, patient as flour. On the papered mirror, the tape had lifted at one corner during the night, and then thought better of it. The The paper clung, a tired eyelid that refused to open. She sat up slowly and tested her lungs the way a violinist tests a string. A small inhale, a measured exhale, listening for whatever was not her. It was there, reduced but not repentant, a second rhythm, slightly beneath her own, proposing itself like a metronome. She counted 3 beats with it, and then walked away on 4. The pot seemed to approve. The skin of glue tightened, agreeable to being carried. Victor knocked in his careful rhythm. 2. Pause. 1. As if rhythms themselves might be surveilled. He looked older with sleep than without it. The year they had lost in the night had decided to make a home around his eyes. He held a packet of biscuits and a roll of paper like a man returning from a raid. "Ready?" he asked. "Ready," she said, and believed it for almost a minute. They chose streets the map would not boast about, terraces whose paint had been chosen by landlords with poor eyesight, corners that smelled of bread before it remembered to be hunger, the stubborn survivals of hedges and front gardens that refused to be fashionable. It was Saturday, which meant the city had consented to pretend it did not need to hurry. Even the pigeons strutted more persuasively. The first place they tried was a hall above a shuttered greengrocer's, its stairs complaining in the dialect of a century ago. The caretaker let them in with the loyalty he reserved for people who arrived at the hour they had said they would. The room had been designed for elections and amateur dramatics. It retained both virtues. A stage sulked at one end beneath a maroon curtain that had learned patience. The floorboard shone not with polish but with repetition. "Here," Victor said. He set the biscuits on the piano as payment and unfolded the brown paper as if a ritual required witnesses. Evelyn knelt and warmed the glue with her hands until it remembered to be kind. She mixed chalk into a small portion, thin at first, then thicker, until the brush hesitated pleasantly. Her sleeves protected her skin as she stretched the linen and laid out a free rectangle where feet would surely pass. "Names," Victor prompted low. "Board, nail, splinter, scuff," she said, deliberately imprecise, as she breathed over the wet ground and turned her face at the last, denying it the compliment of completion. The glue set with a modest satisfaction, as if it had always wanted to be useful in this new way and had only waited for permission. Footsteps sounded in the corridor. Children, a parent, the mild chaos of a class that had chosen Saturday to be stubborn. The caretaker opened the door. A dozen faces stared in with the brutal candor of a young. One of them, a girl with hair like a small storm, asked, "What's that?" "A floor that forgets your footprints as soon as you leave," Victor said. He could not help himself. He brokered wonder as the rest of us broker apologies. "Good," the girl said, with a seriousness that judged the world. "We don't want to be tidied." They left the hall with the ground drying behind them like a promise it meant to keep. Outside, the light had taken on that particular brightness that makes the city look briefly foreign. Evelyn breathed carefully. The rhythm inside her stumbled twice and pretended it had intended to. They moved between places that deserved to be spared memory. A library's basement with old atlases that asked only not to be damp. A boxing gym whose walls had already learned to forgive. A school where a corridor accepted chalk the way a hand accepts a hand. Everywhere, the ground obeyed. Everywhere, the breath in her resisted, then yielded, then tested a new path like water considering stone. Between errands, they used the street as if it were a neutral medium. It was not. A van's livery misremembered its phone number with a confidence that made it dangerous. A street sign had fallen off and, when propped back into its frame, refused to confess which name it preferred. A cafe blackboard changed its spelling of today's soup between glances and maintained its dignity while doing so. People accepted these edits as the city's usual comedy. Only Evelyn saw how the edits began to agree with each other. At the corner of a square, Victor stopped with the suddenness of a man who has found himself in his own house without remembering how he came to the door. He frowned at a plaque on a railing, frowned at the sky, looked into his pocket for a note he did not remember making, and then laughed with gentleness dangerous to people who love him. "What?" she asked. "I've been here 100 times, he said, looking around as if the square might supply the rest of the sentence. "I used to cut through in winter to get to Chambers before the letters learned to scold me. There was a bench here under the second plane tree. A woman used to feed the squirrels with the exact opposite of generosity. He glanced at the trees, at the benches that did exist. I can't tell which one it was, or whether I've taken someone else's morning. She set the pot down and touched his sleeve. You gave a winter, she said. Let the city give a shape back. He closed his eyes, that old aphorist trick of instructing the world to await its explanation. When he opened them, the square offered him a bench that decided to be the one he meant. Relief passed over his face in a way that respected grief. It's small, then, he said. The forgetting. A bench and the morality of squirrels. For now, she said. A dog decided that benches were conversations and joined them. It sniffed Evelyn's coat with professional diligence and sneezed twice, as if to declare her unuseful, then wagged at Victor as if to congratulate him on having pockets. The owner apologized to the air and was forgiven. They ate at a cafe that had learned to lie delicately about its pastries. The glass of the display case tried to fog and then, remembering the ground drying across the street, thought better of it. The waitress warmed to this mood. Her laughter unglazed the plates. Victor tore a roll in half as if appeasing a minor god and handed her the larger piece. She watched his hands to see if they trembled. They did not. But when he reached for his water, his fingers paused an inch early, as if asking the glass to come the rest of the way to meet them. Tell me something only you know, she said. Which you? He asked mildly. There are 3 of me today. The one with ink on his thumb. The one who remembers law. And the one who remembers only rooms we have not yet made forget. He drank. I used to hum when I read as a boy, he said at last. My mother would shush me, and then, when I stopped, she would hum in the kitchen to pay the debt. There. He smiled with apology. Something small enough to keep. She put her palm on the table beside the pot, close enough to warm it. I used to count the breaths between trains in the tube, she said. If I matched them exactly, I thought I could keep the next one from coming too early. It never worked. But the counting made my heart believe it had a job. It does, he said. It keeps the glue warm. They carried the warmth with them into the afternoon. The weather grew tentative, like a person asking forgiveness for rain. On a street where the houses had settled into mutual disappointment, they found the first sign of real resistance. It was a narrow lane connecting 2 versions of the same idea and wore its lack of ambition with charm. Halfway down, the air took on the quality of varnish. The brick to the left forgot it was wall and offered its face as if for a portrait. The door on the right insisted it had always opened inward, when clearly it had not. A cat sat on a sill and tried out 2 different coats, neither of which belonged to it, and then stuck with Tabby because it was easier to keep clean. Evelyn stopped. Here. The sign above their heads said nothing. The bolts held a ghost of letters, the negative of a name. The breath inside her perked up as an animal does when a road bends toward home. Victor read the street, like a solicitor reads a contract, looking for where the language turned on itself. No corner at the end, he said. Only a permission to continue. The name's gone, and it likes that. She held the pot out. Ground, he agreed. They knelt on the indifferent pavement and looked like supplicants to any passerby, which is one way to be safe in the city. She spread linen in a long rectangle, where someone's trolley would roll and someone's bike would habitually cut. She warmed the glue and stirred chalk in until it resembled fog that had chosen to rest. She breathed, then turned away. A wind from nowhere, one of those corridor winds the city makes when it reconsiders itself, lifted the edge of the linen and set it down again like permission. A woman pushing a pram hesitated. So did the infant, because infants are meteorologists. What's that, then? The woman asked. Her voice had the accent of someone who had never cared to make vowels fashionable. An argument with the past, Victor said. Good, she said, and pushed on, relief in the squeak of the wheels as if some old story in the pavement had stopped trying to catch them. They sat on the curb and watched the ground go mad. The sign above them continued to refuse its name. Every so often the breath in Evelyn made a small, impatient thud, as if asking to be let out to play. She ignored it. The chalk seemed to learn contempt for the performance. It kept its scuffed humility. When the linen could be lifted without complaint, they rolled it and moved to the far end. There, where the lane met a wider road, the city had erected an electronic board that told buses their destinies. Its letters had started to blur in sympathy with the nameless sign. She stood beneath it and felt the old pull toward prediction. "Don't," Victor said softly. She didn't. 2 buses came anyway, and a boy, late for a match, managed not to be lost. As they gathered their things, the lane attempted one last gesture. The bricks to either side took up a sheen, faint as rumor, a slow intake before fog. The nameless sign vibrated, interested in its own absence. Evelyn set the chalk on her tongue, tasting school. She walked the length of the lane and tapped each corner where pavement met wall. Chalk dust rose like irritated angels. The bricks reddened honestly. The fog changed its mind. "Good," Victor said. "Teach it boredom. Teach it to be ugly." They cut across to a market street, where stalls made propositions in the grammar of produce. A chalkboard listed fruit, as if fruit were a miracle that required notarization. Eels in a tray performed the ancient theater of their kind. The butcher's window instructed the day in mortality. The world was almost vulgar enough to save itself. And yet a mural at the end of the road, new, worthy, sprayed last week by a collective that had borrowed hope, shivered into a livelier color as they approached. The eyes in it learned to follow. A small crowd had gathered to consider the mural's social obligations. A woman in a red coat tilted her head to decide whether she felt patronized. A man with paint on his hands watched his work gather a breath he had not painted into it and did not like the feeling. Evelyn could feel the mural's ground, raw brick, sealed badly. Taking her in, the breath inside her rose as if remembering an invitation. She stopped at the margin of the crowd and said, not loudly, "No." It was a strange thing to say to stone. The crowd did not notice, but the wall did. The eyes settled for a second into paint. She did not look twice. She let the no be a ground. Victor, sensitive to currents, said, "We should move." "Where?" she asked, not to be difficult, but to hear him stake a claim. "Where the city refuses to be picturesque," he said. "Underpasses, laundrettes, civil defense stairwells built for a bomb that never arrived." They obeyed. In a laundrette, the breath tried to ride steam and failed, humiliated by detergent. In an underpass, the walls remembered urine more forcefully than art. The breath retreated in disgust. In a stairwell, the ground already contained 1,000 scuffs in a chalk tally of games. Their linen looked smug when it joined. Evelyn felt a mean satisfaction that made her honest. Between these ugly blessings, the street performed its trickery. A door hopped one house to the left when no one watched. A window decided to frame a person who had not yet arrived to look out of it. A temporary fence acquired a memory of banners that had never been hung. They took the changes the way sailors take waves. Brace, then moved on. Mid-afternoon found them in a muse that had traded horses for cars and affection for plants. A man was teaching a child to ride a bicycle whose competence had not agreed with gravity. As they passed, time slipped. The fall happened before the wobble. The child cried with indignant surprise at being corrected by an edit. Evelyn crouched and righted the bike and righted time with it by putting her hand under the small of the child's back and saying, "Now!" On the beat she chose. The breath in her protested. Editing was its hobby. She cut its allowance for the afternoon. The father thanked them with the flustered gratitude that belongs to strangers saved from small shame. "Odd," he said. "For a moment I thought we'd been here before. But I don't suppose we have." "We have," Victor murmured, "and we both forgot politely." They reached a crossroads where 4 names disagreed with one another and with the map. A street sign had been repainted so many times it had acquired a relief. Above it, a second sign simply didn't exist. The air had the slight sweetness of new tarmac and of sap somewhere trying. Even the pigeons paused to read. "Here it is," Evelyn said. "The street that forgot its name," Victor agreed, as if they had just been introduced. His breath, which had been robust out of loyalty to her, faltered. He put a hand to the railings and frowned at the space where a memory should have been. "I had a case here once," he said slowly. "A boundary dispute. 2 gardens arguing about a line no one could see. I won, and it felt like losing." She watched it happen to him. A small, private impatience, like a man looking for his keys in pockets that had never let him down, and then the larger surrender to the fact that pockets are treacherous and keys of agency. She stood with him while he failed to retrieve the bench, stood while the winter he had given the apothecary took weight from his bones. He blinked in a rhythm not his own, and then smiled, because smiling is what one does when the world watches a man recalculate himself. "Say your name," she said. "Victor Havel," he said obediently, and the air gave it back with interest. "Again," she said. "Victor Havel," he said, and the sign above them did not. "Thank God, write it." He took her hand without the theater of it and walked on before the city, could decide to be sentimental. They made 3 more grounds that afternoon, one in the corridor of a swimming baths that offered its chlorine as a secular sacrament, one in a bookshop's back room where the proprietor took their chalk like gossip and lent them tea, one on the dais of a community center that had no community and resented the fact. At each place, the breath in her gave up an inch of jurisdiction, sulked, then watched, the way a cat watches a toy it pretends to have forgotten. Evening prepared itself with that laziness it keeps for months that claim to be spring, but dressed like November. The city lit itself more out of habit than need. They walked back by streets that had learned not to argue with their numbers, and the nameless lane showed them its best trick. Without fanfare, it extended itself, just a little, just enough that a door which had been an address now refused to be more than a door. A man coming home with curry stopped and laughed, not cruelly, not kindly, at the audacity of masonry. He juggled his bag and his keys and said, as one says to buses, "Fine," and went to the next door that agreed to take him. He lived there now. The city accepted the edit, like a good liar accepts a compliment. "We can't chase every change," Victor said quietly. "No," she said, equally quiet. "We can only change the changes." They reached the bad hotel, because they had promised the glue they would. In the corridor, a mirror had lost patience with paper and had unstuck one corner. The tape had gathered dust and rewrote its agreement with gravity. Victor pressed it back up with a firmness that bordered on doctrine. In her room, the pot sighed as it settled. She covered it, as if tucking in an animal too faithful to beg. "I'll go out again later," he said. 2 more floors. The night shift of forgetting. "I'll go with you," she said. "You'll sleep," he countered. "One of us has to be useless sometimes. The world prefers it." She would have argued, but the rhythm under her ribs had decided to declare itself a drum. It asked for a procession. She would not give it. She sat, the only concession the day would accept, and watched the chalk under her nails memorialize her choices. "Victor," she said, as he turned to go, "tell me something I can keep when I lose your bench again." He thought, and the thought made his face gentle. "When I was 19, he said, I learned to say please in a language that disliked being asked. I have used it all my life on rooms." He smiled at her, brief, unarmed. "Please, please," she repeated, and the room obeyed by staying a room. She slept badly and in true increments, the kind of sleep that leaves a tally on the body no one else can read. The breath inside her dreamed better than she did. It practiced being a city and failed in ways that pleased it. Twice, she woke to the sound of someone speaking a street into existence and knew the voice was hers. Twice she turned her face away and breathed wrong until the sentence lost its grammar. Near dawn, rain chose to start. It was honest rain, none of Margaret's perfume, none of the house's lung. It hit the sill hard and made the window think about itself for a moment before reminding it that it was glass and had a job. She stood in the gray and watched droplets pool and move on and thought what the apothecary had said. Unmaking is a kind of making. She had unmade a name that day and made in its place a corridor of forgetting. She was both proud and ashamed. The city would find its own adjectives. When Victor returned, he smelled the wet pavement and tea given freely. He took off his coat and stood with his back to the radiators like a fact trying to warm itself. 2 schools, he said. A scout hut. The reading room in a mosque where the caretaker told me I was a good man, and I told him I was only punctual. He gave me dates anyway. "Good," she said, and meant the calories and the kindness both. He looked at her as if to be certain he had remembered where to put her. "And the street?" he asked softly. "It still has no name," she said, "but it has corners that refuse to frame. It has a lane that forgets what door belongs to whom. It has a ground that slides off breath like rain off wax." He exhaled and then, failing to find a word, did not add one. The glue in the pot had set to a pale solidity. Cool, obedient, awaiting its next warmth. She put her hand on the lid and thought of all the floors in the city that had learned, in a day, to let go. She thought of the mural's eyes, forced to choose pain over witness. She thought of the bench that returned to Victor the second time he asked, and of the squirrels that would never be generous. "We bought time," she said. "We made time forget itself," he said, and put the empty biscuit wrapper in the bin with that particular care good men reserve for unimportant things. Rain struck the papered mirror with a small performance and slid down without finding a surface to admire. In the nameless street, a child chalked a hopscotch grid and played alone. The squares copied no foot and kept no score. Somewhere a sign writer looked at a blank rectangle and waited for a name that did not arrive, and chose instead to draw a line, and then another, until the board declared the hour, which is a form of mercy. Evelyn lay down and let the room decide not to be art. The breath inside her sulked and then, for the space of 3 inhalations, forgot its argument with lungs. The city turned over and gave one last soft noise, which might have been bus or fox, or the small sound people make when they refuse to be edited. Morning would call things by names again. But for the rest of that night, a street had no name, and therefore no instruction. And in that gap between title and use, a woman slept and a man watched corners, and the ground remembered how to forgive. Chapter 15. The counter that breathed. The city had learned to exhale without noise. A day of honest rain had polished the stone, washed chalk the gutters, softened the tension between street and wall. From the high windows of the hotel, Evelyn watched the water turn corners as if it had rehearsed them. The air looked clean, but cleanliness had always been art's most dangerous disguise. Victor stood behind her, his coat collar turned up like a man refusing to choose a season. He had slept an hour, perhaps 2. He had begun to lose the knack of rest in proper sequences. Dreams arrived before surrender that permitted them. His notebook lay open on the table. Half the words were missing their middles, as though erased by hesitation. "The ledger," he said. "We should see if it remembers us." "Or if it remembers itself," she answered. The glue had cooled into obedience. The linen, folded and pale, smelled faintly of chalk and the small victories they had bought the day before. Evelyn wrapped it in brown paper. When she lifted the pot, the residue inside shivered, not liquid, not solid, but something in between, the texture of breath trying to stay. She covered it again and nodded toward the door. They walked through streets that had resumed the posture of normality. The nameless lane was discreet now, its sign missive with the kind of dignity only London can manage. A florist arranged stems that refused a match. A policeman discussed football with a sandwich in one hand and duty in the other. Life had remembered its habits. Evelyn felt suspicious of every perfect motion. At the mouth of the alley, she paused. It looked narrower than she recalled, as the perspective had tightened overnight. The brickwork had developed a sheen, rainwater, she told herself, but the way it caught the light was too deliberate, like eyes wet with intention. "It's different," Victor murmured. "It's waiting," she said. The half door was closed. The bell above it had turned inward, its curve facing the room. A small thing, but the small things are what betray enchantments. Victor reached for the latch. It resisted, not locked but thinking. He applied more pressure. The door gave way with a sigh that seemed to come from further inside, from under floorboards or behind the jars. The shop smell had changed. The usual archive of turpentine and starch was still there, but beneath it lay something warmer, almost animal, a scent that did not belong to objects but to lungs. Candles guttered on their wicks, though there was no draft. Dust hung motionless, undecided about the scent. "Hello," Victor called softly. The air listened. They stepped inside. The shelves seemed closer than before, as if they had leaned forward to greet them. The apothecary was not behind the counter. The ledger lay open, its spine breathing, the slow expansion and contraction of paper under invisible wind. Evelyn moved closer. Each page turned itself, one by one, pausing long enough for a reader that was no longer required. The ink had shifted hue. Where it had once been the flat brown of age, it now glistened faintly green, like mold deciding to be language. Words rearranged, columns adjusted themselves. She read what emerged. To close a lung. Teach silence the shape of air. To undo pigment. Forget color by name. To unmake breath. Let it breathe you instead. Her fingers tingled, as though the blood beneath her nails had joined the text. Stop, Victor said, but the word arrived too late. The page swelled, inhaling her reflection. The parchment pulsed once, twice, and stilled. A noise came from beneath the counter. A slow creak, followed by the unmistakable rhythm of respiration. The wood rose fractionally, boards shifting like a chest under cloth. The grain ran deeper now, veins instead of lines. She reached for the surface and felt warmth, undeniable, faintly damp. "It's alive," she whispered. "No," Victor said, though softly, as if not to offend it. "It's remembering how to be alive." The apothecary's voice came from nowhere and everywhere at once. What was once a tree, it said, calm, apologetic. Trees are lungs that never learn to forget. You bring them breath, they return the favor. She looked around, searching for him, but saw only the jars and shelves and, above them, a dark smear that might have been shadow or might have been outline. The voice continued. "You have changed the ground. The world has begun to slide off its own image. Good, but nothing unlearns easily. The pigment is restless. It wants a counterstroke." "What kind?" Victor asked. "The opposite of making," said the voice. "A single gesture that teaches the world the pleasure of absence." "And where?" Evelyn asked. "Here," said the voice, "where breath first learned to lie still. But not with that glue. Not yet. You will need to mix it with remembering. Forgetting alone is hunger. Remembering alone is rot. Together, they cancel politely." Evelyn glanced at Victor. "He means blood." He nodded once. "It always comes to that." The counter exhaled. A seam opened in the wood, narrow but definite, revealing a cavity the size of a heart. Inside lay a small knife, the kind used to scrape paint from palate, not to harm flesh. Its blade shone with the chill of instruments that know their purpose. Evelyn touched it. The metal hummed faintly, a tuning fork for the air. "Whose blood?" she asked. "Yours," said the voice. "The pigment came through your line. It must return the way it arrived. A drop? No more. To temper the ground." She drew a sharp breath, and then paint a single stroke across the counter. Where breath began, breath will end. Victor placed his hand on her wrist. It could be another trap. It could wake the thing that sleeps here. "It already wakes," she said, nodding at the ledger. The pages had begun to rise and fall again, each movement slower, heavier, as if weighed with expectation. "If we don't, it will finish the painting without us." She pricked her finger. The bead of red swelled, bright as punctuation. The wood beneath her hand quivered, ready. She let the drop fall. It sank instantly, no stain, no trace. The counter sighed, a sound of recognition rather than relief. The voice, quieter now, said, "Good, you have taught it remembrance. Now forget." The ledger snapped shut. Dust rose in a halo and settled on her skin like frost. The air changed. The jars trembled. The liquid within them darkened as though shamed. Somewhere underfoot, a deep, slow heartbeat began, the rhythm of a place deciding to be mortal again. The shelves straightened. The door behind them unlatched of its own accord. "It's closing," Victor said. "No," she said, backing toward the door. "It's breathing out." The counter swelled once more, expanding to the size of a breath about to end. From the crack in its surface, a faint plume of white smoke rose, not thick, but steady. It wound upward like a ribbon until it reached the ceiling beams, where it spread and dissolved. The smell that followed was not unpleasant. Chalk, pine, and something faintly metallic, like a winter remembered badly. Evelyn watched as it sank back into stillness. The heartbeat slowed, faded. The jar stilled. The air, for the first time, felt like ordinary air. They stepped outside. The door closed behind them with a sound like a final brushstroke. The alley had changed color. Not drastically. Only enough that the bricks looked more like stone, the shadows less theatrical. A delivery van rattled past the end of the lane and failed to notice them, which felt like a compliment. Victor drew a long breath and let it out through his teeth. "What did we do?" "We made the counter forget it was supposed to serve," she said. "Maybe that's how everything ends. The world remembers it can stop being useful. Do you feel different?" She looked down at her hand. The puncture on her finger had closed cleanly. No pain. Only a pale trace of dust where blood had touched wood. "Lighter," she said, "as if something that was borrowing me has paid the rent and left." He smiled faintly. "And the pigment?" "It's quieter," she said, though she wasn't certain if that was truth or hope. They walked back toward the main road. The city met them with the usual clutter. Buses arguing with lights. People editing each other's space with umbrellas. Yet a subtle change accompanied the sound. Less echo, less insistence. The air felt unadorned. At a crossing, Victor stopped. "Listen." She did. No breath beneath the pain of the world. Only rain and footsteps and the plain, unremarkable inhale of the living. She looked at him. "It worked." "Or it's beginning to," he said. "Either way, we've moved the story forward." She smiled, small, unsure, the smile of someone who has tasted temporary peace and knows better than to trust it. Behind them, unseen, the half door of the apothecary shuddered once, then settled. From it came a sound too soft to be heard at distance, the faintest whisper of air leaving a body that had remembered the luxury of stillness. Chapter 16. The City Without Mirrors. It began with the window of the barber's shop. Overnight the glass had learned a new discretion. Where it had once returned faces with eagerness bordering on flattery, it now accepted them with a shrug and gave back only a suggestion, shade, posture, the rumor of cheekbones. A man in the chair lifted his chin for the razor, the way a congregation lifts its face for rain. The blade made its careful syllables, and the glass declined to repeat. The barber frowned at the pane, as if he had been insulted by a pupil, and then, because work has its own liturgy, finished the shave by feel. Evelyn stood across the street and tried not to take the credit. The counterstroke of the apothecary had thinned the heir's appetite, taught wood and dust how to release their grip on memory. But mirrors are unfaithful students. They pretend to learn, and then discover a way to keep the lesson while undoing the teacher. By mid-morning, the city had gathered a new habit, reflective surfaces that refused to reflect and light that had learned to think. They felt it first in a cafe where spoons had always admired themselves. Victor stirred his tea and watched the metal consider the idea of a face and then reject it, as if polishing now were a theological argument. Sunlight broke through the window and pooled on the table in a square that held its shape too long. When Evelyn set her hand in the light, the edges of the square clung to her skin, as if light had become a powder. She lifted her fingers. The brightness stretched, then let go, elastic, reluctant. Surface had become a verb. Victor said, not astonished, tired, impressed. "It isn't something. It's something being done. To us," she said. "To everything," he agreed, and blew on his tea as if breath could still be impolite. They had made a plan as good plans are. Ordinary, actionable, a list you can fold into a pocket. They would take the counterstroke into public rooms and lay down forgetting where the world wanted to copy itself. Community halls with stage curtains, clinics where chairs waited without complaint, libraries whose floors knew the difference between silence and quiet. No glass, no shine, linen and glue and chalk, and the gentle rudeness of teaching a place to let go. The librarian, the first branch, knew them on sight, and liked them without admitting it. "We don't allow adhesives," she said, hands folded in the way women fold hands, when they are letting you know you are not yet forgiven. Victor placed the wrapped biscuits on the desk, as if laying flowers. "It's a spiritual adhesive," he said solemnly. "It holds nothing." She gave a laugh that lifted dust from a shelf 3 aisles over. 20 minutes before the book club," she said, and lifted the rope for them like a blessing. They unrolled linen along the reading table's flank, a long pale strip that promised nothing to no one. Evelyn warmed the glue in her palms until it forgave its solidity. Chalk went in, the old schoolroom rhythm, and she breathed over the ground and turned away at the last, ransom withheld. She had done it so often now that the movement existed in her wrist like prayer. The light in the windows stirred, curious, then decided to behave. The floorboards under the tables gave a satisfied little flex, as if joints had been oiled. At the clinic, a poster of an anatomically correct heart had fog at the atrium, the way glass fogs when someone tells you news too soon. Evelyn laid a small patch of ground beneath the chair, where people cried in a polite way, and the poster forgot how to breathe. Her chest answered with one stray, stubborn beat, and then submitted. A nurse with a pen behind her ear said, "We used to burn sage for this sort of thing, and accepted the linen as a secular incense." The city, which prides itself on ignoring blessings, paid attention. By noon, the underground had grown uncharacteristically shy in those sections where they had walked the previous day. The tiles looked dull enough to pass inspection. Escalators sighed without narrating. In the window of a shoe shop, a row of indifferent heels failed to preen. An electronic billboard tried to sell a future by showing a face and instead described a shape. The commuter who usually searched for himself in every panel of glass was forced to trust his body without witness and discovered that he still existed. But mirrors do not lose an empire without a counter. The ones that remained, polished steel at a lift landing, a beveled door in a hotel that had never learned good manners, the long panel above a bar that collected evenings, began to think with a caution that made them dangerous. They returned images and fragments, not as breakage, but as argument. A mouth spoke without its eyes. A hand reached into a room before a shoulder did. Two versions of a person negotiated which would be believed. Light aided them, choosing angles that pleased the reflection more than the thing reflected. On a corner where a bus would always be late, a pain returned Evelyn to herself with a half-breath's delay and then, proud of its trick, gave her back a more rested face. She turned away. Victor touched her elbow. "Don't reward it." "I wasn't," she said, hearing her father in the defense. They took the counterstroke into a school gymnasium where a badminton net sagged like a municipal thought. Children were being loud with balls and had a license to do so. Teachers called names that will outlive them. Evelyn knelt at the edge of the court and spread a narrow strip where the hash marks met, an interruption dressed as maintenance. The chalk took the glue took the breath, and the floor let go. A girl skidded, then didn't. A boy who had practiced losing found a point where his foot remembered to stop. Across the hall, a trophy case tried to fog and failed. The trophies were forced to be steel again. The children, who know when they've been spared a metaphor, invented a better game and forgot to be watched by glass. Between rooms, the city showed its new intelligence. Sun on water did not flirt. It evaluated. A puddle offered depth only after a pause, as if considering whether to loan it. The sky set down its light carefully, edges first, then center. Reflections made edits, and then, when caught, shrugged. Habit, they said, can't help it. Mirrors spoke to one another in the way men speak in club lounges. Elliptically, too amused, smug about documents only they may read. At the corner where a new hotel had lacquered itself into existence, a doorman caught them slowing and let his face arrange itself into service. "Conference?" he asked, and the word wore a tuxedo. "Condensation," Victor said pleasantly. "We're deterrents." "We're not admitting trades," the doorman said, and made a small motion that asked the pavement to hold their weight. "Not a trade," Victor returned. "A subtraction. You can take that up with management," the man said, in the tone of someone who has been management's instrument so long he believes it makes him music. They went in under the glass canopy, because irony can be protective camouflage. The lobby tried to sell them a smell that had learned words like forest and leather without ever meeting either. Behind the bar, bottles lived in a mirror that would have seduced Narcissus back to his childhood. At the end of the corridor, a wall of water slid down a pane in a way that always impressed men who confused noise with wealth. Everywhere, reflection. Everywhere, light with opinions. Evelyn felt the breath in her lift, greedy, matching scales with the glass. It would be so easy, the part of her that was Margaret murmured, to take this room as a mouth. She touched the pot as if to discipline a child. Victor glanced down the corridor and, with the air of a man consulting a timetable, chose the service door. The kitchen had chrome enough to shave in and a tempo that forgave nothing. A sous chef swung a pan in a circle that pleased physics. Heat set its lines and meant them. The mirrors here were not art. They were tools, and they liked their dignity. Evelyn apologized with her shoulders, laid an index card square of ground on the pass, just where orders were torn away. The steel above it dulled almost at once, not dirt, indifference. A cook with tattoos of saints wiped the panel, and found that nothing returned. "Ha!" he said, and was converted to some new faith that required only that dinner be served. Back in the lobby, the water wall hesitated. Drops forgot how to become a sheet. For a moment the pane was a field of clear beads, each with its own mind, and then the weight of them reminded them of duty, and they slipped back into obedience. The bar mirror gave up its softness and held its alcohol with more honesty. Guests who had come to be flattered found themselves only present. Most disliked it and were ashamed of disliking it. A woman in a dress she had loved in the store looked at her body with a fairness she had not meant to and ordered club soda. A man removed his hat. They left before the room could learn their names. The street received them with a wet indifference that felt like mercy. On a wall that had always, for reasons unknown, reflected the sky as if it were a better sky than the one above it, the light lost interest. A bus passed. Its windows had been taught to remember faces for a living. The faces forgot to be remembered and went back to having destinations. "All day," Victor said. "We could do this all day." "And all night," she said, "until the city becomes bored of its own face." He smiled, and then forgot what he had been about to say. It happened like a train pulling past a platform you were meant to step onto. Momentum became mistake, and then dignity became story. He checked his pocket for a note he had not written, and made a show of tucking the notebook away as if that had been the intention. In his eyes, for a breath, there was the panic of a man who has lost the word bench again and may never recover it. "Name me," she said softly. "Evelyn Halden," he said, and the syllables made a sound like a struck match. He breathed. "And you?" "Victor Havel," she said. He nodded, grateful, as if she had found his keys. They took the counterstroke into a dim parish hall, where chairs stacked themselves with the courtesy of furniture, into a boxing gym where men taught boys not to bleed on purpose, into a mosque's entry, where shoes made a language of order out of feet. In each place, they laid down a strip of forgetfulness, and the light grew dull around it, not from shade, but from principle. Mirrors in adjacent rooms paused, reconsidered their purpose, and chose, for a few hours, to admire less and witness more. Light obeyed and stopped offering commentary. It was working. It was not enough. Toward evening, the city attempted a new argument. On the long glass of a bus shelter, moving streaks of headlamps began to assemble themselves into shapes with more patience than traffic should have. The ghosts of face developed in red and white, not steady but committed. People stood before it and felt watched. And because being watched is, for some, the only proof of existence, they reached for their phones. The lens looked at the lens and agreed that something had happened. In the photo, no face appeared, only light. But the looker swore, already writing the story between friends and later on a screen, that the city had blinked. Evelyn pressed a little square of ground to the panel and held it as if she were cooling a fever. The light tried to push through her palm and then found the glue and slid. The face did not disappear. It dispersed, becoming the motion it had condensed from. A man laughed, embarrassed to have nearly believed in miracles, and aimed his camera at a dog dressed in clothes. Victor's hands shook when he set the pot down. He had not eaten since tea. His winter, the one he had given, had left a chink in him. The wind found it, and gentlemen of his generation do not admit to weather. She took him to a corner where a pub had kept its carpet from the 70s as a moral position. The mirror behind the pumps had been corralled by brown paper, either in compliance with a recent trend or because someone had broken it once around Christmas and had never confessed. They ate gravy that told the truth about fat and salted themselves back into the world. When they came out, the light had changed its tone. The hour when day negotiates with night had learned to distrust its own outline. Street lamps tried to anticipate where bodies would be and lit that space early. A building's glass skin, having discovered that it could give back a city more flattering than the one in front of it, began to do so, editing out scaffolds, removing stains, adding a tower that had not yet been built and might never be. People admired a reflection of a place that had not happened, and the light took the compliments like a thief compliments a lock he has already picked. They stood under a bridge where the bricks sweated old rain, and the ground was chokeable. Evelyn put down a wider bed of forgetting and felt the breath in her crow in protest and then retreat. Overhead, a train passed with a noise that did not pretend to be anything else. A cyclist swore at his own reflection in a puddle and then, seeing only a circle of sky, swore at God and felt better. Tomorrow, Victor said, dangerous word, almost a spell. We extend it. We ask for help. Architects, caretakers, cleaners, the people who know where floors are tired. We give them instruction, how to warm glue in their hands, how to turn their faces away at the last. We give them chalk, not doctrine. And mirrors, she asked. We can't paper a city forever. He looked up at the bridge and the web of bolts that had believed in heavy things for decades. We starve them. We teach light to forget them. If light refuses to admire, a mirror has only glass. She nodded and felt the yes in her bones. But when they came up from under the bridge, the city showed them what ideologies do when threatened. The long flank of a bank had made itself a single glittering idea. Its facade was a theory of reflection, one plane, then another, then a third, until every angle had been persuaded to celebrate the others. They stood before it, suddenly provincial. Evelyn saw herself 1,000 times, each version half a breath late, some with a mouth ready to speak, some with a hand already raised, some turning away, appalled. The light, no longer merely obedient to surfaces, had chosen sides. It had become curator and chorus. Don't, Victor said, and she realized she had already lifted her hand as if to press her palm to the glass and teach it to ground. He did not touch her, merely said her name the way one tells a tether the knot will hold. Evelyn. She forgot the trick of making her breath disobey rhythm. She forgot the way to speak names until they blur. She remembered only the gift Margaret had given her, that the world can be made to stay. For a second, forgiven by fatigue, she wanted the museum again, the dome breathing, the rooms taking her in, the long, slow exhale of being part of something that preserves without asking whom it preserves for. The glass must have seen the want in her posture. It leaned. A woman passing with shopping stopped, placed her own hand flat against a panel in sympathy with a stranger, and left the print of living, greasy salt, heat, a smear of day. The glass, which had learned to despise bodies, flinched from the touch the way a clever child flinches from a kiss in public. The reflection broke into honesty. 10,000 rectangles of street and sky. The woman looked at her fingers as if surprised to still be able to mark the world, and walked on, whistling a tune she had not realized she remembered. Remember that, Victor said, breath catching, not the breath beneath the paint. The handprint. She laughed, shaky, grateful. I will. They went down a side street the city had forgotten to gentrify. A shop window presented televisions to no one. Their screens, black and off, returned neither faces nor rooms. For the first time, the absence of reflection did not feel like punishment. It felt like capacity. Evelyn touched the glass with the back of her hand, gentle as one touches a sleeping animal, and said, You owe no one a likeness. The glass believed her. They made 3 more grounds in quick succession. One under a heavy vestibule where coats remembered other winters, one in a cafe storeroom redolent of coffee and mild mutiny, one in a stairwell that had learned to hum to itself when no one came. Everywhere, the breath in her loss of projection had enjoyed all day and settled into a domestic sulk. Light rebuked, behaved. Back at the hotel, the paper on their mirrors had kept its promises. The chalk in the corners had bruised to a near-invisible pallor that made geometry too tired to be predatory. Victor found the bench in his mind the first time he looked and sat on it in a room where benches do not exist. He rubbed his forehead and said, as though it were gossip, For a second, I could not remember how my mother's hands were different from other women's. And then I remembered a scar at the base of her thumb where she cut herself on a sardine tin. That will do. It will, she said. She slept hard and incorrectly, the way bodies sleep when the day has demanded a war, and called it errands. In the small hours the city tried one more trick. The moon, which is a mirror with a dignity to deny it, spread a weak rectangle on the carpet. The rectangle learned her footfall and then forgot it. The mirror under paper stayed paper. The breathing under paint stayed under. When morning came, rain had washed the windows. The barber's shop glass gave back a face again, not as flattery, not as judgment, only as work. The bus shelter held light like a bucket, simple as metal. The long bank's facade performed its vanities at a volume the day could ignore. The city had not been cured. It had been taught manners. On the dressing table, chalk dust ringed the pot like frost around a pond where boys decide whether to trust ice. Evelyn warmed the glue with both hands until it loosened with a sigh that wanted to be relief. She looked at Victor and saw his age again, which is to say she saw his years return to him and the kindness with which he wore them. He looked at her and, as if formalities were needed to hold a day in place, said, "Ms. Halden." "Mr. Havel," she said gravely. "Shall we continue?" he asked. She nodded. Until the city forgets how to watch itself breathe. Outside, light settled where it was placed without narrating. The puddles did their old trick of sky, and then let feet be feet. A child dragged chalk down a curb and called it river. A mirror over a mantel in a charity shop gave up trying to invent past lives for a dress and went dull in a way only honesty can achieve. And in a room under the city where counters remember and ledgers sulk, a seaman would stage shut, not because the breath was finished, but because, for one long, lovely span of morning, forgetting had become a form of care. Chapter 17. The Unmaking. The morning had the candor of a hospital corridor. It gave back sound without adornment and let light be only light. Evelyn woke with the pot between her hands like a small animal that had chosen her out of practicality. The glue inside loosened under her palms with that modest side had learned, a breath that remembered it was not lungs. Victor stood by the window, counting buses the way a man counts heartbeats after a shock. He had begun to mark time with vehicles and kettles and the clatter of cutlery, because numbers have a way of staying even when names desert you. "Today," he said, as if the word might flee, "we go to where it gathers. River first, then the museum, then under, she repeated, and the room, obedient to grammar resolve, allowed itself to be left behind. The city had pulled its face tight. The barber's mirror did its work without opinion. Shop front glass had the humility of buckets. Puddles returned sky like a duty performed for a stipend. But beneath the ordinary, Evelyn felt it. The remaining breath, not in palaces of glass or proud facades, but in seams, with a bridge joined embankment, where brick met water, where tunnels found the patience to curve. A weather-wanting move there, slow as glue. They walked the river's edge. It was not a noble morning for water. A frown of tide, a muddle of wakes, barges performing the honest idiocy of commerce. Evelyn loved it for refusing metaphor. The river reflected badly. The river forgot faces. The river should have been safe. And yet, along one reach with stone wall remembered 1,000 hands. The air had gathered, a thickness without color. It was not fog. It was a breath condensed by failures, interrupted reflections, mirrors starred of admiration, glass told to shut up. It had come home to the only thing that would forgive it. Under the bridge it hung like linen not yet wrung. Victor felt it too. He took one step back into sun. Here, she said. They set the pot on the coping. Evelyn warmed the glue. It answered. She lifted a strip of linen and, with palms, pressed a long, modest rectangle onto the stone at ankle height, where no one looks except people who have already loved a place enough to kneel to it. Chalk went into the glue until it paled. She breathed over the ground and, at the last, turned her face away, refusing the treaty. The breath that had gathered there wavered, broke into smaller weathers, drifted, and fled. Pigeons were first to prove. They resumed walking like petty landlords. Again, Victor said. They walked the curve and laid down 4 more strokes in places where the wind had never learned poetry. Under ladders, behind bins, on the inside face of a pillar where spiders freelance. With each small refusal, the city lightened by a weight you cannot weigh. Evelyn felt the pale tracery under her skin give an offended twitch, like a snubbed cat. She kept her hands busy and her breath off the beat. Near the stairs of the towpath a woman had stopped with a dog the color of toast. She watched them with the practical curiosity of someone who performs kindness on schedule. "What's that do, then?" Makes the world forget it's a mirror, Victor said. About time, she said, and the dog sneezed and confirmed the policy. By noon they had taught 5 corners to let go and 2 bridges to be engineering again. The breath retreated to higher ground, as contagions do. Museum, Victor said, not because he believed in chronologies, but because men like him worship buildings that keep paper. They crossed the square. The dome did not fog. The banners performed their job, and no more. A guard had the courtesy to dislike them on sight. Closed section, he said, and pointed with a chin toward a velvet rope. We're part of the maintenance, Victor replied, and held up the roll of brown paper as if it were a sacrament. His lie had the dignity of a man who would rather be believed on his word than on his badge. The guard hesitated. His radio made a sound like a thoughtful cough. 10 minutes, he said. Don't touch the saints. They did not. They touched thresholds. Linen down where doors argue with air. Chalk where sills gather the breath of visitors. A thin skein of forgetting beneath the marble woman who had once said thank you and who now did not speak at all. In the rotunda, Evelyn stood under the dome and listened. The room had a residual pulse, like a body after a fever. She laid a hand on the floor, far from any frame, and felt an old rhythm answer and then politely stop. In the third gallery, the paintings had learned prudence. They no longer fogged. They no longer tested their lungs at the thinness of varnish. They waited. Waiting, Evelyn had learned, can be worse. It is a way the world prepares to include you again without your consent. She walked the room along the wall, a lover's pace, and as she passed a small landscape, nothing famous, a hill, a hedge, a path without opinion. The breath inside her surged joyful, treacherous. The hill had been primed with ground that remembered too well. It reached for her. Not there, Victor said sharply. He was behind her, close enough to catch the habit in her shoulder. It's bait. She laughed once, short, ashamed. I know. No louder, he said. They left before knowledge could become performance. In the staff corridor, a woman in sensible shoes stopped them with the courage of people who are tired of believing in the wrong things. You were here yesterday, she said to Evelyn. The dome. She steadied herself. When I cleaned the cases this morning, the glass had fingerprints on the inside. I cleaned them. They came back. I cleaned them again. I'm sorry, Evelyn said, meaning it. We're trying to teach it better manners. The woman gave a bark of laughter and accepted that this was the world. Well, do it faster, she said, not unkindly, and let them through the yard where bins teach patrons about appetite. They laid a hasty patch of forgetting near the freight lift and left it to think. At the river again the breath had thinned. The city took offense at having to act normal and did it with zeal. Mirrors behaved like glass. Glass behaved like mineral. Light deferred to the weather. Evelyn felt unease where other people would have felt relief. It is difficult to trust a room that agrees too quickly to your rules. She looked at Victor and saw that the bench in his mind was present. He stood at its edge, not yet sitting, as if saving the posture for later. Under, she said. Under was where the city kept its heat and its haste and the residue of yesterday. The underground had the old civility of danger. Stand behind the yellow line. Mind the gap. Trade your breath for distance. Posters had stopped breathing. Tiles recalled that their job was to be wiped and replaced. Still, in the deep stations where loops of tunnel glove around each other and the earth keeps its cool, the air had a familiar wrong density, like a word bitten off. They took the eastbound platform, end section, where the light delays by half a second and makes faces ghost into being. Evelyn set the pot on the bench and saw, in the scratched plastic, the outline of a palm, hers, from another day, another impatience. She warmed the glue as a train sighed into station, for doors opened. Humans exchanged burdens. She waited. Doors closed. The train left, peeling a new skin of noise off the tunnel. She laid a narrow strip where the platform edge cracks its small, habitual smile. Chalk. Breath. Turn away. She felt the tunnel hesitate, confused by the absence of mirror. The next train entered with less panache. Passengers frowned for no reason and then felt better. It wants the rails, Victor said, watching the tunnel mouth. Everything that repeats wants rails. We'll give it sleepers, she said, reminding herself that it is a lung that remembers trees. They went down 2 levels, where the old line crosses the older, to the place workers go when systems prefer not to have witnesses. There the breath sat like a dog under a table. It disliked the fluorescence. It adored the curve. Evelyn crouched, the pot between her knees, and listened. The second rhythm inside her matched the rumble from distant trains until her body wanted to become a timetable. She stirred glue into chalk and laid thin forgettings at the angles. Floor to pillar, pillar to wall, wall to air. The breath peeled away from junctions with reluctance, and the offended whisper of fabric leaving skin in summer. She did not forgive it. She made all the corners poor. Once more, Victor said. He had his back to the void and trusted it the way you trust a sullen dog. Once more, she agreed. By late afternoon, the city had learned boredom again. It looked at itself less. Fewer pains attempted prophecy. A boy at a bus stop watched his face in the plexiglass and then, seeing nothing flattering there, elected to speak to his grandmother. The grandmother, who had always suspected mirrors of bad faith, crowned him with a biscuit. They returned to the surface at a mouth of stairs the map had miscounted. The first drop of evening found them there and stayed to see what they would do. Evelyn felt the pale lines under her skin pulse in a pattern that had not belonged to her since Halden. Inhale, hold, exhale late. She stopped on the top step. Victor stopped too, because he had learned that stopping with her was sometimes the only moral act left. It isn't finished, she said. It won't finish, he replied. It will adjust, like we do. We build on unsteady ground and call it law. It builds on breath and calls it mercy. She tasted iron and chalk. Then we go lower. Lower? He asked, not because he doubted, because he wanted to know where the ground would be when they arrived. Where the city keeps the part of itself that was quarry and grave, she said. Where water used to persuade stone. Where heat becomes memory. Where names were never hung. The tunnels under the tunnels, he said, remembering a winter he had not kept. The old culverts. The river that forgot it was a river. She nodded. The map offered nothing. A workman with kindness in his boots offered the rest. You don't want to be down there, he said, and showed them the gate anyway. Don't look too long. They went when the station dozed. A security light made a puddle of authority near the door and then gave up. The gate used a lock that had once loved keys and now preferred complacency. Victor handled it as a man handles a lie he can improve. They entered a stairwell that had tried to forget its shape. The handrail liquefied under fingers and then remembered metal again. The air was the first air cities breathed. Damp, patient, not yet taught to carry perfume. The culvert received them like a rumor. It had been brick, then stone, then brick again, the way cities repair themselves with their own corpses. A trickle of old water rehearsed along the center. The roof thought about collapsing and, for the moment, spared them the demonstration. Their lights cut cones through dust, so old it had learned not to settle. The breath was thick here. It had no glass to talk to, no mirrors to boast at. It had only mass and mouth. It moved as a weather does inside a cave. It had become the city's undervoice. Evelyn felt it gather around her, not as possession this time, but as invitation. You could belong here, it said without speaker, the way a tone belongs to a bell. Put down your human and take up forever. She set the pot on a ledge and shook her hands, as if flinging off paint. No. Victor leaned his back to a wall that had learned scorn. Tell what comes next, he said, soft. She knew. She had known since the apothecary opened the counter and gave her a knife that was really a sentence. The counterstroke was not a technique. It was a liturgy. You laid forgetting into ground. You warmed glue with hands that had cost you something. You breathed and withheld the last gift. But to end what remained, to unmake the breath that had moved from house to canvas to city to seam, she had to unmake herself where she was most picture and least person, which is where... Victor asked when she said this aloud. Where he lives, she said. Not Margaret, her father. The part of me that paints even when my hands are empty. He closed his eyes to steady the impulse to argue. When he opened them, he looked old enough to be trusted with grief. You don't have to be glorious, he said. You could be merely alive. I've tried, she said, and the apology in the sentence belonged to a girl of 12 who once sat on a stair and listened to brushes talking. This is the other way. She unpacked linen. The glue warmed greedily. She mixed chalk until it forgot its indignation at being asked to save the world. She lay a wide ground on the ledge at shoulder height, higher than floors, lower than altars, because this was neither. She breathed. She turned away. Then she did the thing the ledger had spoken in green. Teach silence the shape of air. Instead of adding a picture, she removed a memory from herself and laid it into the wet ground. Which one? Victor asked. The question was an attempt to keep her human. The smell of his coat after rain, she said, because she had already paid that one to the glue upstairs, and she could bear that absence twice. She pressed her palm to the ground, and the shape of a hand did not remain. The chalk took only warmth. The glue took only refusal. She tried again. The light in his studio at 3, winter, thin, refusing to fill corners. The ground accepted the description and forgot it. And then the true thing. The sound the house made when she knew she was not alone. Her father living long enough to stop being in the room. She placed it on the ground with the tenderness of setting down a cup for the dead. The glue blurred it. The chalk could not keep it. The world learned the idea of losing. The breath reacted like an animal that has had its scent washed off. It swirled, panicked, turned on itself, sought mirrors that did not exist in corners she had chalked out of mercy. It presented her father's face, and was disappointed she did not look. It presented Margaret's hand and her old studio light, and the circle of silver that had taken so many hours into itself. She did not look. "Name me," she said. "Evelyn Halden." Victor answered immediately, as if the room needed to be told the surface of the world. Daughter, painter, survivor, not a picture. Again, Evelyn Halden. The culvert moaned in the tone of iron, remembering it was earth. Water slapped brick, like a quiet applause. She took the knife, the palette scraper, cleaned the symbol, and left only edge. She drew a single line across the drying ground, one poor, beautiful stroke, wrong on purpose, the kind a teacher would correct, the kind that ruins a picture and saves a life. The room stuttered. The breath pressed. The ground slid. The line held. Something gave. Not in stone. In her. She felt the old, treacherous glow beneath her skin go out in 2 places. The wrist where her father once guided a brush. The throat where grief had taken up flat. She did not fall. She stood with a new absence and found she could bear it. "What did you lose?" Victor asked. She tested the inside of her mouth with her tongue as if memory lived between teeth. "I can't see his face without seeing paint," she said. "That is smaller than it sounds. It is also everything." He did not praise or forbid. He did not say brave or necessary. He took her hand and found it ordinary, warm, unlit. The breath in the culvert made one last effort, a convulsion that pushed air through their lungs without permission. Evelyn stepped aside at herself and let her body baffle it by surviving. The current thinned. What remained of the breath learned the discipline of tunnels. Go forward, incline, arrive late, leave nothing but the faintest damp. They climbed. The station hummed with work. Above ground, afternoon had discovered gold somewhere and was trying on indiscriminately. Glass chose not to help. A puddle rehearsed the sky and then forgot. The museum kept its dome like an obedient hat. The river cut light to ribbons and gave them back without comment. "It will try again," Victor said, sitting on his interior bench at last. "In pictures, in screens, in the polite tyrannies of memory." "Yes," she said. "We will teach floors to let go and light to be stupid. We will ask people to leave fingerprints on purpose." "And you?" he asked, and the you belonged to the private map of her head. "I will forget him correctly," she said. "Not as a picture. As a man who left rooms and lives in the sound of a kettle. That unmaking is mine." They walked without needing destinations. The city, encouraged by their indifference, put on evening for others and left them the quiet seams. At the corner where they had once nearly believed a bank, a woman pressed her hand to glass and left a print like a signature. At a bus stop, a boy turned his phone around and captured a dog in trousers instead of light pretending to be a saint. In a cafe window, the square of sun held its shape for a heartbeat, and then loosened, content to make warmth and no meaning. That night, Evelyn did not paper the mirror. She left the brown taped square on the dressing table, as if for a future self who would need it. The mirror watched her watch it watching her, then, embarrassed by the infinite, chose to show only a woman who had lived a day and would live another. The chalk in the corners had dulled to something architects would pretend to dislike. The pot slept, sometime between 2 and 3. The house inside her, Halden, Margaret, the studio light, the breath in the basin, woke, stood at the side of the bed as dreams do, and did not touch her. She turned her face away and breathed wrong. It left. At dawn the city exhaled and smelled of bread. The barber's glass returned a face that needed shaving. The bus shelter offered only schedules. A thin line of glue on a ledge beneath London hardened to philosophy. The museum would open, and people would look and be looked at and be only a little haunted. The river declined to remember anyone. Victor tapped her door with his deliberate gentleness. "Today?" he asked. "Today," she said. And the day, which has always been a frame if you let it, decided to be only a day. Chapter 18. The Last Breath. The day began as if it had been washed and hung. Light came back from stone with no ambition to be anything else. The rain of the night had rinsed the streets until they looked briefly new, like a city practicing youth in front of a mirror that had finally chosen to be glass. Evelyn woke with a familiar weight in her hands. The pot cooled to a patient calm, the chalk bag dozing, and knew, with the knowledge that arrives without language, that the world would accept an ending if one were offered carefully. Victor stood at the window and breathed in the ordinary way, counting not the bus exhaust or the ledger traffic, but the small, unremarkable spaces between. He had taken to measuring quiet, as if it were a civic obligation. When he turned, there was no drama in his face, only the steadiness people bring to kitchens before a funeral. "Today," he said, "we set it down." She nodded, the pale tracery beneath her skin, the faint, insistent network that had once answered to the pulse of the house and the hunger city, flickered like a constellation learning to go dark. It did not frighten her. She had been afraid of keeping more than of losing. "Where?" she asked. "On high ground," he said, and let the phrase find its own meaning. The city had several kinds of high ground. Church steps that believed in height as an argument, rooftops with their metal eaves and secret gardens, the hill that thinks itself a skyline because it remembers the Romans. They did not choose any of those. They went instead to a place that had always been present without needing to be interesting, a municipal reservoir fed by pipes older than gratitude. It was fenced and functional, a bowl of water held up to the sky by brick and habit. They chose it because water forgets faces, and because the wind that combs it does not ask questions. It took them half the morning to reach it, and that felt right. Final acts should be earned by errands. They walked streets that no longer tried to flatter, crossed squares where pigeons had resumed the occupation of making the world look unheroic, past doorways that led to nothing but lives. At the corner where the bank had once tried to persuade them, they were part of 1,000 views. A human handprint remained on the glass. Faint, greasy, unambitious. Evelyn touched it with 2 fingers, as one touches a relic too modern to admit its own sanctity, and kept going. At the base of the reservoir embankment, the grass made a quiet of its own. The fence had learned to discourage rather than prevent. They found the service gate, because work always leaves a door for work. Victor lifted the catch with the courtesy of a man entering a borrowed kitchen. They climbed, and London unscrolled around them. A low, stubborn city, busy remembering and forgetting a human scale. The water lay in its shallow basin with the mild dignity of things that cannot be kept. A wind moved across it and left no mark. The sky had not yet decided how blue to be. Evelyn set the pot on the low parapet and warmed the glue with both hands, as if waking a child who has always obeyed the morning. She did not hurry. The breath inside her, what remained of the white that had once learned to speak through pain in rooms, rose to the occasion, attentive, almost grateful. "What do we say?" Victor asked, not because words were required, but because for some people speech is a way of making the air compassionate. "Nothing it can answer," she said. He stood beside her, not touching, close enough that their shadows learned to agree. From up here, the dome of the museum looked chastened. The river held the city's light and made no claims. On a street far below, a child drew with chalk and called a road. The chalk obeyed until rain would tell it the truth. Evelyn lifted the lid. The glue exhaled that small animal sigh. She mixed chalk into it until it paled toward refusal. What is left of it, Victor said quietly, is in you. And in the seams, she said, in the places where the world doesn't look at itself. That's why it will accept an ending here. No mirrors, only water, only air. He watched her hands. He had always watched her hands, even when the rest of the room was failing. You should keep something, he said, a memory that is yours alone, a proof. She thought of proofs and found them shabby. I'll keep the way the kettle looks just before it boils, she said, and the sound paper makes when it's too tired to turn, and the shape of your walk when you don't know I'm looking. He smiled with that private injury that is also acceptance. All right. Evelyn spread the linen, not as a canvas, but as a small ground, a strip of gesso across the parapet no bigger than a book left to dry. She breathed over the wet and turned away at the last, denying breath to breath, closing the old circuit with refusal. Then she set the pot aside and rested both hands on the stone. The stone was cool. It remembered rain longer than it remembered hands. She made herself only hands. The last breath did not announce itself. It was not violent or sublime. It did not reach for her with a house's hunger or a gallery's cunning. It came as a gentle accumulation of all the exhalation she withheld. The museum's small fog, the bus shelter's intent, the room under the city where the air had learned to speak without voices. It gathered in the space between her wrists and the world, a weightless weight, like the pressure in a room when someone is about to say a name. She did not say it. She let the pressure find water. The breath went out of her like a tide that had always meant to leave. It passed through the linen and the chalk and did not stick. It lifted into a few inches of air between stone and surface, and then, obedient to a choreography older than pigment, it chose the water, not because water is pure, it isn't, but because it refuses to keep what it cannot drink. The faintest whiteness formed, no more than a rumor under skin, and moved outward in an almost circle, then broke and broke again, until the ripples were only wind. She leaned, not to see herself, but to witness the place where self ends. A gull scolded the day for his lack of fish and flew on, unintellectual and right. Victor's hand came up, reflex, not rescue, and stopped at the height where faith lives in wrists. How do you feel? He asked. Unillustrated, she said, and found happiness in the word, like a thing that will not be used to explain anything. He breathed once for her, then for himself. Below them a bus released its air with that large, municipal sigh that makes passengers human again. The city took a long inhale at the level of streets and forgot to be exceptional. They waited. Endings deserve witnesses as much as beginnings do. At first, nothing changed. Or rather, everything continued. Lamps went out one by one in buildings that had misjudged morning. A man lifted a blind. A kettle committed to steam. Then the changes arrived in the only way cities can bear them, politely distributed with deniability. The museum's dome did not fog at the hour. It usually cheats. A bank's facade tried to collect 1,000 versions of the same woman and lost interest at 5. In the barber's window, a man lifted his face to be shaved and saw only a face. The puddle at the corner swapped sky for shoe without arguing philosophy. On a bus, a boy looked at his reflection and found it had nothing to sell him. He looked at his grandmother instead and asked about a dog she had owned when she was 9. The story, having waited 80 years to be told, came out warm. Evelyn set the pot back in the bag. The linen dried without ambition. The chalk under her nails was a dull halo. The pale tracery under her skin, those threads of borrowed lung, dimmed until it was only skin. Inside her head, the corridor where the house had stood at night with its breath in its mouth became simply corridor. Wall, door the little cluck pipes make when they rehearse. She closed her eyes and waited for grief and found something else. The precision of not being watched. Victor's voice arrived carefully. Do you remember him? She did not open her eyes. I remember a man who occupied a room, without needing to be seen in it. She laughed a little, surprised by the mercy of the sentence. I remember his boots kissing the floor when he did not want to wake me. I remember a stain on the cuff of his coat where varnish never let go. I remember loving him without wanting him to be a picture of anything. She opened her eyes and the world did not sharpen. It steadied. I think that is enough. He nodded, not because he agreed. Agreement is a cold thing, but because he could stand beside this and call himself true. And Margaret? She is pain again, Evelyn said, and weather, and the parlor room that mines light, and a mistake others will make in a different century with better machines. She touched the parapet. She'll be back when some new surface decides it deserves to be a mouth. But we taught the city a counter-gesture that will last the length of a human sentence. They stayed until the sun proved itself day. From here, roofs were squares of dull kindness. The river compromised with wind. Cranes held still as if honoring an invisible service. The reservoir stopped pretending to be anything but practical. The white rumor under its skin dispersed to nothing. The water did what water does. Reflected badly, carried quietly, forgot well. On the way down the embankment, a girl with a scooter narrowed her eyes at them, as children do when testing two people for secrets. "Are you the ones making the chalk floors?" she asked. Evelyn considered lying and found she didn't have to. "We asked some rooms to be less proud," she said. "Good," the girl said, and scooted off to be a sovereign of small distances. They walked back into a city that now had the good manners to let them pass. A delivery driver swore at his own ingenuity and then laughed at it. A shopkeeper scolded flowers for pretending to die too soon and forgave them with water. A cyclist decided not to be a weapon. At a crossing, a woman pressed her hand to a pane while waiting and left a print. The glass did not interpret it. The print remained as proof of presence, not as invitation. Evelyn loved the unimportance of it with unembarrassed care. By noon, the wind had picked up along the river. Flags remembered they were cloth and tried bird. The dome of the museum wore its light, like a hat borrowed, and returned on time. In the square, an artist chalked outlines around bodies as a joke, and then stopped, embarrassed, when one of the bodies refused to hold still. He drew instead a hopscotch grid, and let children administer law to it with feet. They ate hunched over bowls with spoons that had learned to be humble. The mirror behind the counter had been papered for weeks and now wore unpapered honesty. Scratches, a chip where Christmas had gone foggy, a corner that refused to reflect. Victor looked into it and saw a man with the correct number Winters. Evelyn looked and saw a woman whose eyes would no longer mistake light for attention. Neither of them looked twice. "Tell me what we saved," he said, halfway through his soup, as if he'd been rehearsing the line and now trusted it to be heard. She thought, saving is a dangerous verb. It judges. "We saved the right to go unframed," she said at last. "To drink tea without being a subject. To be loved without being an example. To let the world learn us in texture instead of outline." "And what did we lose?" he asked, because balance makes sentences honest. "The trick of holding what should pass," she said, which is another word for control. She set the spoon down. "I don't mind." He wiped the rim of his bowl with bread and looked pleased with the portion. "I mind less than I expected," he confessed. Perhaps we grew. They sat under the ordinary talk of a room that has learned to carry words like crockery. The waitress moved glasses without speaking to them, which felt like respect. A radio misremembered a chorus and then found it outside the window. A bus sighed and received people who had elected to be somewhere else. The day went on with that industrious indifference that keeps cities alive. Toward afternoon, they went to Halden, because some endings deserved the dignity of place. The drive took them through stretches of land that still believed in fields and hedges. The sky kept its opinion. The gate at the head of the drive had fallen in on itself. Ivy had conducted a quiet coup. The house stood where it had always stood. If standing is what you call the posture of a building whose use is ended but whose shape has not yet thought of the word ruin. Inside, the silence did not behave like a lung. It behaved like stone. The hall had shed its mirrors and decided to keep only light. The stairs no longer listed toward a mistake. Her father's studio, if that name still applied, had lost its pulse. The basin was absent, the circular painting gone to its argument with nothing. A rectangle of floorboard was darker than the rest where once a weight had insisted. Dust lay. It did not make an altar of itself. She walked around the room as one walks a perimeter of a field, not to possess it, but to return it to measurements a person can carry in a head. 12 paces by 9, a window with a preference for afternoon, a cupboard with its own weather. She placed a hand where the easel had stood, would remembered pressure better than it remembered voices. She felt none. Victor stood in the doorway with the patience old houses require. "Do you want to take anything?" "No," she said. Then, because she was not a saint, the kettle, he found it in a corner where kettles go to wait for uses they do not understand. It had the dings of a domestic veteran. He checked the cord as if cord were arteries. She took it and knew that, if the house had a soul left, it would approve of the theft. They went out by the back door, because back doors are the honest ones. In the yard, Nels had written their own epic and did not care for reviews. The weather had chosen a small drama of wind. Clouds rehearsed. Evelyn looked up at a sky that mirrored nothing and found herself content with the bargain. On the drive back into the city, they passed a canal and stopped, because water is always a test. The surface tried on the sunset and failed politely. A dog fell in and swam with conviction. A boy threw a stick, and forgiveness occurred. On the towpath a woman looked down and saw not her face, but the sky's poor memory of itself, and she did not wish for more. Evelyn loved her for that, anonymously, the way we love fellow citizens who agree not to make a spectacle of living. Evening belonged to other people, the diners, the young, the tireless, the sad. They yielded it. Back in the hotel they sat on the carpet and let the last of the glue go hard in the pot, like a promise no longer needed. Victor wrote a note and tore it up and wrote it again and left it under the lamp without explaining himself. She folded the linen until it was a book and placed it on the dressing table. The mirror, unpapered, took both objects into itself with discretion. It had learned. "Will it come back?" he asked without looking up. "Yes," she said. "Not as this. In screens, in lenses, in the ways we sell ourselves to ourselves. The city will be tempted again. People always will. The breath is only a name for a habit." "And us?" he asked. "We will be older," she said, "and then we will be gone. But chalk is cheap, and glue is honest, and hands remember what other hands teach them. There will be floors." He turned the lamp off and back on, not for drama, but because sometimes the simplest gesture is the correct benediction. "Tomorrow," he said, and it did not sound like a dare anymore, only a schedule. She slept without needing to be awkward about it. In the dark, the house that had once stood beside her bed and monitored her lungs stayed in its proper place on a map. The corridors in her head contained only corners. The light above the wardrobe practiced being light. Far below the floor, in the culverts where a river once pretended to forget itself, a thin line of chalk on a ledge kept dust from learning ambition. In the museum, the marble woman continued holding her bowl and said nothing. It was a kind of thanks. Dawn arrived with bread and buses, and a particular heroism of people who do their shifts. Evelyn made tea in the battered kettle, and found that water has a way of forgiving metal for being unromantic. Victor took his mug like a certificate and blew on it. The mirror offered them both exactly once, and then looked at the wall instead. They did not speak of endings. Endings were everywhere. They spoke instead of small things a day would require: a letter, a walk, repairs to a coat, biscuits for a librarian, chalk for a school. When they opened the door, the hallway smelled faintly of lemon and human hope. A cleaner had left a trolley, and with a generosity, a rag, slightly damp, folded with care. Evelyn took it and left 2 coins by way of scripture. On the corner, a boy had drawn a square, and another, and a third. "Hopscotch," he informed a woman who had not asked. The squares held. He hopped. The world refrained from making metaphor of him and clapped anyway. Evelyn looked at Victor, and he looked back, and the look had the character of a pact you do not sign, because you have already kept it. The city did not record them. Light did not insist. Air entered and left without acquiring a story. She felt the absence inside her settle. No longer a lack, simply room. Into it came the sound a street makes when it is kind to shoes, the inconvenience of weather, a voice from a doorway telling a dog to behave, and meaning it with love. The kettle's small instruction. The ordinary courage of mirrors that have learned not to admire. She carried these the way other people carry photographs and found them sufficient. They walked, not toward, not away, only along, and the day framed nothing and therefore gave itself whole. Epilogue. The quiet frame. It was the kind of afternoon London saves for people who have earned it. A clean light with no appetite for spectacle, a wind that went about its errands without checking its reflection. Victor crossed the square at a pace that would not offend pigeons. He had learned to move through the city as one moves through a library, not out of reverence, exactly, but with a mutual understanding that both parties have work to do. Months had passed. He could measure them by the way the plane trees had rehearsed new bark, by the return of market strawberries that never tasted like memory thought they would, by the elbows of coats changing their minds about weather. Time had simplified itself into days with entrances and exits. He walked inside them and did not demand meaning at the threshold. The museum stood where it always had, behaving itself. No mist on the dome, no pictures negotiating for air. The marble woman who held her bowl did so with the exact degree of patience stone can afford. He bought no ticket. He did not need to. Habit had made him a member in the way cities sometimes knight their most punctual pedestrians. Inside, the air had learned to smell like dust and the money that keeps dust civil. In the first gallery, saints kept to their lanes, and the varnish remembered its job. A guard recognized him with the relief of a man who prefers to dislike strangers. He gave Victor a nod that meant we both survived last year, and I am prepared to share this confidence with you. Victor nodded back, as one does when a room makes an honest promise not to breathe. He took the route he had taught his feet. Not the famous halls, but the working ones, the places where frames earn their keep. He stopped once to watch a boy regard a small Dutch lemon with the seriousness children reserve for objects that have not betrayed them yet. The boy's mother crouched, practicing the art of not correcting his joy. On a bench, a woman adjusted her bag and let a minute pass without trying to improve it. These were, he had come to understand, the city's most ambitious restorations. In the rotunda, light from the glass dome laid itself down, without interpreting anyone. A school group flapped by, counting statues as if they were irresponsible sheep. The marble woman kept her gaze lifted and her bowl indifferent. Victor stood beneath the dome and listened for the old pulse that had once thrilled and harmed this place. There was none, only the chew of footsteps, the cough of carefully ill throats, the thin, respectful chime of a dropped coin. He sat. The bench had been moved 3 feet to the left since spring, for reasons only a facilities manager could love. He appreciated the change without needing to approve it. From here, he could see the corridor where, that day, the air had taken up a human hobby and learned the word we. He did not replay it. He did not need to tell it better. A man who survives becomes a curator of what not to narrate. On the far wall, a minor landscape did its quiet duty. Hedge Hill, a path that promised nothing cut into the middle distance. He had avoided that canvas before. It had once been bait. Now it was only small weather held to account by paint. He stood and walked toward it as one goes to a grave on a day when the dead are not obliged to answer. Halfway across the floor he felt it. The smallest adjustment in the room, like a person making space in a queue. Not a breath. Nothing so autobiographical. More like a door agreeing to be a door. He stopped. The light did not change. No fog rose. A child laughed and a registered St. Cecilia would have envied. He stepped forward again and reached the painting with nothing to fight him, which was a gift he accepted with the manners of an adult. Up close, the brushwork had forgotten to be clever. A path stayed path. The sky had been mixed with enough unambitious white to earn employment. The hedge was the color of the word hedge. He felt for a moment that particular loneliness paintings give good men, how the world can be held at arm's length and returned in pieces you cannot live inside. And then, like a curtain choosing a different fold, the mood changed. He didn't hear a voice. Voices have teeth. What crossed him was more like warmth admitting its purpose. Not Evelyn, not the house, not the city rehearsing itself in fancier glass. A steadiness. The kind of presence you get from kettles and folded towels and streets that allow shoes to be right. It stood lightly beside him. the way a friend stands when they do not intend to be useful, and did nothing at all to the picture. Enough, he said under his breath, to no one and to everything. The word agreed with the room. In the staff corridor, a cleaner drove a cart with the authority of a general and the civility of a nurse. A rag, slightly damp, slept on the lip of a bucket. He had learned to love such rags. They were theology without crusade. He nodded to her. She nodded back with the unconcealed pride of the saved unconcerned with saviors. He left the museum by the door service uses, because that is where good exits are found. Outside, the square had become more itself. A pianist set up to play something that would make the afternoon tolerable for strangers. Pigeons argued about lunch without filing claims. A bus emptied its air and remembered its times. Victor walked toward the river, because men his age pretend not to be ceremonial about water and lie to themselves with charm. The river looked like a favor granted and then forgotten. It took the sky and made it cheaper, which is the river's job. At the parapet, the stone held the sun with no intention of owning it. He placed his hand on it, as he had on counters and ledges and lintels all year, and felt nothing pushing back. A small, careful grief arrived, the kind that knows it will not be seated. And then it did the decent thing and made room behind itself for contentment. In the reflection, a gull smudged the day and corrected itself. A woman walked past and left a handprint on the rail, the grease of her being perfectly enough. A boy offered a biscuit to a dog with the solemn confidence of a priest. The dog accepted with an indifference that honored ritual. The city held. He took a street he had not planned on and ended at the reservoir without intending to. The gate was shut as always, the grass professional about its duties. He climbed the slope because the air had asked nothing of him, and asking nothing deserved a reply. On the parapet, water laid its light down featureless as a sheet. He stood long enough of the day to choose him as furniture and felt, somewhere between ribs and story, the trace of a woman who had learned how to refuse being framed. Not a voice, not a visitation. If anything, an absence kept carefully, like a seat saved on a bus for someone who might not come, but might be great for you left it empty. He smiled, small and polite, the way men smile when they discover late they have loved correctly, and said nothing, because saying nothing had turned out to be a surprisingly eloquent version of prayer. On his way back into the ordinary, he paused at a corner shop to buy chalk, because some habits ought to be hereditary. The teenager at the till scanned the packet with the solemnity of a judge. "For kids?" she asked, as if there were other answers. "For floors," he said, and paid. Evening happened on schedule. Windows rehearsed gold, without editorializing. A bus dragged its sigh. A fox trotted his jurisdiction. Somewhere a kettle clicked. He reached his rooms while they were still rooms. He had begun to thank the universe for that modest victory, and set the packet of chalk beside the kettle, in case some future floor balked at memory. On the mantel, a mirror held its scratches like scars that had aged into anecdotes. He stood before it and regarded the man who had learned to give up winters and keep benches. The face was not flattered. It was witnessed. That was enough. He made tea. He poured it as if the cup had asked politely. When he lifted it, steam rose and went where steam goes, uninterested in being art. He carried the mug to the window and watched the last of the day distribute itself among other people's dinners. If the world held her, it did so the way a sleeve holds warmth. He could not point to it. He would not photograph it. Sometimes in the stairwell, he would feel the smallest correction to the air, like a sentence remembering its grammar, and he would step to the side or breathe off the beat and let it pass. On very good mornings, the first light on the floor will hold a square shape for a second and then decide against metaphor. He loved those mornings with an almost indecent clarity. He slept more now, or more correctly, which is a different accomplishment. In his dreams, he did not walk the halls of a house that wanted to be lungs. He walked streets with bad paving and good neighbors. He woke at hours kettles approve, and when he turned on the light it behaved. On a Sunday, weeks later, he found a hopscotch grid chalked at the end of his road, the squares a little uneven, the numbers making their familiar, forgiving argument. He stepped over one and then, without ceremony, hopped. His shoe landed with that secular clack hope makes on stone. No picture tried to keep him. No glass asked him to improve. A little girl clapped, not for him, but for the game, which is the honest way to applaud. He bowed to her, courtly as fatigue allows. The air between them accepted a secret. It had learned to be a place people could live. He went home by the slow route. He set the kettle. He folded a rag. He let the mirror be dull. Above the mantel a square of late sun settled, and then, obedient to no one, softened. He hummed a tune he did not remember learning. It sounded like rain deciding to be useful. Outside, the city practiced its modest ambitions: bread, buses, kindness at crossings. Inside, a man raised a cup and drank as if it were the conclusion of an argument. No breath under paint stirred to contradict him. The frame around the day stayed empty and therefore perfect. He said her name once, quietly, because names prefer to be aired, and then, with a courtesy the year had taught him, he let the room keep its silence. Thank you for listening to The Hollow Veil. If you enjoyed this story, please like, comment, and subscribe to the Inktail channel for more full audiobooks. And if this story stayed with you, consider sharing it with someone who might love it too. More stories await you here on the Inktail channel.